Responders that are busy in the freezing temperatures of the Potomac River.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson is near the crash scene.
Just before 9 p.m. last night, American Airlines, this is what we know, a jet with 64 people aboard, including the crew, collided with that U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter with 3 soldiers on board, including both pilots. That airliner was attempting to land on runway 33 at Reagan National Airport.
And the collision led to an explosion. There are reports of 18 deaths. No one found alive yet. We'll learn more at a news conference next hour. The American Airlines regional jet had taken off from Wichita, Kansas. CEO Robert Isom says,
"We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families."
So some of the passengers were members of the U.S. figure skating team. The organization put out a statement. The athletes, coaches, and family members were returning from a development camp following the U.S. figure skating championships in Wichita. We're getting word also from Moscow. Some of them on the flight were Russian skaters. Hamas has set an Israeli soldier free, the first of 8 hostages to be released today as part of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. back at the Senate this morning for another confirmation hearing.
I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in health care. All of my kids are vaccinated.
But the nominee to lead Health and Human Services sparred with some senators skeptical at Kennedy's first hearing, like Democrat Michael Bennet.
It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe.
Also today, confirmation hearings at the Senate for 2 other controversial Trump nominees. Kash Patel for FBI Director, Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. America's listening to Fox News.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
I don't care what you got to say.
Yeah, well,
no, not me. Not you so much, you know. It's a Thursday. And Thursday is that day where it doesn't really matter what comes across your desk. You just go, don't care. It's a new Friday. I'm ready to roll.
Exactly.
I'm going to take care of my business, keep it moving.
That's right. We've got to keep this thing going. And we're glad that you're here. Glad you're keeping it going with us.
I mean, JoJo, he's all excited. Now that he's, set up with a girlfriend, it's different. Thursday night's different. But it used to be JoJo night.
Not anymore. It's Cassandra.
This used to be poker night for me and my friends. We'd go to the local bar and play poker and then go to work
still
Friday.
Poker night.
Yeah. As a matter of saying, you diabolical, disgusting man.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you know what? I hope when you wander into church Sunday morning that the very first thing you think of is, man, I issued that joke Thursday morning at 6:03, and I need to repent for this one.
I do, absolutely. I can't help it, man. I tell people all the time, I cuss too much, I drink too much, and I love Jesus.
The audience shows up here, and they're looking for salvation. What they get? Poker
dirty
jokes.
filthy jokes.
See, but Thursday isn't the new Friday because I still have to wake up super early on Friday for work.
But what you have not gotten as of yet is that when you show up to work on Friday, there's a leeway that goes on.
Yeah, Friday's like
ownership, management on down. Everyone recognizes, hey, you hurting this morning? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, keep it down over in sales.
Right.
Sales, like, keep it down.
Shh. So too much talk over here.
Yeah.
Well, I can't show up hungover. If I drink on a Thursday, I'm not going to be able to wake up when I need to.
All
I
right.
have to be responsible.
Drink during the day then.
I was talking
You nailed it.
to my friend Tomahawkin, and this was over the weekend when we were at the AFC NFC party. Big fan of 680 The Fan. He shows up to all the events.
Okay, all right.
Good dude.
Okay, got it.
And he said,
Tomahawkin.
I still remember what you said, and this goes back almost 20 years. He goes, what your dad told you when you went to Vegas. Man enough to drink, man enough to show up to work the next morning.
Amen to that.
It's like, that's
true.
If you're going to get after it, then make sure you take care of the other end. And that means if you have to cut off at a certain point, then that's what you do so that you can get to work the next day.
Dude, I have to cut off these days. I have to. It takes me, if I were to get too sideways, which I try not to do anyway, it's never my goal, but once in a while it happens.
You're going to wake up in Tijuana missing a kidney again?
Exactly. No, but I just know
things have gone poorly.
Somebody took my damn kidney. Not my wallet, but my kidney.
Exactly. My wallet's fine. I got my phone in my wallet.
Kidney's gone.
I'm missing a kidney.
And it hurts. I ain't gonna lie, it hurts. I wish somebody give me some sort of pain medicine because I'm in pain right now. And I'm not sure they sealed it up well. I don't think they stitched it.
They stitched it up cheaply.
They did not use it.
It's like a horror movie down there.
That's right.
That's right. It's awful. Call. Here we are on a Thursday morning laughing way too. It's too early to laugh this much, but that's what you get when you listen to the Morning Extra. I'm sorry. If you're not ready to laugh like this, then turn the channel. Because that's what we're going to do.
Let's sink this ship right now. You see that iceberg? Steer for it now.
For it. Head right to it. And I want this thing to be full speed.
You know, we have a meeting with management that we have today, and all of them go well for the most part, but it's going to be.
Today might not.
I can just imagine them pulling out the tape and just saying, so, guys, let's talk about the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, so when you told people to turn away, did you think?
Did you think that was a good idea? Was that advisable?
Did you think that one through all the way? No, I didn't. So we don't want you to turn away.
Listen, if you're in the 6 o'clock club, you're dedicated as it is. And so I'm glad that y'all are here with us.
The Early Risers Club, as we'll call it.
Because we have so much to celebrate. I find myself, I walk into this studio every single day, and it's really come down to what a wonderful time to be alive in politics and to watch something every day that happens.
Dude, when Trump said you're going to get tired of winning, he wasn't kidding. Like, he is genuinely going to test you on that. He's going to test your ability to win this much. Are you going to get tired of it, or are you going to love every second of it?
I want you to take a listen to this. Awesome. This was wonderful. And this was after a day where you had the Trump administration had gotten rid of people within the federal government that wouldn't comply with, termination.
Bye-bye.
You had the decision on what was going to be taught in schools, a form of school choice. And then in the evening, you had Donald Trump that got up in front of the country. And you want to talk about the difference in what we lived through for 4 years, where our president was only functional from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They were honest about that. That was their number. They talked about Joe Biden was available mentally from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then after that, all bets were off. Take a listen to Donald Trump yesterday evening talking about when it comes to the illegal people that are in this country and how he's dealing with it in regards to other countries.
I appreciated they took back that tough talk, but we may have tough talk from others, but it's not going to mean anything. They're going to all take them back, and they're going to like it too. They're going to like it. They're going to take it back, and they're going to like it.
They're going to like it.
They're going to take it back,
and they're going to like it.
They're going to like it. They're going to smile. Yes, Mr. President, I realize we're taking back our criminals.
Our criminals.
And we're going to like it, though.
That's right. Dude.
How different is that?
Well, it's swagger.
Yes,
it's what it is.
It's when you said yesterday in regards of the Gulf of America and saying we are so back. All right, that has been like a term that's been said for a few weeks, and it's been fun.
For sure.
I don't think it's a lie.
No, it's dead on. It's accurate.
Like, we're back to being brash and proud of ourselves.
Absolutely. And in America, exceptionalism is correct. And most people like you and I, we never thought America wasn't exceptional. We thought what was being done to America and causing poor decision making, poor, maybe even intentionally poor decision making, to demean the country, to drag the country down. We knew that underneath all of that, if we could clear all that out, that the American people are exceptional. We knew that this country is exceptional. We were willing to fight for it. You saw a president, or I guess former president at the time, guy running for office, get shot at, and what did he do? He stood up and said, fight. And he knew that if he could get elected again, he could make this country great again, the way we all believed it to be.
It's an ingrained mentality.
Absolutely is.
And all you got to do is dust it off. During the Obama administration, when it started with the apology tour and then even questioning American exceptionalism, now there's two versions of that. Obviously, we're the exception in terms of how we were founded, but at the same time, we also believe that by God, we are supposed to be able to lead because of how we live our lives and what we believe in. That's part of that idea.
We believe in respect, yeah.
That mentality got buried again during the Biden administration. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be leading on the world stage. We're supposed to look at the Chinese and go, I know what you're doing. We're going to do it better. We're supposed to look around at the rest of the world and say, I know you dumped your criminals here. You're taking them back. And you're going to say thank you when we serve them up to you.
I love that. The thing about the Chinese, I think you hit on something that's really important there. Because during the space race, remember the Russians got Sputnik, and that was the thing. And we're like, oh my gosh, we're falling behind. I love that this love is not the right word. I appreciate, that's probably better. I appreciate the fact that the Chinese company put out that AI chatbot thing, what is it, DeepSeek or whatever it's called?
DeepSeek that came out earlier this week.
And it scared the daylights out of everybody in Silicon Valley. Oh my God, they've leapfrogged us. I think when things like that happen, it is actually good because competition is good.
I like that.
And we sharpen when we're out on the field playing, when we're practicing, we're competing against the guy to win the position. That's the best thing that could have happened, especially early in the Trump administration, because it's a challenge.
Maybe it's the first time since Sputnik where you went, oh my God, the Russians are ahead of us in the space race because they're launching satellites and look what they're doing and they're getting people to space before we are. Man, we're behind. What do we do to catch up? We firmly believe as a country and as an industry that we are ahead in AI because of the amount of money that we have put forth towards it. That DeepSeek made all of Silicon Valley and Washington rethink because it's not just the practical applications in the medical industry, in the manufacturing industry, it's also the military industry.
No, it is. You're right.
And so if they're ahead, okay, we got problems. We got to get after this thing.
And that's the when I saw that, I clutched my pearls too. I was like,
let's get exceptional again.
But
let's go past them.
That's the first thing I thought was, okay, now you've lit a fire. And just like Sputnik, as you were describing and how that laid out, we won. And then this will be another way that we can say, oh, goodness, now we've got to get out there. We've got to prove to the world. Because it's not a race of just technology. This is a race for supremacy, who is going to be the superpower of the world. We know that the United States of America is the right choice. But can we win again? This is not just a race against one country. It is a race for who leads the world into the future. And do you want it to be freedom or do you want it to be communism? Do you want it to be the CCP? And I bet, aside from the people that run the CCP, it's freedom.
The teacher's lounge is the one that always punishes this version of thought that somehow we are not supposed to live out this pathway of leadership in the world, that we're just like everybody else and globalism's a great idea and this is how you're supposed to live as an American. It's been fun that we're not even 2 weeks into this and I can already feel and sense a mentality change when I joke around about it being, hey, in Donald Trump's America, and then I always say X.
Sure.
It's now I've been able to use it in these ways that people are laughing about it and very proud of what's going on, that they can be exceptional again.
The Democrat Party has never been so unpopular.
Yes, the numbers are nuts.
30 years, at a minimum 30 years.
The initial poll that we saw as of last week was that they had not been this unpopular since the end of World War II, the start of the Cold War. Even yesterday, going through some of the polling, when you look at how they're viewed, you would have the Republicans are viewed at a 41% favorability, 45% non-favorable. The Democrats were 37% favorable, 67% unfavorable.
Goodness, what a time to be alive.
It's nuts.
And never in a million years.
What did they do? And then all they did yesterday when it came to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and we'll get into this audio as we continue, all they looked like was the group of people that are bought and paid for by
100%.
big corporations, big pharma. This is a guy who got up in front of them as a legacy Democrat, and they immediately attacked him because, well, he's aligned with Donald Trump.
But that's the only reason.
But then the other only reason was, and he's going after my pocketbook.
There we go. That's actually
those were the two where I was like, could you not?
Yeah.
The dude's name is Kennedy, and you're going after him. He's an environmental attorney, and they're like, yeah, I love what you do there. He's big into climate change, and they treated him like he was the devil, like he had to tuck his horns in.
That's right. And it's crazy because I disagree with him on all of those things. And the one thing that we come together on is if you're putting poison in my food, let me know before I eat it.
All I look at it and say is on a medical freedom standpoint, he's got it nailed in terms of just let people know. As he said yesterday about, listen, if you want to eat Twinkies, have at it.
Or what was it? Big Macs and Diet Cokes, because my boss.
It's like, my boss loves Big Macs and Diet Cokes. But he's just saying, let's be honest with the American people about what they're consuming. And that is what he's just like, I'm laying it out here for you. And yet, that dude looked so incredibly frustrated with, these are my friends on Capitol Hill, and they've turned me into Beelzebub.
That's right.
I am the devil now.
Absolutely the devil, the main reason, because...
And that's why they're so unpopular.
With Donald Trump. I align with Donald Trump. That's the only reason. At the very same time that the American people support Donald Trump at record levels. It's never been like this before.
It's their fault. It's the Democrats' fault.
Of course it is. That he's so popular. Because they're so bad.
They are the ones who did it. It wasn't me. You know, all that's happened is I've gone from, all right, well, he's kind of abrasive. And he says some things that make me cringe every now and then. And then the whole January 6th thing makes you kind of go, all right. And me going, well, if we're going to move forward, it's probably going to have to be with DeSantis. That's going to give us a chance to win, too. How did you turn me into the person that goes, none of this matters, and this dude's awesome?
And it didn't even take, 2 years, 18 months, 2 years to turn you around?
You prosecuted the guy, and now he's on the other side of it. And what he's doing is he's delivering. The guy is telling you, this is what we're going to do, and then he does it. As of now, I can't wait to see what happens today. Because every single, and Friday has been typically the one where it's like, let's drop this one so they can talk about it all weekend. What bomb is this man going to drop as we get to Thursday, Friday this week?
Well, dude, I mean, he's already ended the federal funding of schools that promote CRT and that crazy gender ideology. So that was yesterday.
Yeah, that was last night. Here, we'll drop this.
Yeah.
On my way out the door, I'm telling you, you'll take back these people and like it.
And like it. So he did that. The freezing of federal spending, he's got that. There is a lawsuit there, but a lot of that is still continuing. I mean, you had the story of the lady that didn't want to leave her office, that worked at, was she at agriculture?
I love it. She was in the Office of Agriculture.
Yeah, they came to fire her, and she said, no,
fired her on Monday, and she basically gave you the whole, I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
She was like,
I'm not going anywhere.
She's like Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
She recognized that she was the one in charge, and she was so entitled that they had to physically remove her from the office because she thought, this job is mine and I am the government. How entitled must you feel?
It's so funny you say that. How entitled do you feel? Because every one of those people that are considering taking Donald Trump's parachute, his golden parachute, because they don't want to go back to work, she represents every one of them.
I said this on Twitter, X, and I firmly believe it. When management comes to me in a few years down the road and they're like, we're going to go a different direction, I'm going to tell them, You're not firing me. I'm firing you. And then I'm going to show up to work the next day. And they're going to be like, you're not supposed to be here. I'm like, I'll tell you when I'm not supposed to be here.
That's what she tried to do.
I'll tell you. I fired you all.
That's right.
It's my microphone.
Morning Xtra.
How crazy must you be to think that?
Dude, crazy. So crazy that you ran your entire party into the ground.
It's such a wonderful time.
Dude,
everybody should
amazing.
be smiling on a Thursday. This
Absolutely.
is a lot of fun.
Keep winning. And keep smiling while you're winning. Because a lot of people, when you win big, you don't know how to respond to the losing side. You want to be respectful, which is fine. Be respectful, but just keep smiling.
Just tell Aunt Peg, come for the ride,
yes,
baby.
That's right. Come along. You're going to benefit even though you hate it. Maybe one day you'll figure it out. When we continue on Extra 106.3, Caroline Levitt continues to impress in her first days on the job. One of the many, many people that I think are going to help Donald Trump make America great again and keep that smile on your face.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2025. Big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2025 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2025 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2025 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2025 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. The turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Bernard Carrick, former NYPD police commissioner and a consultant to Donald Trump. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
For half a century, glyphosate has affordably and effectively protected Georgia farmers' crops from invasive weeds. Without it, the impact would be felt beyond the fields, hitting Americans where it hurts, our wallets. That's why the Modern Ag Alliance advocates for farmers' continued access to essential crop protection tools so food prices don't rise even more. Get the facts at controlweedsnotfarming.com. Paid for by the Modern Ag Alliance in support of Georgia farmers.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, cpapsetc.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SALE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SALE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SALE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. Here are your headlines for Thursday, January 30th, 2025. A passenger jet, an American Airlines jet with 60 passengers and 4 crew members aboard, ended up colliding with an American Army helicopter over at Ronald Reagan Airport near Washington, prompting a large search and rescue operation in the nearby Potomac River. An Atlanta woman is dealing with something that is insane: a $20,000 water bill after reporting for months of a water leak. Also, from the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks got some bad news as their season starts to fall apart. Jalen Johnson, their forward's going to miss the remainder of the season. He has a torn labrum in his left shoulder. He will have surgery and, again, miss the remainder of the season. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina from Extra 106.3.
This stat is the one that I've used many times incorrectly. Over 50% of marriages end in divorce. Not true anymore. Brad Wilcox is a professor at the University of Virginia. He runs the Family Studies Institute, and he is a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, which I read those folks a lot, which is where I ran across this. Nowadays, marriage is lasting better. We're up to marriages making it by 60%. Divorce down 40% since 1980. Marriage is hard, but the challenges facing American couples and married couples are not destroying the marriages like they used to. And what brought this up, what got me thinking about this is when I went back, because I had flagged this. You and I were talking about something that we won't talk about now, but some of the things that you and your wife are deciding, just life decisions that everybody runs across.
We're trying to move into a different school district, and that's the craziness of everything that's going on.
And those are stressful times. Those are stressful decisions. And in a good marriage, like you and your sweet wife have, it doesn't change the dynamic. And there's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be things that challenge you, and you have to work through together. You have to lock arms, husband and wife, and work through. The fact that marriage is now surviving at 60% is just another thing that encourages me about the future of America, specifically with what Donald Trump has started and that I believed was happening beforehand. I remember talking about church. People say, church attendance is way down. Not in my church, man. I go and it's packed. We got like 5,000 people that go there. And every service is full. I think people are coming to church more often now than they have in the last 20 or 30 years.
The family unit is the basis by which, in my opinion, everything launches that's productive. When you have, there was a moment with my 14-year-old the other day, and I had called my wife, and we're joking around on the phone. And we're goofing off. I'm making some jokes at her. She's making some jokes at me. And I hang up the phone, and my wife tells me later that, she's listening on, it's on the car speaker, so she hears everything.
Yeah.
And she tells my wife, when I get married, I should probably marry my best friend like you did.
That's awesome, dude.
And that was
a compliment.
And that was the way she looked at it was, wow, this is the relationship y'all have. This is how y'all treat one another, where we can go at it like cats and dogs, but there's a level of respect there. And I think when you bring up the idea that marriages are now at a 60% clip, I don't want to say that it's because I think we've had trying times, but
I think it's completely that.
I think that's a big portion of it, that economically we're starting to recognize that if you're trying to do it on your own, that's going to be really hard.
You
got to do it as a family.
You see it all the time. Men who are in committed marriages earn more money. Women who are in committed marriages are put in a better situation financially as well. It is beneficial to get married, buy a home, have children, but not just for you. It's not just for you. Like if that's a great thing for you, but it's great for the country. And it's been proven over and over and over again. When we have stable families in the country does better.
My wife and I, and this was brought up yesterday, we were talking to this other couple, and for the first time in probably a good 3 or 4 years, my wife is terrible at math. I
Me too.
can say this
Me
very
too.
honestly. She's awful at math.
I struggle with decimals and fractions. I can relate.
Every single time we bring up our anniversary, I know how many years it's been. She's guessing. And she flat out told the person, yes, she's like, well, yeah, we've been married. And she was making a joke at the time. She's like, yeah, we're doing this and we've been married 18 years. And it was the first time in several years where I'm like, you nailed it. You actually know how long we've been married.
You got it right.
But she was using it more as a point of pride. Now,
Yeah.
again, making jokes about her and I.
Absolutely.
But that's the deal. It's like, I think about it, and I always heard Neil Bortz bring this up when he was on the air all the time. A long-term marriage is your wealth.
That is exactly right.
It is your happiness. It is the thing that you can brag about. You're not going to brag about, hey, I was, and at least in my opinion, because I'm not going to be a vice president of anything.
Sure.
But you don't ever end up bragging about, well, I was the vice president of this company. Well, you can, but it feels hollow.
Yeah, it does. Who cares?
Tell me about
Okay.
your kids and
Nice
your
work.
family.
Yeah.
That's your wealth.
That's exactly right. You couldn't argue it even if I wanted to and wouldn't because it's correct.
Write that down, Joe. Your kids and your family, that's your wealth.
That way, when you and Cassandra have become official, with a wedding ring official. I mean, I know that's way ahead.
Oh,
I know y'all been dating.
you're putting a lot of pressure on the young man.
I'm just telling you.
He's been dating for 3 months.
Right. 4 months.
Okay.
That's
At least he's counting.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, you get to that point. It's going to be the best thing's ever happened to you.
Oh, yeah, I've no doubt. My parents have been married, it's going to be 29 years this year.
It's amazing.
See, impressive.
My wife and I 24 this year.
And I'll tell you, Joe, you can be whatever captain of industry that you want to be. Your employees don't show up to your hospital room on your deathbed. Your family does.
That's right. That's exactly right. And let me tell you, it is when I lost my dad, which is I think about him every day, but the amount of people that showed up to his funeral,
and that's wealth.
Holy cow! I was blown away, man. I was moved to. It was an emotional day anyway, so you could cry a lot to begin with. But sitting back after the service had been done, and when now you're just in. Okay, it's time to move forward. You take that big breath and you exhale. And my sweet wife was there to, because she was so good about it. My daddy died on our anniversary.
Yeah, when you've talked about that before, I'm like, woo,
dude, it was it was the greatest day of my life and the worst day of my life at the exact same time, if that can be a thing. And she was so good. She said, you know what? We have two things to celebrate now: a great life lived. And a beautiful marriage. She handled it so well. But we're sitting back, taking that breath in, trying to just think about it, try to process it all. And the thing that hit me and put a lump in my throat was how many people showed up. Because I didn't know. I mean, how do you know? I don't know.
You don't know.
I've been to plenty of funerals, even family members and friends, and there's a smattering of people that. The outpouring, I couldn't believe it. People that he went to middle school with that I'd never met a day in my life and probably never heard their name mentioned came up to me and was like, me and your daddy were real good friends. He was a good man. And this is at Valley Point Elementary School, or Valley Point High School at the time.
Do you want the poignant moment or do you want the frivolous moment? I'm going to give you a choice. You can have you're going to get both.
Let's start with a poignant moment and then we'll end on a laugh.
So when my grandfather passed after spending as many years as he did with the San Antonio Fire Department, and we would go to all of the events that would happen. It was always events at different parks. The union was very active, and he was very involved in it. It wasn't until he passed when we're driving in that car, and we're driving by all these different firehouses, and young men are out there saluting him. I was like, oh.
Dude, it just
hits you in a way.
Chill up your spine.
I'm like this 80-year-old man who spent 30-some years with that fire department, And young men are like, acknowledge that dude.
I can see it on your face right now.
My
It's
God.
still to this moment hits you right now.
Oh, hits me every time.
It's hard not to, man, because life is precious. And it's all started by the importance of marriage and the fact that they're being successful more now than in the last probably 50 years. Now to the funny moment.
All right, so the frivolous funny moment. Then you took part in this the other day.
Okay.
You saw the tweet where I said how I lost my grandfather on September 11th.
Yes. And I laugh knowing what's coming. So if you don't know, you'll find out why I would be laughing about something like that.
And then I pointed out he was in Texas in 2004.
Yeah, that's right.
The whole bit is that, when you have somebody's like I lost my family member on 9/11, everyone's like immediately sympathy automatically out of nowhere.
Such a national tragedy.
In 2004, and he was in Texas. And I was comparing it to people that when they passed after January 6th, and it was, I can't believe we lost this officer on January 6th. And yes, whenever you lose somebody, it's a tragedy. But it didn't have anything to do with January 6th. In the same way that my grandfather didn't have anything to do with the terrorist acts of 9/11.
Right. But you can use it, and nobody will say a dang word because they're afraid to.
I lost my grandfather on 9/11. Oh, my God, that's awful. In Texas in 2004.
Had nothing to do. And then all of a sudden people are like,
that's a frivolous moment.
No, I know, but you even knowing, like, when you hear what it is that you've led people to, they're still trying to do the math in their head, making sure they're not laughing prematurely.
Am I supposed to laugh?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to handle this.
Salute?
Dude,
how do I handle this?
But I don't know what to do.
But yeah, no, family is family. And so it is encouraging to hear those numbers on what is going on with marriage in this country.
Next thing that's encouraging is when you watch Carolyn Levitt, the new press secretary.
Superhero.
Dude, she deserves a cape. She deserves like some sort of staff and tiara or something. What would Wonder Woman wear?
Gandalf?
What would Wonder Woman?
Not that Gandalf makes a lot of sense to you, but still, she's got a staff and her place of power.
I've heard of Gandalf. I know is it Harry Potter?
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings, that's what I meant.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I misspoke. What do you want from me? No, I'm thinking more like a Wonder Woman thing, like that gold tiara with the star in the middle.
Yeah.
She
that
deserves
was the first one that actually upset me. that hit me at my core.
That hit you.
What, the Gandalf?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to let you down. I'm gonna work harder to
watch movies.
Yeah.
I mean, Marvel's fine, whatever. Harry Potter, who cares?
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings, the masterpiece that is Peter Jackson's trilogy.
It's an epic.
Yes, I know.
The best movies ever made.
There's like 3 of them, right?
Yeah. They're very good. And I'm not a big fan of that genre, but they're very good.
I remember reading the books when I was in school.
Okay.
I do remember
that's how Gandalf
The
kind of
Hobbit?
like,
yes, The Hobbit, absolutely. Is it J.R. Tolkien who wrote those? Yeah. It was R.R. Sorry. Isn't there like a faith element to him and what he does? That because I remember reading that and them telling me this in school. Like, you realize that there's a religious
it's interwoven.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway,
the belief in humanity, essentially.
Carolyn Levitt, she did something that I know Front Office Los was hitting the seals.
Yes. I was the monkey with the symbols yesterday
because of something that he's brought up since before the election happened, and definitely many times since the inauguration, that we would love America to be truthful again. And Carolyn Levitt actually addressed that out of the gate in our first ever press conference.
A question that we've asked your predecessors of both parties in this job. When you're up here in this briefing room speaking to the American public, do you view yourself and your role as advocating on behalf of the president or providing the unvarnished truth that is, not to lie, not to obfuscate to the American people?
I commit to telling the truth from this podium every single day. I commit to speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people, and that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years, many of the lies that have been told to your faces in this very briefing room. I will not do that. But since you brought up Truth Seek, I would like to point out, while I vow to provide the truth from this podium, we ask that all of you in this room hold yourselves to that same standard. We know for a fact there have been lies that have been pushed published by many legacy media outlets in this country about this president, about his family, and we will not accept that. We will call you out when we feel that your reporting is wrong or there is misinformation about this White House. So, yes, I will hold myself to the truth, and I expect everyone in this room to do the same.
Bam! Dude, I feel like, is Emerald? Bam! The old, the guy that used to have the TV show, the chef. Because she did exactly what I wanted her to do, exactly what needed to be said so many times. We know that Binder lied to us. We know that
Binder.
Yeah, Miss Binder lied to us, you know. She lied all the time because it was written in her book and she went to the page.
Whatever
it was
the
on.
answer was, that's what she gave.
And there was never an honest moment. I didn't feel like there was ever an honest moment in that briefing room. So they called out the Biden administration for lying. But then the home run was when she called out the legacy media and said, we know you lie too, and we're not putting up with that either.
Does this not point out the difference in KJP, who, again, she inherited the position, and she ended up working from a binder.
Every day.
Every day. It was always, let me turn to the page that I need to give this answer so that I can give you the stock answer. Caroline Leavitt, friend of the show, been on the show. Man, she just ran. There wasn't one time she looked at a note. She was like, I got it. I'm dialed in, and let's go.
Jackie Heinrich posted on social media. I saw it on X this morning. She is a reporter for Fox News Channel and is in the White House briefing room anytime there's a press conference. She said the thing that she was most impressed by is that she called every person by name. Not with a binder, not with cheat sheets, not with a crib sheet. She called every reporter by name because she had studied.
That's the deal. You have to practice. You have to know. And we talked about what's going to happen where the legacy media is going to be placed in less places of prominence within that room. But you still need to know who is in that room. And so when she's calling on individuals, remember, when you call on somebody by name, it does personalize it. That's part of what made things fun with KJP and Peter Doocy, because she knew, I got to deal with Peter.
And the other thing is she called on 20 different outlets. So 20 different people got to ask questions from a myriad of different agencies. It wasn't just the legacy media, because those days are over. I mean, they've opened up. As a matter of fact, they got like 7,800 credential requests in 24 hours when they said we're opening this up to podcasters, social media influencers, people in the media, small media outlets, big media outlets. As long as you don't already have a seat in here, it is open to you. And they are getting, obviously, 7,800, thousands of requests to cover the president. When we come back on Extra 106.3, The View may be partially right for once. How could it be? Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Big injury loss for the Atlanta Hawks as Jalen Johnson is out for the season. Johnson will have surgery on his right shoulder to repair his labrum. Jalen was having a career year after signing a $150 million contract in the offseason. He's averaging 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. A huge loss for a team currently on a 6-game losing streak. And Atlanta United bring back club legend Miguel Almiron for a $12 million fee from English club Newcastle United. Almiron was critical in winning the 2018 MLS Cup for Atlanta in their second season. For Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Joe Virgin.
Go beyond a baseball game with your Atlanta Braves and check out Truist Park's Ballpark Tour. See the ballpark like never before and explore the franchise's rich history with artifacts, exhibits, and more, led by tour guides who will take you to places behind the scenes that most fans never have seen before, including the press box, premium club spaces, and of course, step onto the field where your favorite Braves players battle it out during the season. And each tour comes with a complimentary player chain necklace. Fans will also have access access to the Braves Clubhouse starting February 17th through March 22nd. And did you know Truist Park also offers the opportunity to host birthday parties? The birthday package includes a private tour of the ballpark, birthday invitation template, special gift for the birthday child, and goodie bags for all the kids. Upgrades like a visit from the Braves mascot blooper are also available. Visit braves.com/tours to book a tour or a birthday party today.
Hi, my name is Steve from Marietta, and we hired ATL Turfco to build our dream backyard golf setup. They installed a large 4-hole putting green, a sand bunker, a short game area, and did a full conversion to artificial grass around the pool with decorative retaining walls. ATL Turfco was really creative. They were efficient. The installation was a breeze. Price was completely reasonable, and I definitely appreciated their communication throughout the project. I would definitely recommend ATL Turfco to anybody thinking about doing a backyard makeover. You can check them out online right now at atlturfco.com.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes, but one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking, because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. The civilian world can be confusing, and veterans do not need to journey through it alone. When you reach out to the Warrior Alliance, we will guide you to the best-in-class resources that can lead you toward renewed purpose after serving our nation. Find out why thousands of warriors have found success after service after engaging with the Warrior Alliance. For assistance, go to thewarrioralliance.org or call 404-210-1776.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
The Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Glenn back until noon. Clay and Buck from noon to 3. And the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. Plus Jesse Kelly from 6 to 9. And Jimmy Vela from 9 to midnight. The voices you need all day with the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
I feel like I had something funny to talk about or something funny to say, then it just left. You ever had that happen where you're about to say something and it just disappears and you feel like an idiot, complete idiot?
Yes, I'm glad that our founding fathers were not in the same way. Have something really poignant to say.
Exactly.
Was going to write something that was going to matter for 240 years. Totally forgot.
Completely forgot what it was.
I wonder how poignant it was.
Yeah, I know, right? Can you imagine?
Tug was about to reinvent tax policy.
That's right.
And then he forgot.
Mine would never be that in depth. I'm relatively intelligent. I'm not, I'm never the smartest guy in the room, never the dumbest guy in the room. I'm just right there in the middle. I'm of average intelligence. So it's never going to be like, holy God, what? What did you just say? Say that again. Because I wouldn't be able
Hold
to
on, let me get my stone tablet out and put that down.
Or my voice recorder. Goodness, say that again. So it'll never be that. But once in a while, it'll be clever or fun. Not all, even often that. It's just clever or funny. It's just observant most of the time is where it all comes from. But
I find this happening with my wife.
God,
there's something I want to tell her, and I will immediately do something else. Like I'll hear the dryer go off, and I'll be like, oh, let me go empty the dryer, and then I'll tell her. And by the time I'm done,
you've forgotten.
No idea.
Yeah.
And in the moment, it was so poignant. It was so important.
And you're like,
I've got to tell her, and I totally forgot.
I do this to my wife, Laura, all the time. I'll say, I got to tell you something, And she'd be like, hang on. No, there's no hanging on. If I don't tell you right now, I will forget it. I've become accustomed.
Hear me now.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I've become accustomed to saying, no, sweetheart, you must listen right now because I'll forget it. And sometimes she'll be like, oh, good. I'm glad you told me that. Or other times she'll be like, why was that so important? And there was nothing really to it that you just told me. What?
You see, Joe, he gets off with he's got his Gandalf, basically his what is his scepter, his spear, and he just sits back and he just goes, hear me now, Laura.
That's right, I do. That's right. Hear me now, woman.
And he makes his declarations.
It's never woman. I never put woman on
with
the
his
end.
magic staff.
Thinking it, but I never say it.
Understand me later, but hear me now.
That's right. Anyway, so well,
yeah, it happens.
Yeah, and so it's embarrassing, and I feel like there was something that I could have brought to you that was of substance and would have been maybe even important to a conversation that we'll have at some point in the show, and it's just gone, and I may never remember it again. I don't know.
I feel like if we were to back up to about 240 years ago in Philadelphia, and somebody's like, I had this idea about free speech, but I forgot.
Something I wanted to... There was a reason I was bringing up being able to say whatever you want to.
I had a Second Amendment about right to bear something.
Something. I forgot what it was. I'll think about it, though. It'll come to me.
Right to bear? What kind of bear?
Yeah, that's right. It's rawr. And he's like, no, not that kind of bear.
And everyone's looking at him like, you wrote it down on the cocktail napkin last night before you got drunk. And
that's right.
You didn't remember it.
Some of those cats would get liquored up, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they just... Some of those cats got after it.
They got after it.
I love it. The folks on The View are always wrong. They're always completely wrong. They couldn't be more wrong. You know that if you've ever seen the show. Or if maybe you don't watch it at all, you just hear some of the clips that we play and you're like, man, they get it wrong. But this time, they're partially right.
You brought this up. I brought this up. And I think the bigger picture for me is, how do women actually find ways to derail other women by calling them beautiful? Like, right? Like, if I was to say that guy's handsome, if I was to say, Tug is handsome, Joe is handsome, that's never a setup for me to derail their opinions are.
It's
women
like a
but. Yes, women do this in a way that, I don't know. It's some sort of magic show. It's a magic trick.
Ingrained.
They make it into the more beautiful they are, the dumber they have to be,
or the more they're hated.
Yes,
because ugly women hate really pretty women.
Yes,
I mean that's.
I get it. Y'all are the most territorial beasts on earth, outside of like bears, and I fear you. But, you see what happens when you have this on The View, and this is Joy Behar in this case, and Joy Behar is giving a compliment towards the new White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt.
So you think.
But take a listen to how she does it.
I think she's probably been put in there because, according to Donald Trump, she's a 10. That's what it is.
I want to be clear, though. It's not her first job. It was her first press briefing. She worked in the previous Trump administration.
Yeah. But so for me, when I hear that, I know she only got it because she's pretty. And that's not right. If you saw the way she handled herself in that press briefing, she is a boss. She does not take crap. She says, here's what it is. She doesn't lie to you. She doesn't need a binder to tell you what to say. She says what's on her mind, and she does things the right way. She is a 10 because Trump doesn't hire ugly people.
Which is funny.
It's the truth.
And it's true.
Dude, look at that. I mean,
it's true.
And look,
it's fine.
As dudes, we're not as territorial. Like Sean Duffy, good-looking dude. He's a good-looking dude, and he's going to do a great job. And I understand why his wife loves him, because he's a handsome fella.
Pete Hegseth has abs.
Yeah, good-looking dude, man.
That's fine.
But that's not a setup to take her down like it was with Joy Behar.
But that's the weird part about the Frau. The Frau, the angry liberal Frau, is looking at Carolyn Leavitt and going, well, she's just too pretty to make sense. The only reason she has that job is because she's pretty. Listen, she was on this radio program. I'd never seen her before. By the time we were finished, I went, that is an impressive woman.
And then you look her up and you're like, Joy Behar, you're right, she is a 10.
And after I looked her up, that's when I said, that is Waffle House material.
That's right, 10 out of 10 there.
Now remember, Waffle House, there's a lot of pretty women I wouldn't take to Waffle House. People that are pretty and interesting, Waffle House. That's when you sit there at 2 o'clock in the morning and you solve the world's ills after you've had some beers, and you just talk about what's going on in the world. That is Leavitt to me. And so to reduce her to just, she's just pretty, she's really good at her job.
Well, she's beautiful, and that's an added benefit. That's the thing when you flip on the TV. Not only do you get somebody that's intelligent, like Carolyn Levitt, you also get to look at somebody that's pretty. I got to tell you, that's what we do every day when women pick up magazines. Do they not look at pretty people? That's what's in every magazine.
There's a stop-down moment where you go, huh. I mean, it's one of the benefits that's out there about when you're pretty.
Yeah.
You know, Dave Chappelle has a really funny bit about this.
Dude, he's so good.
About how easy pretty people have it.
That's the truth.
And then how ugly people lack introspection. He's like, I got on all the right clothes. Why won't you let me into the club?
Yeah, right.
He's like, hadn't really figured it out why they won't let you into the club.
Sorry, maybe one day you will. Take a glance in the mirror, maybe.
The nature of what happened. So, yeah, no, it's a plus, but I thought it was a weird degradation of pointing out first off that, well, she's a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, if she was a 7, does that mean that she didn't do her job as well? If she was a 4, she destroyed the other day.
I think the difference is interesting because I thought Karine Jean-Pierre was beautiful.
Yeah.
I really did.
And she has zero interest in you.
Zero. And I thought she was, I've said it multiple times how pretty I thought Karine Jean-Pierre was. Unfortunately, she couldn't do the job. I thought she was a good 8. I thought she was an 8.
Yeah, she was not good at the job.
She's a beautiful woman. She's just horrible at the job. And they never said that about Karine Jean-Pierre. They never said, well, she's an 8 or a 10 or whatever your scale is.
And let's face it, Jen Psaki is a redhead. She doesn't have a soul. Yet we were like, she's really good at this job.
She was.
And they followed it up with KJP where they just said, here's the binder. Only read what's in here.
Go read it. It's crazy the way that plays out every time.
Some redheads have souls.
Yeah, some of them.
Not all of them.
Listen, you're married to one, so I'll let you.
Not all of them.
Anyway, the 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, Lake and Riley's mama will make you think and reflect. Next on the Morning Extra.
To say a person is ignorant means that they haven't yet learned. To say that they're stupid means that they are incapable of learning. Yes, there are stupid people around.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Start the new year in style behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac from Jim Ellis Cadillac. From the iconic Escalade to the innovative electric Lyric, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And the buying experience, just as luxurious as the Cadillac name itself. With great prices, a great selection, and a team of knowledgeable sales associates, you'll love shopping at their showroom, conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Prefer to shop from home? Visit JimEllisCadillac.com, where you can browse all the latest offers and even start or complete your entire purchase online with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Want to try before you buy? Schedule an at-home test drive and enjoy the convenience of home vehicle delivery.
Start the new year right. Experience luxury like never before at Jim Ellis Cadillac. Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
True Prep, Atlanta's leading preparedness store, has two incredible deals going. The Smith & Wesson M&P 15 Sport 3 AR-15 for just $649, featuring a mid-length gas system, 15-inch M-LOK free float handguard, and 30-round P-Mag. Choose a Smith & Wesson cap or 16-ounce tumbler free with purchase. Plus, get 1,000 rounds of check-made brass case Boxer Prime 223 ammo for only $399.99 or 20-round boxes for just $8.99 each. For directions, visit us online at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. True Prep. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
This is a Fox News alert. They keep looking for, but not finding, survivors near Washington, D.C. I'm Dave Anthony. After an American Airlines regional jet about to land at Reagan National Airport last night collided in midair with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. They exploded and went down into the Potomac River.
One of the most tragic things was I saw them pull a body out. It was flag draped. So I assume that was one of the military personnel.
He lives nearby. There are reports of multiple bodies recovered. No one found alive yet. There were 64 people on the plane, 3 on the helicopter. Fox's Rebecca Castor close to the search in the river.
The water temperature is at about 40 degrees. Overnight, it was about 5 degrees colder. So when we're talking about water temperature that is that cold, hypothermia sets in about 15 to 30 minutes. And experts say, once that hypothermia sets in, the body really has about an hour and a half before it shuts down.
The plane was coming in from Wichita. Senator Jerry Moran is from Kansas.
We're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who were on that flight are recovered.
Some of those on board were members of the U.S. figure skating team, athletes and coaches flying back from the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. President Trump posted on Truth Social, why did the helicopter go up or down or turn? And why didn't the control tower tell it what to do? Calling it a bad situation that looks like it could have been prevented. Hamas has set free 8 more hostages from Gaza as part of the ceasefire agreement.
Agam Berger was the first Israeli released this morning. The 20-year-old surveillance soldier was seen walking, waving and smiling as she entered a car belonging to the Red Cross.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a second hearing today on his nomination to lead Health and Human Services.
We will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods.
Kennedy may spar with senators again over his past comments skeptical of vaccines. There are also hearings today at the Senate for Trump nominees for FBI Director and Director of National Intelligence. America's listening to Fox News.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
For hourly Fox News updates and the best in conservative news and talk, keep it on Extra 106.3 or download the Extra 106.3 app.
It is a tough start to a Thursday. Morning Extra, Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. We're going to talk about the Laken Riley Act being signed, and I want to play some audio from Laken Riley's mother here in a moment that will stop you in your tracks if you're a parent or grandparent, or put a lump in your throat. And obviously it's so tied to us here in Georgia because it happened over in Athens on the campus of the University of Georgia. So there's a lot to talk about there, and we'll get to it, but we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the mid-air collision between a commercial airliner and a military Army Black Hawk helicopter. You heard it in the Fox News update. 64 people on board the aircraft, 60 passengers and 4 crew, 3 military members in the Black Hawk helicopter. I'd gone to bed before this happened. It happened probably 9:45, I believe, right in that area at the time. And I woke up this morning to that news, and it is incredibly sad. And Donald Trump has posted about it and spoken about it. There is there's a press conference coming up at 7:30 to discuss it. Government officials and officials there in Arlington, Virginia, because the plane was going to land there at Washington Dulles. Is it Dulles? I guess it's Dulles, right?
Yeah, it
right
looks.
About that? It's Reagan National now.
It's Reagan National. Yeah. We were covering it in our headlines to start the morning, and now we're getting this is first light basically in that area, and so now you're starting to see the area as the reports are now. They haven't pulled anyone out of this thing, and obviously they talked about hypothermia in the water, and so if someone did survive, the chances of them surviving the night it's pretty slim. But it does look wild when just as President Trump brought it up, the plane is following its flight path, the helicopter is going along its flight path, and as he's asking the question, why didn't the helicopter deviate at any point from viewing this plane? So there's a whole lot they're going to have to investigate here.
Yeah, how do you miss it? I mean, these are the the best pilots in the world flying a Black Hawk.
Yeah, it's a pretty agile aircraft in comparison to a passenger plane.
Yeah, think about it. The Black Hawk, if I'm not mistaken, that's what they used when they went and got Osama bin Laden. I mean, they used the Black Hawk because of its durability, because of its flexibility, because of its how agile it is. So you have to wonder what in the world was going on. Did they have some sort of mechanical issue? Did they? I mean, I don't know that. This is me completely speculating.
It's just strange. It's a strange kind of accident to see them what looks like a head-on collision between 2 aircraft right there in the Potomac River, and you can actually, now that it's light, you can see the Capitol in the background. I mean, this is like the heart of the D.C. area.
Sure is.
Right on that line of D.C. and Virginia.
First thing I saw this morning after I saw that video, and it's horrifying if you've seen the actual video of the surveillance that caught the crash midair as it happened. But the next video I saw was of CNN politicizing things. And you're like, what are you doing? This is the wrong time. What are you doing?
I get that you're a political-oriented news organization. Not everything turns into politics the moment it happens. Now, there's always going to be a time for politics.
Of course.
In the moment, it doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense unless you're conditioned to turn everything into politics, and that's where they were at that moment.
And they were. First thing they did was blame Donald Trump, of all things.
Like he was flying the helicopter and the plane.
But that's the thing. He's been in office for, what is it, 8 days? 9, 10 days? Whatever it is. He's not been in office very long, and you're already, saying, well, this is his fault. And it got me to thinking about this. And this is, I'm not trying to politicize it. I'm just saying this is a discussion that we've had before. There was an article from the Cato Institute from December 20th of last year, about a month before the inauguration, and it said Trump should privatize air traffic control. And they went into all the reasons that they believe that they should. It was about technology. It was about our current system and the FAA being antiquated and mismanaged. And they said, we are headed for a crisis in aviation as this demand continues with more people flying than ever before. They talk about the CEO of JetBlue saying, I wish the next administration would focus on air traffic control. I would love to see more hiring. I would love to see better technology. So that was some of the things they talked about. If you go back to Washington Times article. This is about mid last year. And they talk about the Obama administration just scrapping 1,000 qualified candidates from the FAA's pool of applicants because they weren't diverse enough. They were purged from consideration. Instead of hiring the candidates with the competency, they were hired based on race. So it's a DEI thing. And this is not something new. This has been a discussion for quite some time.
The discussion for me and the worry that I had was we've seen this now go into the medical field. We're seeing this in the airline industry. When you lower standards across the board, it becomes systemic. It becomes throughout the entirety of the system. You have people where the qualifications, I would say, just humbly questionable. You know, did they get through because we had to check a box for what we needed? And so to have an accident like this, it doesn't mean that's what it's from.
No, of course it doesn't.
Again, I'm not speculating of that, but
hard to know.
But when you start to have issues, you've had professionals warning us that we'll see this more in the airline industry, we'll see this more in the medical field, we'll see this more in automotive, that if you keep these sort of standards where it's not about the best people, it's about the people that check the right boxes, you're going to have more catastrophic errors.
You brought up something that I had forgotten about, and that is, was it the Butler basketball team? Oh, it was Gonzaga.
It was Gonzaga
That's what it
that
was.
almost had their plane hit on the runway just a couple of weeks ago.
Flying to Los Angeles for a game against UCLA, and again, it was caught on a surveillance camera and the near miss.
They landed, and the runway that they were on, that they were directed to continue on, you then hear the tower have to tell them to stop because another plane comes right through the area, and had they continued, that plane would have hit their plane. Yeah. On the ground, but it's still going to cause the big explosion. I mean, it's still jet fuel and things going 100 miles an hour. So yeah, you do wonder if what we've been warned about is now we're starting to see the fruits of that horrible labor.
Unfortunately, it does seem like it. But again, we don't know.
No, this is all very early in the investigation of what has gone on with this thing. And it's again, first light, when you can see the search crews out there and seeing what they're bringing in, it's awful.
It is, for sure. And as we continue through the day and more details become available, we'll definitely share those with you. And just keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers. I saw another piece of video. It was from WUSA, which is a TV station up in the D.C. area. And there was a man whose wife was on that flight.
Hamad Raza.
Oh, my gosh. Ugh. And his wife had texted him and said, we're 20 minutes from landing. And that's it.
And
that's all.
And he told the local news that he was praying that his wife is pulled from the Potomac River.
Mm-hmm.
That's really hard.
It just tears your heart out. Absolutely tears your heart out.
You can see the wreckage out there now that it's first light.
It's unbelievable.
If you're watching on any one of the news stations, you can see where that thing is. It's not in deep water, but it's submerged.
So Sean Duffy, on first day in his job.
Welcome to Transportation Secretary, Mr. Duffy.
But you know what? And maybe this will sound terrible. I don't know. I'm at least glad we have someone that I feel like will be competent in their position, because
you're going to test them quick.
Yes, you are. And you'll know very quickly if he's able and up to the job, because the man that held the position prior was not.
No, and we can go through the litany of issues that occurred between train derailments and issues with planes and delays and everything else. And
racist bridges.
Yeah, racist bridges. We have to watch out for that, because they're just so racist, so very racist. It's like you when you look in the mirror, so famous, so very famous.
All the time.
Could you imagine you start off your new career with, we have an airline accident and it looks like we're going to have 40, 50, 60 plus people that have passed in this. All right, get on it. Find out what happened. And by the way, it also involves a military aircraft.
That's right. And you got all kinds of, and you're going to have, so many government agencies needing to work together. We'll see how they navigate this, because this is the first test of the new Trump administration. And I expect they're going to cooperating and work well together. Christy Nome talked about the Coast Guard's ships that were out there. They have those in the Potomac, the watercraft to be out there and assist in the search and rescue. The Coast Guard is an amazing organization and will be a key ingredient to pulling things out.
For those of you that are listening and you haven't got a chance to see any of this imagery, it looks like scrap metal in the water.
It does.
Like these things hit at probably such a velocity that there's nothing resembling a plane that's sitting in there.
No, you're right. Because probably what you think of, at least my initial, it's funny you bring that up, my initial thought, and I don't know why, because it doesn't make any sense when you lay it out the way you did. It doesn't make any sense. But my first thought was a plane sitting on the water like the jet that landed in, that they made the movie about.
Yes.
What's his name?
On the Hudson, Sully.
Yeah, Sully on the Hudson. That's the picture I had in my head.
That's easy to do, by the way.
What's that?
Land in the water.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yes, of course, like Sully did. Of course.
Don't mean to crap on Sully this early in the morning, just pointing out that any accomplished pilot or Microsoft simulator operator could do that. Okay, but with that being said, yes, you're imagining playing in the water. Yeah. This thing is torn apart.
It's not anything like that. Like Lo said, scrap metal. That's what it looks like.
Just twisted accident.
Every which way.
Yeah, it's awful. Imagine if you saw a car on the highway going 80, hit somebody, and you're like, that doesn't look like a car anymore. That's what this plane looks like.
So again, 7:30, about 15 minutes from now, is when the next update will come from DC officials about this mid-air collision between again American Airlines flight jet and then a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. It's hard to wrap your head around. Yesterday, Donald Trump signed the Laken Riley bill, which is a really good thing. It basically says if a person is a criminal here illegally, you can get them, you can arrest them, you can do whatever it takes to round them up. Laken Riley's mother was there, and I want you to hear from her because it will stop you in your tracks. This is right after the bill was signed.
We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word. We trust that he will fight for the American people. Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without his sacrifices, Laken's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Laken again.
Telling you, man, it puts the biggest lump in my throat because I'm a father, and I cannot imagine what this woman has went through. I can't grasp the pain, the suffering, and then when I see people like Selena Gomez crying these crocodile tears about people being deported, and then I look at Laken Riley's mom, who has suffered because of the failures of this federal government to secure the borders, to protect American citizens like Laken Riley. It stops me in my tracks. I go from absolute lump in my throat, hard time speaking, to fury. I get so angry because that young woman should have the rest of her life to live.
There's a part of me that wants to look at this as like a moment of pride, but how can you? Because it's so tragic.
That's exactly right, man.
But it took a young woman in Athens, Georgia, to create the tipping point by which this country said enough is enough with this open border. And that's unfortunate that it took the potential wife down the road, the potential nurse down the road, the woman who probably would have raised her own family. It took all of that to go away for us to say enough is enough. Let's lock this thing down. And to hear Joe Biden tell you he didn't have the power to do it, and then we have it playing out right in front of us that there was always the power. This was a conscious decision. I hope the Democrats don't win an election for the next decade because of this. Because Laken Riley is the name behind it, but a lot of this goes back to all the fentanyl deaths and all the people that have had their own tragedies. There was a woman who posted the other day where her car had been smashed. It was sitting out in the driveway, and it was a drunk driver and illegal. And he then got out and ran off. And they were able to curtail him. They were able to lock him down. But now she was saying he doesn't have insurance, and now I have to figure out how to pay for this, and I can't. But Lakin's a tough part, but it's like this is systemic throughout all of society of the damage these people have done, and we were willing to allow it to happen because of the previous administration.
And Lakin is the extreme, right? That's the extreme. That's probably the
name
worst.
that causes us to say enough is enough.
That's the worst of the worst. But the story you described, that could happen to you on Georgia 400.
Absolutely.
That could happen to you on I-20.
100%.
That could happen to you every day, and it not be something that is, I know, life-changing. I guess it is life-changing, but not in the way of like losing your daughter.
Yeah, that's alpha number one. And I think that's the part, Tug. It took that for us to finally say enough.
You could be suffering the same things. We talk about this all the time. You talk about because you got some things going on, with
we're making some life changes.
Yes, life changes. I don't want to share too much. You share what you want to.
We're trying to move into another school district for our daughters. Yeah.
And so you talked about, man, we usually keep this much in the bank. That way we don't have a bunch of debt.
Yep.
But with what we're doing, that's going to it'll be thinner.
It'll be thinner. It'll be more concerning.
That's exactly right. Until like May.
And imagine if I then have to deal with somebody like an illegal that does something crazy around me, and I'm like, oh my God.
And this is a family, and you and your wife and your children that do things the right way, that are productive members of the American fabric of society, and then to be put in a situation where someone who should not be here to begin with, good person, bad person, doesn't matter, someone that shouldn't be here, to cause your family to go into some sort of financial dire straits is not right.
And again, that's not anywhere near as extreme as Lake and Riley.
But I think that's more relatable.
But I think what has gone on is that more people have experienced something along those lines, or they've experienced the person they know who died of a fentanyl overdose. Somebody who was maybe going through problems in their family, might be an addict, and then they got the wrong dose, and this stuff came across, manufactured in China, came through America, brought over here by coyotes, and it killed somebody because at $100,000 a year, it's going to touch quite a bit of us at some point.
I don't know someone directly, but I know a family who knows a family.
Yes.
That falls into that same exact category, and it's fentanyl.
Yeah.
And you're racking your brain. I didn't even know the kid. I didn't know the kid personally. But I know the family that knows the family, and he's like, you would not believe what they're going through. And you're right, I can't imagine. But it's so real. It's not like it's way off somewhere else. It's in Atlanta, Georgia. Specifically, this was in Roswell. This is what we're talking about. This is why it matters. It doesn't have to be as extreme as Lake and Riley. It could be something like we described with Los and the family that you described, or the one that I just talked about in Roswell.
What we have is we have a triangle that's going on in Atlanta of communities, and typically what they were using is certain drugs. Now they're laced with fentanyl. So now they're dealing with these random deaths from teenagers and young people. And a lot of it just gets buried, put on the back burner because no one wants to make the administration or anybody look bad who was previously allowing this stuff to happen.
Or moving forward, nobody wants to be the bad guy. Because Donald Trump they're trying to make him out to be the bad guy, and we're like, we're done with that. That's exactly right. A small percentage of the country still says he's the bad guy, but you know better. We know better. When we come back on Extra 106.3, RFK, for all of his past faults, is on a mission to put an end to what you and your family suffer from. Next on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer.
And Clippers star Norman Powell misspoke at a pregame ceremony on Martin Luther King Day, honoring the civil rights hero. Quote, I want to thank everybody for coming out and celebrating the life of Martin Luther Cream. End quote. He jarringly said. Powell then scored 27 in the loss to the Bulls. And, of course, social media was kind to Norman about the mistake. Or I have a cream, one social media user said. And another uttered, is that a new Ben & Jerry's flavor?
Okay.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Why shop for Valentine's Day at D. Geller & Son Jewelers? Because you don't want to end up like shouldn't have case number 735.
Hey, sweetheart, I got you something for Valentine's Day.
Oh.
I went in a new direction this year. I think you're going to love this. Go ahead, open it.
Oh, wow. A new vacuum.
Not just any vacuum. This thing has a 500-watt motor, comes with multiple attachments, and it has 4 suction modes. So you'll never have to sweep again.
Wow, honey, you really shouldn't have.
A vacuum might save her from sweeping, but jewelry from D. Geller & Son will sweep her off her feet. This Valentine's Day, give a treasure, not a chore, with a beautiful piece of jewelry from D. Geller & Son. Like diamond hoops starting at $875, tennis bracelets starting at $15.15, and diamond studs starting at just $190. With Atlanta's best quality and value in hand-picked diamonds, engagement rings, everyday jewelry, and more, you can take the risk out of shopping this Valentine's Day at D. Geller & Son, making her sparkle, not her floors, since 1939. In Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. Here are your headlines for Thursday, January 30th, 2025. A passenger jet, an American Airlines jet with 60 passengers and 4 crew members aboard, ended up colliding with an American Army helicopter over at Ronald Reagan Airport near Washington, prompting a large search and rescue operation in the nearby Potomac River. An Atlanta woman is dealing with something that is insane. A $20,000 water bill after reporting for months of a water leak. Also, from the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks got some bad news as their season starts to fall apart. Jalen Johnson, their forward's going to miss the remainder of the season. He has a torn labrum in his left shoulder. He will have surgery and, again, miss the remainder of the season. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina from Extra 106.3.
7 o'clock hours brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call, vansantlaw.com. So yesterday, the fireworks were taking place, and we told you about 10 o'clock was when the RFK nomination process was going to be in front of the Senate, and it was like nothing that I've ever seen. It was even more explosive than I expected it to be, and it was all about the Democrats defending Big Pharma, something that I would have never in my lifetime thought that I would see. And sure enough, they had turned on the man that had been a Democrat for life, the most famous Democrat family in the history of American politics, and they turned on him like a pit viper, and it was crazy. I think RFK Jr. solidified the deal with how he handled everything.
It felt like Bizarro World.
It did.
because you recognize there's a legacy Democrat who comes from the most famous name in all of the party. And this is a guy who had helped clean up pollutionists. He went after big industry, cleaned up the issues of what they were causing, attacked them. And then, as he tells the story, because of the pollution aspect and what he was able to prove that it was doing to those local communities, mothers started coming to him and saying, look what's going on with foods and vaccines. And that's how he got involved in this. So you're talking about an attorney who is trying to do right by society, and now that he's encroaching in an area that's a sacred cow, even the Democrats turned on a Kennedy.
And you saw Elizabeth Warren, who's taken $1.2 million in big pharma money, asking if he was going to
Are you going to sue the vaccine makers?
Exactly right, man. It was one of those gotcha questions, or tried to be a gotcha question, and it just backfired in her face. She looked unhinged. She looked out of place. She looked outmatched, and she was.
I want you to hear this piece of audio. Now, this is going to be Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and he's giving you the overlaying theme of what he's trying to do. And he's pointing out, we have a problem in this country with our health. We have an issue where we're now falling behind the rest of the world in life expectancy.
And before you get to this, everybody knows that. That's not a secret. That's not a partisan thing.
We now have a society where it has become more important and more accepted to plug yourself with a product that was made for people that are fighting diabetes in the interest of losing weight. And when you start seeing the fallout of that, it's just, well, okay, bone density issues, that just happens to some people, whatever. That's a good thing you dropped 10 pounds. That is a crazy amount of thinking. But we're in a time period where people, if they're trying to eat healthy, even that is difficult to do because you don't know what's been all put in your products. So I want you to take a listen to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talking about chronic disease.
President Trump has asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. And I'm
is that the only reason why you're at HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS to address that one issue?
President Trump has asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that. And that is what I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying, and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking. Our 60% increase in Medicaid over the past 4 years is the biggest budget line now, and it's growing faster than any other. And no other nation in the world has what we have here. No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. We had, during COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in a country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the world. And when CDC was asked why, they said it's because Americans are the sickest people on earth. The average person who died from COVID, American, had 3.8 chronic diseases. This is an existential threat economically, to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
So let me get this straight. A Republican president went to a lifelong Democrat and told him, you have experience in taking on these big industries and cleaning it up. I want you to do it for my administration. And when he agreed to it, the Democrat Party decided to ostracize him.
He became a pariah.
That's a wild way of thinking. For an issue that should be bipartisan, that we all agree there's problems going on in American health, and we need to get to the bottom of them. Like, I still think about the French doctor, and his name escapes me because now we're 5 years removed. But when it was the early part of 2020, and COVID was starting to move around the world, and it was going to do what it's going to do. You can't stop a virus from moving around the world. He said the Americans are going to have a big problem with this. And when they asked him why, he says, because they're the most unhealthy, large-scale population in the world.
How about that senator that asked, is that the only reason you're here?
Is that the to deal with chronic disease?
Okay, let's say it is. Let's say that's the only thing he tackles.
What if that's your only calling that you have in your life?
That's a pretty good one.
It's a pretty good reason.
And a pretty big one that the American public faces. He talked about the expense. He talked about the number of people. that died during COVID because they were unhealthy, not because COVID killed them.
3.8 comorbidities on average for the people that died during COVID. They had long-term issues, and COVID was what ended up finishing them off.
But how ignorant, I don't know another word to use. How ignorant does that senator sound by just asking that question?
Because when you're talking about people that are using that as a platform, this is how they're going to secure more donations. I'm going to show you that I'm in charge. That's where I think the grandstanding looks so bad yesterday.
Oh, my God. Her and Elizabeth Warren, all of them, really.
It looks so bad to grandstand on American health and to be the protector of maybe Robert F. Kennedy Jr. might go after some of these manufacturers and keep them from putting red dye that causes cancer in your food. I can't have that.
Putting my foot down here.
And I thought one of the things he brought up, and I appreciated this, and again, I take about 30% of what he says and I go, I'm with that. The other 70, I'd take it or leave it, because I really hope he's not right about Wi-Fi.
Right.
Because I love me some Wi-Fi. I love me some Wi-Fi, okay? That's where I'm at. But when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. starts talking about his laundry list of things he's brought up and how it's proven to be correct, and him talking about the studies he cited, when he talked about his view of the COVID vaccine, about the inability for the vaccine to prevent transmission or acquisition, he said he had looked at the studies that they had done on monkeys in 2020. And he was like, I was called a conspiracy theorist. When he talked about red dye and how it causes cancer and how years later the FDA has now removed it in the last month from our food products, he was like, I was called a conspiracy theorist. Just because you're ahead of the curve does not make you a conspiracy theorist. Maybe you just happen to take the time to pay attention.
And we're right about it the whole time. But think about how many times people like you and I have been called conspiracy theorists over the last 3 or 4 years. And look how many times it turned out we were right. Lab leak.
Oh, my record is looking really good.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel like we're each 17-2.
It's almost like a badge of honor these days to be called a conspiracy theorist. That just means you're paying attention these days.
It just means you have an opinion, and oftentimes it's not what you're being fed.
It's outside the narrative, outside the mainstream.
You are willing to venture down roads that may not make you popular. And in his case, in Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s case, a lot of his opinions have made him so wildly unpopular because, if true, they threaten the very fabric by which these people get paid.
You know who don't care about what those senators were saying and the people protecting Big Pharma were saying? The hundreds of mamas that were lining the halls of the Capitol that didn't get a whole lot of press. It came up once in a while. I saw it pop up on social media a few times, and they would just show the lines of mothers that were there just to be there to show their support for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And I know the argument. The argument is that this is much more diagnosed. But I will tell you that when I was growing up, I didn't know one person who was autistic.
Me either.
All right, I know plenty now.
I've got a nephew and a niece.
So when you hear about the 1 in 100,000, the 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 64, I ask the question, I don't think this is better observational medicine. What are we doing that's causing this stuff?
Which is what RFK says, too.
And not even to blame it on a vaccine. Like, I'll put that on the table. What are we putting in our bodies that's causing this to happen, perhaps even in the womb? You know,
yes.
And that's his entire point of his time that he was testifying. It's we need to ask these questions and use good science to get some ideas and get to the bottom of it. Not that we need to ban certain products or we need to say that this is the end-all, be-all, this is the reason why it's happening, but we need to get to a point where science is asking questions like, why do we have such an explosion of these chronic diseases?
Who could be against finding out that answer?
Big Pharma.
Well, yeah,
and Democrats that are
yes, right.
But by the way, there's the Lindsey Grahams of the world, there's Mitch McConnells of the world that are just as protected by these people.
Yeah,
it's not just them.
No.
They just weren't outright pointing it out in the way that the Democrats were.
That's why I just said, who could be against it? Because it is on both sides.
Yeah, Raphael Warnock was like, I'm not voting for him because he didn't talk about prices or protecting against explosion in prices. Raphael was never going to.
Did you see Nicole Shanahan?
And I totally dug it. Please tell the audience about what she put it out
So the former running mate for RFK when he was still running for president, she said, Raphael Warnock, I was a fool This is just me kind of summarizing, which I don't have the tweet in front of me, but she basically said I was fooled because I supported you. I got the rural vote out. I spent the money to help you get elected, and I was wrong because RFK is not going to get Raphael Warnock's vote. And she said, I will never help you again, and I'm angry that I did. But something tells me with the video that she posted the night before, those that oppose RFK will find a primary with a whole lot of money behind it. And Raphael Warnock, you're going to be one of them.
This really should be a 70-30 vote. You know, you're going to lose some Republicans, and that sucks, and primary the hell out of that.
Good.
But you should have more people. You are asking a Democrat who believes at a certain point when it came to climate change, he looked at what happened during COVID and the lockdowns and was like, well, it's good for climate change. Okay, that's a crazy view of things.
Nuts. Yes,
that's
absolutely.
a nutty view of things.
Crazy.
And this is who Donald Trump is saying he should run Health and Human Services because of what we need right now. And they're not going to vote for one. This is one of their own.
I love the fact.
Nothing makes more sense.
No, of course it. Absolutely right. And these are the same people, by the way, that told you every day, the people that are opposing RFK right now in the Senate in this confirmation hearing, those are the same people that told you every day, I work with Joe Biden all the time, man. He is sharp as a tack. Can't get nothing by him. He outworks me every day.
I'm sorry to giggle.
Yeah, well, but it's the truth. You have to giggle because it's so absurd that they would say that about Joe Biden. And then when a guy that really wants to help America become more healthy, nah, can't have that.
If I felt good about it, it's that when you pointed out the betting markets.
Oh, yeah, 75%.
Feel like RFK is going, and I thought this, as much as a battle that Pete Hegseth was, I felt like RFK was going to be a big one. But with his performance yesterday,
nailed it.
I thought he did a really good job of coming across as he's a Democrat. He's looking to help the country, and he's being put in there by a Republican president. That's all he's presenting.
If nothing else, it should paint the picture of what conservatives will do to better America, including partner with the other side, and then what the other side will do to prevent losing their power and their wealth.
How much of a comedy is it that Donald Trump is willing to partner with a Democrat, a legacy Democrat, when it comes to this, because that's better than partnering with some establishment Republicans.
And he even joked about it. Remember before the confirmation hearing started when he did this speech, I think the day before, and he was like, you know, he's not crazy about oil. I love oil.
Yeah, he told, I'm not going to have him interfere with drilling.
I got to keep him away from that because he doesn't like it. But that's the deal, right? They're going to agree and disagree on things, and that's okay.
But you're good at this, and I need you.
That's exactly right. When we continue on Extra 106.3, Elizabeth Warren has had it. And to be honest, I've had it with her. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Big injury loss for the Atlanta Hawks as Jalen Johnson is out for the season. Johnson will have surgery on his right shoulder to repair his labrum. Jalen was having a career year after signing a $150 million contract in the offseason. He's averaging 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. A huge loss for a team currently on a 6-game losing streak. And Atlanta United bring back club legend Miguel Almiron for a $12 million fee from English club Newcastle United. Almiron was critical in winning the 2018 MLS Cup for Atlanta in their second season. For Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Joe Virgin.
The EQE electrifies the essence of Mercedes-Benz values. Leadership in user-friendly technology and earth-friendlier power satisfies passengers alike, and the seamless confluence of craftsmanship and innovation that make the iconic grille stars shine. Get an exceptional offer on the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan. Just $499 per month for 36 months with $66.43 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through January 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Are you tired of dealing with loud, ugly, drafty garage doors? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Now is a great time to upgrade with brand new, efficient, quiet, and beautiful garage doors. Your garage door is the biggest opening in your home, which is why it's such an important part of your home's curb appeal and energy efficiency. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078. Get started today by visiting us at allfourseasonsgarages.com.
The Atlanta Braves giveaways for this season are here, and you don't want to miss this lineup. Bobbleheads feature Chris Sale and Marcell Ozuna, presented by Delta, and a throwback bobblehead featuring Chipper Jones from the 2000 All-Star Game, presented by SeatGeek. Fans can also look forward to collectibles like the 1995 World Series replica ring and red home jersey giveaways presented by Coke, and a replica of Truist Park, perfect for your office. Visit Braves.com/promos to purchase your tickets today.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. The civilian world can be confusing, and veterans do not need to journey through it alone. When you reach out to the Warrior Alliance, we will guide you to the best-in-class resources that can lead you toward renewed purpose after serving our nation. Find out why thousands of warriors have found success after service after engaging with the Warrior Alliance. For assistance, go to thewarrioralliance.org or call 404-210-1776.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPsETC.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. With daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with the Morning Extra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3. And catch all of Neil's commentary on the Extra app.
Earlier, we played you the audio of Laken Riley's mother speaking after the Laken Riley Act was signed into law. And we talked about the importance of it, why it matters. We talked about the extremes of having someone murdered like Laken's family did. And then to just car accidents. And Los brought up a family in Texas that were in a car accident with an illegal immigrant. They get out and run. Of course, they were caught. But it really just opened up the conversation for that could happen to any of us. It doesn't have to be a horrendous murder. It can be something as simple as a car crash, and it change everything for you.
Everybody knows someone with something.
That's right, and put you in financial ruin or financial dire straits. And then that led us to the fentanyl conversation. And Gary's in Villa Rica wants to add to that, 404-741-1230. Gary, what's up, bud? How are you?
I'm doing well. Hope you are, too. I'll make this quick. 2023, June, our friends live in Bremen. Their son died in his mother's arms from fentanyl overdose.
Oh, my God.
3 months later, his 60-year-old mother's heart stopped while she was sleeping. Doctors told her husband and her mother and her children and her grandchildren that she died from a broken heart.
Oh, my God. Those...
Funeral.
Yeah, that's...
At her funeral, there were well over 200 people at the funeral, and from that one fentanyl overdose, that many people were affected. Her entire family, her work family, her friends were all affected by one bad decision.
That's exactly right, Gary.
And considering that we're losing 100,000 Americans a year from this scourge, it's the reason why everybody knows some story of someone. Everybody does.
That's exactly right. I told the story of a friend who they lost their son, late teens. It's horrifying what was allowed to happen in the United States of America. It's not just about the criminal, illegal aliens. It's about the everyday Americans that are affected by them. And the fact that there is a small minority of people that are pushing back, saying, no, we don't need to deport these people, is insane. it goes against common sense. It goes against just regular everyday judgment. It flies in the face of everything that makes sense.
But for me, and I know I'm looking at this maybe a little differently than other people, because people get caught up in the, hey, here's a video of a guy being taken down at a Burger King, and I'm like, hell yeah, all right. Sorry, you got to go. I'm cruel like that. I get it. But I'm also looking at this as this multifaceted approach where the more wall you build, because remember, walls don't work until they do.
Yeah, right.
The more wall you build, the harder it makes. What you're trying to do is you're trying to aid our people down on the border and taking care of this stuff. And this is a multi-pronged attack. It's similar to how when Donald Trump is flooding the zone with different executive orders and different things he's proposing. This is multifaceted. We need to get rid of the criminals in our cities. We need to get rid of the illegals that are burdening our system. At the same time, we need to secure our border so that fentanyl is not getting in here as easily. Because it's going to get in here regardless. There's going to be an urge for this stuff. But how do we get it to the point where it's not as prevalent as it is in the last several years?
Right. There will be an urge and desire, and there will be people that doesn't matter. They're going to do what they're going to do.
If you haven't heard,
addiction is
real.
real.
The fentanyl is just a compound that is being cut into drugs so that the high doesn't last as long, so you need to buy more. It's a profit maker is what it is. It's not like people are taking fentanyl to have fentanyl. They're taking drugs that have fentanyl cut into them.
And when you read about fentanyl, if you go down that rabbit hole, it goes down to weed, which nowadays weed is, oh, man, everybody's fine. It's fine. Just smoke weed, whatever. And I don't feel that way, but that's kind of the cultural shift that has happened in America. It got me on a reading rabbit hole where now they're seeing fentanyl show up at places that are run by government agencies to sell legal weed. You know, that medicinal, whatever the situation is. I read about a distributor, what are they called? A place where you can go buy medical marijuana, where you get your card and you go in. That they're finding fentanyl even in that when it's government controlled, and it's still showing up.
It is being cut into all sorts of products that people use recreationally so that they use more recreationally.
Dispensary is what I was looking for.
If I could create a situation, let's just say that I'm Los the apple grower. I've got a whole bunch of apples. I got apple trees, and this is what I do. If I could find a chemical to put on my apples where you wanted to eat 3 apples a day rather than 1, I'm winning.
Sign me up.
Okay, that is the same course of action with what these people are doing with these manufacturers of these illegal drugs. They are finding ways to cut fentanyl in, and the scary part about it is they make an error, it will kill you.
And
if there's too much, it will kill you.
There's not people calling in about instances like Lake and Riley, where it is just a horrendous murder that makes national headlines. But there are people calling in and reaching out on social media about these fentanyl overdoses because it touches a nerve, because everybody knows somebody. We used to say that when it was cancer, right? Everybody knows somebody or has been affected themselves. Now you can say the same thing about fentanyl. How awful is that? Because that's something that you should be able to control. At the border, if you have operational control of the border, there should be some. I'm not saying nothing gets in. I'm not trying to pretend.
No, it's not magic.
Yeah, right. But you would think at least you could control the most of it. The Biden administration, not trying to look backwards all the time, but you can't help. You have to include that in the conversation because that put us where we are. They chose. It was an absolute choice. They chose not to pay attention to it and chose to allow it to happen.
Looking forward, 2025, you're going to see what your data is going to be on what you're stopping at the border. Now that you've closed it off, at least now that you're defending it to a certain extent, we're going to see what the numbers are going to be. Okay, when you get those numbers, we're going to find out just how much damage we did versus the previous 4 years when we just said, doors open, let's see what comes in here. Let's see what kind of drugs and everything else we can get through this border. And so at least we'll have a baseline of what can we do when we focus on doing anything, not just something, when we start doing anything in order to deal with this problem.
10,000. That was at its worst. There were 10,000 people a day coming unvetted across the border under the Biden administration. In 10 days, 7, 8, 9 days, there's less than 600 that are just showing up at the border. Joe Biden could have done something from the get-go. He knew it. His administration knew it. Everybody knew it. But now, even if you denied it, even if you said, well, they scrapped the law that they were trying to pass in the Congress and the Senate, even if you believe that, now 9 days later, you've been proven wrong. And if you believe it now, you're choosing to be willfully ignorant because the proof is in front of your face. 10,000 down to less than 600.
I have a question for good, sweet, clean Joe, the keeper of the great mustache. Joe, are you familiar with muling?
Yes.
And not that you have, but I mean, times might get tough. So muling, if you're not aware, is when they use people to traffic drugs across the border. Now, the most efficient way for a lot of times was find American citizens on this side of the border. They would travel, go pick up the drugs, and bring them over to a desired area. What started to happen is it became more efficient to have people that were walking across this border illegally
just tote it,
to just make them tote it. It was better for the bottom line to, rather than have to pay this American who expects to be taken care of in a certain amount of money, just stick it on the back of one of these people that are going to be allowed in anyway. So muling drugs into this area, this is part of, and again, the cartels will adapt. That's how it's going to be. Yeah. But imagine how easy it was that instead of having to get, Amanda, who works over in El Paso, to come across the border, grab a bunch of bricks and take them back across and hide them in order to get there. Now, I just stick it on Dave's back and let him walk across the border unbothered.
You would have to think the cartels are like, hang on.
Is it this easy, really?
It cannot be this easy.
Yes, it is.
But you would think if you're on that side of it until you're proven wrong, you're like, there has to be a setup. It can't be this easy.
4 years of that easy.
It's unbelievable.
That's how we got so much of this crap here.
I didn't know what muling was for a long time. Where I learned Sound of Freedom, that movie.
Ah, okay.
Because they talk about mules taking, people.
Yes. Now, if you ever hit a tough time,
yeah,
you never need to go ahead and make those college notes. You got to pay for that stuff. Muling is coming back.
I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, right, because the border shut down.
That's right.
Cartels
They're going to need, El Paso Tug to mule some drugs.
Trump is using every resource at his disposal to stop violent illegals, including one that Dems forget that Bill Clinton used too. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063.
Somebody just went and built a $125 million house in Aspen. That doesn't matter. What matters is the whining leftist crybabies. How could somebody spend that much money on a house when people can't afford groceries? My God, these people are tiring. I'd just like to get one of them, maybe on the radio, and start asking them questions. Okay, ma'am. It's usually a whiny woman. Sorry, girls. So we built a $125 million house. There's a lot of people involved in building that house. Let's start with the people that prepared the site. These are individuals that went out and bought bulldozers and excavators and dump trucks. They're supporting their family with these things. What do we tell them? Sorry, you don't have this job. There are people that can't afford eggs. And then somebody comes in and pours the foundation. Probably doesn't own his own cement truck, but he works for a company that does. Go get another job, pal. You can't come out here and pour a foundation for an expensive house. There's people that can't afford Brussels sprouts. And on it goes as the house is built. The framing, the building materials, the interior finishing, the floors, the Venetian plaster. All of this is put up by people who are working for a living and supporting their families. No, you can't have that job. There's people that can't afford peanut butter. Probably some pretty expensive fittings, doorknobs, cabinet pulls, whatever. People earn livings making these things. If you can't build a nice house, they don't sell any, they don't have jobs. And then after the house is built, think of the property taxes they pay. Is your single mother of 18 on food stamps going to pay that kind of money in property taxes? Quit the damned whining, people. Stop looking in other people's pockets. Worry about your own. In other words, mind your own damn business. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
No one plans on going to jail, but at A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. That's the driving force behind everything we do. If you or a loved one has been arrested across town or across the country, you need help now. A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast with bondsmen throughout Atlanta to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Trump has done many things to help to correct the disastrous efforts of Joe Biden. Chief among them is shutting down the border.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
This is a Fox News alert. No one survived in the mid-air crash near Washington, D.C. I'm Dave Anthony.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation.
After an all-night search in the frigid waters of the Potomac River, where both the American Airlines regional jet and the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter it collided with went down after an explosion.
We have recovered 27 people from the plane and 1 from the helicopter.
Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Donnelly. There were 3 soldiers on the helicopter, 64 people on the plane that's now in 3 pieces in the water.
This is devastating. It's we are all hurting incredibly.
That's American Airlines CEO Robert Isom. The flight was coming in from Wichita, Kansas. Some of the passengers were members of the U.S. figure skating team. The organization put out a statement that the athletes, coaches, and family members were returning from a development camp following U.S. figure skating championships in Wichita. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says they're trying to figure out what went wrong, why they collided on a clear night.
This was not unusual with a military aircraft flying the river and aircraft landing at DCA.
The plane was just about to land at the time. President Trump posted on Truth Social, "It's a bad situation that looks like it could have been prevented." This was hours after the president signed his first bill since returning to the White House, the Laken Riley Act, named for the Georgia woman murdered last year by a man in the U.S. illegally. The law expands the ability to deport illegal immigrants charged with various crimes. Now, President Trump also says as immigration raids continue nationwide, arresting people here illegally who've committed crimes, he's going to send some to Guantanamo.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people.
Hamas has set 8 more hostages free from Gaza as part of a ceasefire. The first one was an Israeli soldier, then 2 Israeli civilians, and 5 residents of Thailand. America's listening to Fox News.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Xtra 1063. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra on Xtra 1063. It's been a crazy morning, obviously, with what happened late last night. The aircraft that collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter is the story of the day. Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, just confirmed yesterday, first full day on the job. And this is what he is dealing with. And he's doing a press conference right now, started at 7:30. They're basically saying we do not expect any survivors. It's a sad, very sad story. We told you of a man that was waiting at the airport to pick up his wife. Got a text, we're 20 minutes out. The aircraft has the collision, and now they're saying no survivors expected. And that's for so many reasons. Obviously, the impact itself, the fireball, if you've seen the footage, and then anybody that may have survived into the cold Potomac River just not going to make it. So far, I've read that they've pulled 27 bodies from the Potomac, and at least one military member, I heard in a Fox News update where they had draped his body with the American flag. Just a tragic, tragic story to start the day here on Thursday.
We got a chance to talk about it to open up a 7 o'clock hour because that's when we had first light in that D.C. area, and you could then see what's going on in the Potomac. As you alluded to earlier, this happened just before 10 o'clock last night. And it was, okay, here's a handful of images. Let's see what we find. Maybe there'll be some survivors because they were, when you look at the flight path, they were so close to the airport. This was the final descent in. And at some point, if you just look at the radar signatures, that plane and that military Black Hawk helicopter some point didn't recognize one another. There's something very weird about how this occurred because they are on very similar paths for a number of seconds where you would imagine that an agile aircraft like a Black Hawk would make an adjustment if it was aware that there was a plane out there at the same elevation and on the same path.
Donald Trump even alluded to it in his post on Truth Social that's been shared across the social media platforms now. Everybody's probably seen it. And he asked the same question. Why, if you're the Black Hawk, why don't you move up? Why don't you move down? Why don't you move out of the way? He goes, you're so agile. And we don't know the answer to that. I guess it doesn't really do us any good to speculate as to who, what, when, where, why. They'll have to investigate it. They'll have to figure it out.
Long investigation. This is going to be, it's just, there's something that feels like again, all these people are, it looks like there's not going to be any survivors and they don't expect any. But when you're talking about your moments from landing, it's you're right there. I mean, the Potomac, we're talking about you're 30 seconds from being on the ground.
I'm reflective by nature. It's just part of who I am.
And I hate flying, so that's why it bothers me even more.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. I have no fear of flying. I never have. And this doesn't change.
You have a fear of boating.
No,
which is really weird
is odd
for Aquaman.
Yeah, to have been in the Navy.
I know. I texted my friend who lives in D.C., Henry, and he lives like 6-7 miles from where the crash happened, kind of directly north of the Potomac River where the crash happened. I go, did you hear the explosion last night? That was crazy. And he goes, yeah, dude, I thought a bomb went off.
Holy
cow. Imagine that big of a bang with that miles per hour between the two.
6 or 7 miles away, you hear it. It's so loud. That's
north of the National Mall.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. It's hard to wrap your head around this. Like, how does it happen? Why does it happen? But it does. It makes me so reflective, and I can't help but want to call my wife and tell her I love her. I want to call my son, tell him I love him. It's little stuff like this that is so jarring to me that I so mourn with those people that have lost the most precious things in their lives, and that is the people around them, the people that they love and the people they care about, because all of it's replaceable. Except you. Yeah, I tell my son this all the time. When he drove away, and we talked about this before because y'all are getting ready to potentially move.
I got a girl who's 14, and all I think about is we're like a year and a half from her being in a car.
The scariest moment that I've ever had in my entire life wasn't in the military. It wasn't taken off on a carrier onboard delivery jet from USS John F. Kennedy or landing on one.
Or getting bin Laden.
Yeah, that wasn't me, but
Just trying to speculate.
Yeah.
Did you know Tug got bin Laden?
It was amazing. You should have seen me. It's
crazy.
I was amazing in action. I can't believe that.
I didn't know he was Operator Tug.
That's right. I can't believe that I don't show up in more of those movies, like All Down and the Bin Laden movie.
But that doesn't bother you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't scare me at all. I have no fear of flying. The scaredest that I've ever been in my entire life, the most scared is probably the correct way to put it in English, was the moment my son backed out a 2015 Jeep Wrangler onto the road by himself.
Oh, God, you had him in a Jeep Wrangler? You were brave.
Yeah, no kidding. With a 2.5-inch lift. And some mud tires. Yes.
A terrible parent.
I know. Awful. The worst.
I just put him in a Pinto.
Yeah, right. But I was so shaken. It was awful. The pit in my stomach, and it wasn't because I didn't trust him. I'd taught him. My wife had taught him. He had been through driving school. He passed all of his exams. He did everything required to be a licensed driver in the state of Georgia. And when he pulled out of that parking lot or our driveway, I felt more helpless than I've ever felt in my entire life.
And that's part of the reason why we're looking to move closer to the high school and everything we're going to look to do. Just because you're trying to reduce risk. And I guess I'm looking at this tragedy, and they're showing from the surveillance video of where it happened. On the flight tracker, it talks about, the plane was cruising at 691 miles an hour at 37,000 feet. Well, it's not at that point. It's on the final descent. Like, it is...
But still, that's 150 miles an hour?
And probably guessing about 2,000 feet in the air. That's why you end up on the airspace of where there's a helicopter. A DC helicopter. It's not weird to see Blackhawks in DC.
Of course not. Of course not. That's the most
DC,
congested
Virginia area. Yeah.
That's the most congested airspace in America. We hear about Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta being the busiest airport in the world, and it is. But the most congested airspace, at least in the United States, and I would bet, I'd put my money on in the world, is the Washington, D.C. area. You have so many military installations, so many federal agencies that use aircraft. Obviously, the commercial industry, it is the most congested airspace in America. Does that excuse this? No.
But it helps explain the scenario.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
It at least helps explain why the situation occurred.
We would hear this, and I'm not trying to make this political, but we would hear this from a number of industry experts who talked about when you start changing the standards by which your FAA is hiring, by which you have the automotive field and the medical field, that you're going to see systemic problems. Now, the talk had been, well, you've reduced some of the standards for pilots. You're going to see more errors, and we haven't seen that. Instead, we've seen what looks to be some sort of air traffic control error. Again, it's speculation, but for what the industry experts told us that we would see this downriver, maybe this is the start of it.
Unfortunately.
Hopefully, it's a thing that changes the standards.
There was a Washington Times article from looks like May of 24, and they talk about what happened prior to that point with the FAA and hiring air traffic controllers, because we already have a shortage of them. That's already something that we know exists.
Yeah, we need more.
Absolutely do, and they need to be trained well.
And by the way, they do have restrictions on how long they can work in the interest of they have to stay alert. So that's why we need plenty more of them.
And then during the Obama administration, they took, of the applicants they got, which I'm sure half are military, because I could have, as an operations specialist in the Navy, I could have transitioned over into air traffic control, because many of the people that I worked with in the Combat Information Center were air controllers. So that's something that I could have done, and I entertained it for a split second. It just wasn't. I was living in Dalton, Georgia, not close to the airport. It just didn't seem like a logical path for me to go down. But the Obama administration took 1,000 qualified applicants and said these people are not diverse enough. So they purged them from consideration, all from the Washington Times. And instead of hiring the folks that were most competent, the ones they purged, they hired people based on their race. Not merit, but on their race. And I don't care what color you are. When I'm landing, when I'm on final descent, I just want to know the person that's in that seat can do the job.
The most competent person you can find.
And this is why. This is why. Because of scary possibilities. And this morning, a really scary reality.
I think about when they talk about heart surgery. And hopefully I'm never having to go down that road or anybody else I know, but it's realistic. It's what happens. People need heart surgery at times. At no point do I believe I'll ever be sitting back and saying, well, tell me about the ethnicity of my surgeon.
Of course not.
Does it fit what works for me?
Who cares?
I'm not even going to care about where they went to school. What I'm going to care about is, I hear they're pretty good.
Did they go to Johns Hopkins or to Vanderbilt?
The fun part is, I will take a Google review more seriously than I will be like, oh, so where did you go? Oh, I've never heard of that college. Can't possibly think you're good at it. That's the issue you run into. You want the most competent people when the biggest stuff is on the line.
It's so clear what needs to happen. So clear. And yet, it's been 4 years, and now we're just now starting to get back to that, where merit matters, where what people do matters, how successful they are in the field that they work matters again.
Meritocracy is not an ugly word.
No. That's what, right. For the past 4 years, it has been.
Is a great word. And I'll be very honest with the audience. I had never heard the word meritocracy until I was, and this was now 9 years ago. First time I'd ever heard meritocracy. It's like, what's meritocracy? And it was, from all people, Tony Romo, now the CBS analyst. And he had gotten hurt during the preseason. I know it's a football story. You love football stories.
Yes, I do.
And he got hurt during the preseason. His backup gets hurt that week as well. And there's a rookie named Dak Prescott that has to take the job. By the time they get to week 11, and now Tony Romo is healthy, Dak Prescott is 10-1 as a starter. And Tony Romo got up in front of the entire assembled Dallas media and said the NFL is it's the ultimate meritocracy, and you earn your spot, you earn your place, and it's his team now.
Dude, that
was the first time I'd ever heard it.
But what a bold thing to say.
Yes.
And talking about being...
like, the best will get the positions.
That's right.
And that's what it should be. And that's how it always should be. And so that's why you strive to be the very best at whatever your field is.
But that's having the courage of your convictions, too. Even when it's not going your way, the best dude needs to play. And right now, it's not me. It's that man. It's Dak Prescott.
That's how he put it.
Dude, that takes cojones,
it's
man.
the first time I'd ever heard the word meritocracy. Like, I knew merit, and I knew instinctively that if you want this, you have to be good at it. You know, I was the guy that when I first started my career, I would grind tape all the time. You know what I've done as my career's gone on? I still grind tape. I go back and listen to things because I'm trying to get better all the time. Dak Prescott was then the better guy, and Tony Romo, as the experienced veteran, was like, that's the dude, he's earned it, it's his job now. Sometimes you have to keep working to stay on top.
Even people who claim it, though, when it hits them in the face, many of them will be like, well, no, I'm not giving up my job. Even though you've said it, even though you've preached about it, even though you say that's the standard that you fall under, it takes courage. It takes a person that is willing to put themselves last, essentially, to say the better man should play, and that's what he did. There's not many people. Look, as much as we talk about it, there's not many people in that position that would do what Tony Romo did.
And let's be adult about this conversation. There are times when meritocracy will not work out for you, where you will have a change that goes on with your company and they downsize and some good people have to go. What I'm telling you is, as long as you strive for meritocracy, there's always going to be somebody else that's like, oh, Jeff's available? Let's go get Jeff.
Yeah,
because Jeff's really good at what he does, and now he's out there in the open. Look, Jeff is an excellent dude. Let's make sure we get him a place here.
It comes down to relationships oftentimes. Sure, there's going to be times that you're the best and you don't get the job. I've had that happen recently. You know, just where there was an opportunity that came up and I was considered, and they go, you know what? Sorry, we're just going a different direction.
Nashville producer, you were going to handle every Jelly Roll record moving forward.
What do you think of that? That would have been great.
And they just decided to go a different direction. That's fine. It happens.
It was a part-time country music gig. It was. And they even told me, they said, you're the guy for the job.
Jelly Roll called you and then said I was wrong.
Would you like to eat a taco with me? Would you like to eat a donut with me? He's a big boy.
I made a mistake, brother.
Yeah. No, but seriously, that's what they told me. They're like, you're the right guy for the job. We can't afford you. Sorry. It's exactly what happened.
Honesty. Thank you.
Yeah, they told me.
And you know why? Because your merit made you more valuable than what they could afford.
That's exactly right. And, it's
a backhanded compliment.
It is, and it sucks. But that's the reason I brought that up is because of the example that you shared. Sometimes meritocracy, when you're the best, it doesn't work out for you.
I don't know.
There's no guarantees ever in life.
No, of course not. But I will say this. I don't know one excellent salesperson that ever goes hungry.
Right. Amen to that. They usually do pretty darn good, too.
They're going to be fine anywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the nature of what happens. When you're good at what you do, there's always going to be somebody else. And yes, you might find yourself in a position where somebody can't afford you, but there's always somebody chasing you. That's the beauty of meritocracy. And so when you see these national tragedies, you start having to ask these questions of, did we have the best people involved? And if we did, and it's just one of those stories, it's crazy, and that's awful.
It's just life, man.
But we should be asking the question when mistakes like this happen.
You have to. You absolutely have to ask the questions. And for the last, I don't know, probably 20 years, people have been afraid to ask the question because it's been off. It's been out of favor. You can't ask that question. I believe that revolving door is coming around to our side.
And by the way, this could also be an inexperienced pilot on the other end when it comes to a Black Hawk helicopter. This is all going to have to be looked at and examined. It doesn't mean the military is without fault. It's when you look at the radar signatures, this is a weird story.
It is.
This is strange how this happened. They're going to have to look at every angle of this thing, and the more answers we're going to get over the next several weeks, more than likely.
But every plane crash has something that makes you go, oh my gosh, what was going on? Because Joe brought up the one that happened in February of 2009 up in Buffalo, New York. Plane is trying to land and they fly into a house. It just doesn't seem like it could be possible.
Well, like Joe brought up the whole Sully story and having to land in the river, having to land in the Hudson. And it didn't take very long to be like bird strike. Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Bird strike, knock out.
No one would have guessed that.
But it was quick. They were like, bird strike, and here's what happened, and here's how they had to make the adjustment. By the way, it's not difficult to land in the river. But
Says the Oracle of Atlanta.
Sometimes you get these sort of stories.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
I'll land you in the river right now.
They are giving you the 28th annual Winter White Sale where you can save $2,000 on a new carrier system. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. When we continue, Trump is doing what he promised mamas he'd do, and his polling reflects their satisfaction in the job. Next on the Morning Extra.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I could never close a deal. I was always a big brother. Well, never mind. Nobody wants to hear that crap. Sorry. I'm sorry. How are you? What's going on in the mountains?
Gay big brother, huh?
Oh, don't worry about Kim.
No, they were...
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
It has been cold. This is the coldest winter I can remember. I mean, right now we're kind of in a warming trend. I think it's going to get up to like almost 60 today, which is trending in the right direction. I love it. But don't forget March. March is always the month in Atlanta that gets us. It always sneaks up on us. So Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they're proud to bring you the 28th annual Winter White Sale. Over 78 years, they've been keeping your home safe, comfortable, and energy efficient. And now's the time to make your home even healthier with a carrier system that provides fresh, allergen-free air and proper ventilation. Take advantage of $2,000 off a carrier product, $2,000 in rebate right back in your pocket. Industry leaders in quality and performance there with Carrier, the best in the business, working with the best in the business. Carrier and Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Do not wait. The Winter White Sale ends at the end of February, so February 28th, and we're 2 days away from February. So you got about a month. Visit centralheat.com or call 770-GET-HEAT.
Yes, because when you get involved, you too can become a White Walker.
What's that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Oh, Tug.
What does that mean?
Game of Thrones?
Oh, I watched the first episode. I haven't watched anything else. I don't know the White Walker is.
I love this game.
I have no idea where. Like,
I'm trying to references that make no sense to Tug. Thank you.
I'm trying to talk about central heating and air conditioning.
Thank you,
talk
Central
about
Heating
White
and Air.
Walkers. I'm like, what is that?
You said it's a white sail, so you can be a White Walker.
Okay.
Walk on in. Be a White Walker.
All right. Okay, if you get it, I didn't. If you get it, then be a White Walker with the winter white sale, like Lo says. Central Heating and Air Conditioning. CentralHeat.com 770-GET-HEAT.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2025. Big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2025 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2025 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2025 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2025 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. The turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Shooting drills. A coach who knows the game can teach their team how to improve, but one who genuinely cares about each player.
You have what it takes. We got this.
Can inspire them to win. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hey, Atlanta's Mark from the Safe House, and now the security riddle of the day. When times get tough, where do you keep your stuff? Answer, in a quality safe from the Safe House, of course. Don't go to a big box store and get a fake safe. That would be as effective as Joe Biden's fake border policy. For over 30 years, the Safe House has been providing the best quality safes on the market. Brands like Browning, Fort Knox, and Champion. And with the largest selection of safes on display in Georgia, we're confident we can help you pick the right safe to fit your needs. So drop by our huge showroom or go to AtlantaSafehouse.com.
So, the doc says I have ED. ED. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's just an abbreviation for a condition so many men have. If I was to be honest, I probably also have a little OCD. I know I have a great HMO. Heck, I even have 3 weeks of PTO. Look, don't let a few letters get you down. If you have ED, there's HELP. Go see Dr. Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He's an ED specialist that will turn your life around PDQ. ED happens to a lot of men as we age. And just FYI, Dr. Deal can give you back the confidence you need to perform on the JOB. So, ready to take the first step? Quit yelling WTF at your little BFF and visit tbtofga.com. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can fix your ED ASAP. And before you know it, you'll be screaming OMG.
I'm getting in the game. The world won't be the same. I'm good to go.
Call 404-777-1911 or visit tbtofga.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. Here are your headlines for Thursday, January 30th, 2025. A passenger jet, an American Airlines jet with 60 passengers and 4 crew members aboard, end up colliding with an American Army helicopter over at Ronald Reagan Airport near Washington, prompting a large search and rescue operation in the nearby Potomac River. An Atlanta woman is dealing with something that is insane. A $20,000 water bill after reporting for months of a water leak. Also, from the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks got some bad news as their season starts to fall apart. Jalen Johnson, their forward's going to miss the remainder of the season. He has a torn labrum in his left shoulder. He will have surgery and, again, miss the remainder of the season. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina from Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com for the winter white sale. Save yourself $2,000 if you need a new carrier system. $20,000 in water bills. So there's no way that can be right. $20,000 water bill.
We had a similar scenario in Florida where we kept getting these crazy like $400 and $500 water bills to a small place that we owned at the time. And we kept telling the city, there's no way. Like, there's got to be a leak. There's no way. And it took until Hurricane Michael came through and we had to gut the whole house. That they were like, oh, we found the leak. Yes, it's under this pipe that's underneath the bottom of the house.
Good
like,
Lord.
okay, thank you.
But I mean, as bad as $300, $400, and $500 water bills suck.
$20,000 is
$20,000.
a whole world of difference.
I read a story. I want to say it was maybe out of New York, and there was a fellow that kept getting his power bill, and it was double what anybody else's was, and it was because the power company somehow was charging him for his apartment and the apartment next to him. And they didn't find it for like 15 years. So this dude's been paying double power bills for 15 years.
The other guy's just thinking to himself, man, I got a grate here. This is awesome.
Man, they didn't even send me a bill. I ain't telling a soul.
I got a friend of mine. It's a long story, but he's affiliated with our volleyball team.
Okay.
And I think it was probably about a year ago. We're over this George World Congress Center. We're up in one of the bars, and he's telling us all about how, like, man, the bartender likes me. He's like, give me free drinks. Give me free drinks. And we're like, Kern, I don't know if they're free. He ends up walking out of there, and it turns out the tab comes, and it was the guy next to us, who was also a friend of ours. We knew him, but he ended up with the entire bill. So the next day, I told him, I was like, dude, it ended up over on this guy's tab.
You should probably go and
I was like, you should
give him his
probably
money
go
back.
talk to him. Well, fast forward a year, he's like, hey, remember when I got all those drinks? They ended up on your tab? I was like, they didn't end up on my tab. They ended up on this dude's tab.
Yeah.
He's like, why didn't you tell me? I was like, I told you. And for a year, whenever you go talk to him and his wife, all they think about is that bill that you ran up on.
Yeah, that you freaking left them hanging with.
So when your apartment, you've been spending, getting this little bonus out of it, you're sitting there thinking, man, the electric company really likes me. No, somebody else is paying for it, dude.
Exactly right. It's always that way. I mean, it's not like just they're like, we're not going to charge you. Man, we're charging everybody else. It's just not you. And no, it
never happens, right?
How dumb do you? Well, dumb.
We like you so much.
They're not dumb at all. How sinister is not the right word.
No, you have to be kind of aloof.
Yes.
You just have to think like, well, I was probably owed this anyway, and they like me so much.
Good things happening to me.
They're taking care of me.
Yay, me.
You're not that level of celebrity, right? Like what you will find, and Joe, take note of this. Keep this in mind as you continue to grow. Write this down. When you don't need stuff is when they're going to give it to you for free.
That's the truth. That is the truth.
Like when you're in your 20s and you're working and you're grinding, nobody's offering you free dinner. Once you kind of get to an established point and you're more comfortable, what'll then happen is everyone throws the doors open to you and it's like, would you like to play free golf? Would you like us to pay for your meal? Would you like a free trip? You're like, where was this 10 years ago?
When I needed it. Now I can actually afford it, although you'll still accept it.
Yes, you'll still feel good about it. But yes, when you reach that celebrity status, that's what the celebrity, like, we might get free golf here and there. They get free, like, massive stuff.
Yeah.
They get, like, goodie bags that are worth, like, $5,000.
Think about it. I mean, you're a guy that keeps up with movies and TV and stage and acting and Broadway. When they go to those award shows.
You know how I know you're gay? Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, they get the goodie bag at the shows.
Yes,
why?
Yeah, they get the goodie bag.
The swag
like,
bags.
you see all the necklaces and watches. Like, if they're wearing a $100,000 watch, it's not their watch. They don't own that. Rolex just gave it to them for the night.
Yeah.
Right, as a rental.
You get these really nice outfits. And, yeah, the more well-known you are, the richer you are, the more free stuff you get.
But now you know, but it works with regular folks, too.
Oh, no, I'm well aware.
Very, very slightly. Not totally different, but the same concept.
I can tell you, because I watch Coach Prime on Prime, because that's how I roll when I'm working out on the
I've
machine.
seen an episode of it.
So Coach Prime, his sons, Shiloh and Shador Sanders, get invited to what is it in Paris, Fashion Week. And they get invited by Gucci. And why did they get invited to model on the stage and walk the stage? Because
of how much press they're going to get.
Because when Deion Sanders showed up over at Colorado and he told everybody, I'm bringing my own luggage, and it's Gucci.
Oh, yeah.
That created a connection, and that opened the door, and they went, we want to market with these guys. So you never know when you get free stuff or free trips or free opportunity because you said the right thing. Central Heating and Air. White Walkers.
Yeah, right. Which I had no idea. Now I do.
Got my
winter is coming.
My membership when it comes around next year.
That's right.
take care of old Los a little bit.
Hit you with a bounce pass.
A little bit.
Just hit you with a bounce pass, maybe. I love it.
I might bring up. There's a pack and load company out there that might need a little bit of love. It might be coming up.
Very soon.
Might want to talk about that one.
I don't know which sales guy you need to talk to. Whoever's got like Georgia Pack and Load or whatever it is, because isn't that the one that Kincaid used to endorse?
Georgia Pack and Load. They do a lot of work with our friend Buck, and the fun part about it, they helped out Brian Hoyt when he moved out of his apartment into his home. His wife and him lived in an apartment for a year to save money to buy their first home. So they really hooked him up. I don't think they're going to hook you up on an entire house, but I'd like to find out.
Right.
But I'd like to find out.
Or a 10% discount. I'll take a 10%. I mean, anything is helpful.
Georgia Pack and Load.
Yeah, seriously.
Move the smart way.
Yeah, is that their tagline?
Yes, of course.
How many times have you heard that over the years? A bunch?
I've read it for years. Whenever I would do the sports updates over on our sister station on The Fan, it was Move the Smart Way of Georgia Pack and Load.
Hard to forget.
GAPackandLoad.com.
Branding works.
Again, I'm not in trouble for. They're an advertiser within the company, right?
I have no idea.
Here.
They have been. I don't know if
they are. They're currently.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know.
For a decade.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm just saying, maybe because they're not on our airwaves doesn't mean that they don't.
They don't exist inside the building because
they need to be.
There is another radio station down the hall. Our 30-year heritage sports station, the best sports station in town, 680 The Fan, and then there's 2-3 networks: Braves Network, Southern Sports Today, Georgia Tech Network.
That's right.
And then official sports talk of the Georgia Bulldogs. So there's a bit of a network there, at least something going on there. I don't know.
I'm just going to look over at the sales staff and look at it.
And just flag them down. Maybe,
Georgia Pack and Load.
That's right. Which one of y'all can take care of Los in case he's moving very, very soon?
We'll get that taken care of.
So Donald Trump ended federal dollars for schools that promote CRT and crazy gender ideology. And this is just another promise made that he's kept. This is on the heels of the report that says 1 in 3 8th graders are functionally illiterate. I reached out to Angela Morabito, who worked in the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos.
She coming by tomorrow?
She is.
Sweet.
We're going to get to talk to her about this because that's actually where I saw the study and the realization that our 8th graders, at least 1 in 3, can't read and write. That should be the most disappointing thing you hear today. Well, I don't know. A lot of disappointment today. A lot of sad news today. One of the many things that will be disappointing today because we spend more on kids in education than any other country in the world, and we're getting less for our money than any other country in the world.
We talked about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the fight for American health. I think what goes right in conjunction with that is what Ted Cruz has brought up, the senator from Texas, that the civil rights fight of our time is getting your kids in the schools that you want them to be. School choice is what it comes down to. That's the simple term of it, school choice. What school do you want to send your kids to? Because your tax dollars are being spent either way. Now, do you get to select based on education, on convenience, whatever it is, it's your choice. And so if there's anything we can do from an executive order and hopefully a legislative standpoint that eliminates the Department of Education to start with and then gives parents the freedom of choice, that is the holy grail for our youngsters when it comes to getting them healthy mentally and physically.
Because I think all of us just want to see the focus in K through 12 to be math and science and reading. I mean, that's what they should be learning. It's not a complicated process.
No, we're falling behind worldwide in those.
Every category, every category. And instead, you have these teachers' unions that are pitting kids against each other and not focusing on education. And I say it all the time, I'm not smart, but I do recognize every child's future is going to be much better if they can do math and read. It's not a hard concept.
This is not braggadocio, but we did pick this place out. The reason why we live where we live is because Forsyth County and the school system is very highly regarded as far as public schools. And the high school that is down the street from my home is number 2 overall in the state on their scores. Now, my daughter will not be going there. We've made a different choice. But when you look to sell your home, that's why it moves so quickly. And so the old adage that, failing neighborhoods made failing schools. No, I think the reverse is correct. Failing schools make failing neighborhoods. If you don't have quality schools, you're not having thriving neighborhoods where parents are moving in and setting down roots and sending their kids to these institutions.
And you're starting kids off at an incredible disadvantage and one that they'll never be able to overcome.
That's what I want to hear from Angela. Like, where is this going exactly? How much are we having to push to recognize this is something that has to happen over the next 4 years? Can we make it happen?
I think that's the bigger question because we've known this for years.
Yep.
It's not like, and let's be honest, it's not just been in the last 4 years that we've known this. I'd love to lay it at Joe Biden's feet, but he's just part of the problem. It's a bigger problem. It is systemic. If you talk about systemic problems, that's one of them.
Because we don't see the teachers union having as much of an influence in our area, and by and large in the state of Georgia, it doesn't have the same sort of power. But nationwide, it's so big, so strong, and has so many dollars going to the Democrat Party that the very idea of school choice, they will fight it to the death. They will keep from having that discussion. We're going to have to figure out a way. And when we've seen this in a couple of different states. A couple of different states have instituted some programs. I believe Florida is one of them, where you basically have school choice. In our county, if you pick a particular set of, if you want to go automotive, then you go to a different high school. If you want to study veterinary science, you can go to a different high school. You do have an element of choice as long as you're in the county. And so that's where I think that's kind of the model of what we're trying to get to.
You have to. You've got to give parents the ability to put their kids in a successful situation. You do it with sports. I mean, think about it. You have choice to go play at a lot of different, because your girls are volleyball players. You have a lot of places you can go. You've chosen to go to the best because that's what most parents want to do. If you do it with sports, would you not do it with education if you had the opportunity?
It's a factor.
Of course you would.
It's a factor all the time. Parents, by and large, are just looking to put and maybe it's not always the best opportunity, but it's the right opportunity for your kid.
Sure enough, yeah, okay.
I think that's the choice. But if you have a choice, that means you have the ability to pick out the best scenario for your child. As Ted Cruz says, this is the great civil rights issue. Can you make a choice on the education, the type of education that your child is receiving?
Going back to the fact that the unions don't have the death grip on Georgia schools, they're certainly influenced by it, though. They see what's happening nationwide, and they're able to implement the craziness that goes on here. And I'm not saying that every teacher is bad, and by no means.
No, most of them are apolitical.
That's right. Most of them just care about the kids that they teach. A dear friend of ours that is in our close friend group is a Fulton County teacher, and she can tell, and I know where her heart is because I spend time with her and her family. She can tell me which teachers are political, which ones are doing the right thing, which ones skate around and try to do as little as possible. It's not like it's a big secret.
No.
But the ones that are doing poorly, they take their cues from those national labor unions, those teachers unions that are bad for our kids.
We've been fortunate that we've only had one lemon during our time period in middle school and elementary school. And if you don't know what that is, there's a term called March of the Lemons where, because they can't be fired, principals move their lemons from one school to the next or one age group to the next, just trying to find a way for them to not be complained about. And we had one of them one time where she got, you know why my daughter would get bad conduct marks? Because if you made any noise in class, you would get a conduct mark. The girl next to her who had perfect conduct, she didn't make a sound. Even if you went and said, good morning, she didn't say a word.
Reply.
So you actually encourage children in first grade, second grade to not be responsive to adults or make any noise or interact.
That is nuts.
She was the lemon.
There's been a few in my son's, because he's a sophomore in college now, but in his path, there were a few. There were a handful, and we remember them all by name. And once in a while, we joke about them when they come up. But there's been so many more that were so great that we remember by name, too. I'll give you an example quickly before we break. Mrs. Cloy was my son's kindergarten teacher. She would come out and watch him play baseball, and she did the same thing. She came out and watched him his senior year of high school because she was his kindergarten teacher and watched him play ball a couple times in his senior year of high school. And that we just found out a couple months ago that she's passed. She was the most wonderful teacher in the world. There's a lot of those out there.
AI calls it the lemon dance.
The lemon dance, okay.
Pass the bad teachers
pass
around.
The one. There you go. When we continue on Extra 106.3, ICE is finally telling us the truth about who is really here in America. They've known the whole time. Now they're just being honest with you. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Big injury loss for the Atlanta Hawks as Jalen Johnson is out for the season. Johnson will have surgery on his right shoulder to repair his labrum. Jalen was having a career year after signing a $150 million contract in the offseason. He's averaging 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. A huge loss for a team currently on a 6-game losing streak. And Atlanta United bring back club legend Miguel Almiron for a $12 million fee from English club Newcastle United. Almiron was critical in winning the 2018 MLS Cup for Atlanta in their second season. For Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Joe Virgin.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hi, my name is Steve from Marietta, and we hired ATL Turfco to build our dream backyard golf setup. They installed a large 4-hole putting green, a sand bunker, a short game area, and did a full conversion to artificial grass around the pool with decorative retaining walls. ATL Turfco was really creative. They were efficient. The installation was a breeze. Price was completely reasonable, and I definitely appreciated their communication throughout the project. I would definitely recommend ATL Turfco to anybody thinking about doing a backyard makeover. You can check them out online right now at atlturfco.com.
It's cold in Atlanta right now, but spring is on the horizon. Want to see me and my friends over at 680 The Fan take a plunge? Well, your donation will decide. It's the 2025 Polar Plunge to support Special Olympics Georgia. From now until February 16th, just go to SpecialOlympicsGA.org and make a donation on behalf of our friends at 680 The Fan. If we raise $2,500 or more, I'm taking the plunge at Acworth Beach on February 22nd. And all donations go to support Special Olympics Georgia. Donate now at SpecialOlympicsGA.org. and click on the Polar Plunge link.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone today. 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Bernard Carrick, former NYPD police commissioner and a consultant consultant to Donald Trump. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
The Extra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
ICE knew the entire time who was coming into the United States of America. Some people were just fine with it inside ICE. They believed just like Joe Biden and the administration did. Others did not. And those others are now given a better position inside the Trump administration because he's trying to weed out the people that do not care about this country, that are there just to collect a paycheck. ICE knew who was coming in, and now they're finally, because they've got new leadership, are able to tell us the truth about who's here.
If you recall that your bravery and honesty guys in the morning were telling you about what had to happen, and it got built into a promo, so thank you, Tug. The belief that we need to be transparent with who is here and who's being apprehended, because you're going to be told all the stories of, oh, I can't believe that they went and got this mother or father. It's so sad, and look what they're doing in our community. You have on a regular, it's actually daily now, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Informant, that's ICE, enforcement update. This was for yesterday, January 29th, 2025. 1,016 arrests, 814 detainers lodged. So it's daily statistics as of midnight, letting you know exactly what they're doing. Now you would say, okay, you arrested 1,000 people. And that means you're going to arrest about 35,000 over the course of the month. And then you're going to end up having about 350,000 over the course of the year. It's still just putting a dent in this thing. But I'll give you two names. Arrested and pending removal. This was as of the 26th. Juan Ojeda Chang. Crime, drug trafficking, and weapons trafficking. He was apprehended in Baltimore, Maryland. How about in St. Paul, Minnesota on the 26th as well? Arrested and pending removal. Octavia Juarez Bonilla. What did he have? Possession of child pornography. All right. These are the people, when I talked about being open and honest about who they are, how many, and what you've apprehended them and what they were involved in. Keep posting this stuff, because you're going to recognize you're not sending out the good gardener who just shows up to your house and he just happens to take care of your stuff. It's like, no, we're getting out people that shouldn't be here, that were dumped into our country. And they knew it. They knew it all along.
And called you horrible names.
Racist for having brought it up.
Called you horrible names just for bringing it up. They knew the entire time. The decisions they made were intentional. That's the thing it drives me crazy. That's the thing that hurts my heart and my soul, because they did it intentionally, knowing what was going to happen. Now, why? There's all kinds. There's a lot of reasons. They did it to sway voting. They did it to get as many people in here that they could say, look, now we got you here. You owe us a vote. It was in the interest of power. It was definitely in the interest of money. Those things took precedent over your safety. They chose money and power over you and your family's safety, and we've seen it over and over again.
I don't believe we did a story time on it, but we've brought it up. The two professors that wrote an article back in the 1960s about how do you remake American society? How do you make it more communist in nature? And their main point was you put a drag on all the social services and the systems by which that the country is built on. If you flood the zone with people that are basically eating up your money, eventually you can remake America into a communist system. And so that was part of what the communists were doing. And when you create such mayhem in the streets, people start asking for answers. The problem was they didn't think that they were going to ask for Donald Trump. They assume like they'll never ask for Trump again. Why would they? They're going to call on Donald Trump. Yeah, we've got him 34 convictions on felonies. They'll never call for him again.
Shot.
That was the mistake that they made. That was the opportunity cost. Now, good thing for Trump, he's been talking about it all during his campaign of what he was going to do, and they're following through with it. And again, put this information out here. Let people know how many and who you're sending out of here.
The thing they need to do is the ticker, and you brought that up. That's what they need to do. Across the bottom of the screen on whatever network that will go along with it and do it. And I say go along with it, meaning that it'll just put it up, because I think it's valuable. I think it's valuable for people to know what is happening, who's being arrested, why they're being arrested. That's the reason he brought up Gitmo. That's the reason he said we're going to prepare a place for the worst of the worst so we can remove them from American society, keep our country safe, our citizenry safe. And I remember seeing this yesterday, people screaming and hollering, they're going to put them in Gitmo with the terrorists. No, totally different holding, totally different place. Pete Hegseth addressed that specifically because he served down there. One is a jail for terrorists, the other being prepared for illegal immigrants who have created and caused the worst crime. And they also failed to mention that this is exactly what Bill Clinton did too.
So what if Gitmo has a section for, let's say, this Afghan national who was apprehended on the 27th in San Diego, California, known or suspected terrorist, has an existing removal order? How about this Venezuelan who is a TDA gang member who was arrested in Omaha, Nebraska? Or we can talk about Cesar Mendoza Gonzalez, found in Dallas, Texas on the 26th, possession of a controlled substance. You can go through this entire list.
The list is
MS-13 gang member, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a controlled substance, found in Houston, one after another. These are people that have either committed, have been found to have done crimes in their home country, and if they have to go to Gitmo,
fine by me.
I really don't have a problem with it.
Not even.
Like, I'm told I'm supposed to be hurting about this.
Right.
Like, oh, I'm sad. Gitmo. No, let's do this.
And it's funny, my buddy brought up, he's like, man, I think they're going to cost a lot to send them down there. And I was like, no more than to pay for their health care and lodging here, because that's what we've been doing, giving people hotels to take over.
The emergency rooms in key cities have been filled for years. And why? It's because you had these illegals that were taking advantage of the services. Remember, you walk into an emergency room, if you don't have $1 to your name, Joe, keep this in mind, you never know. You don't have to have $1 to your name. It is against the law for them not to treat you.
Right, it is.
So what we have had are these illegals that have been flooding these areas and getting services. They've been showing up for eye care. Hey, I need glasses. Go to the emergency room. Hey, I got a toothache. Go to the emergency room. The services that you are used to doing, that you do privately with someone, you part of your healthcare system, they've been going to the emergency room to get it done, and it's on your wallet.
And it was announced yesterday that the money that will be used to prepare the prison that it will be there at Gitmo, it is not going to cost you any more money. It is going to be from redirected funds. How about that? Using the money that's already out there. Imagine that. Seems like a good plan. I don't know why I would do that to begin with. Maybe before. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. $2,000 back in your pocket if you get a new carrier system during the 28th annual Winter White Sale. Next on the Morning Extra, if you don't want to be fired in Trump's America, just reject it. Next on Extra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Somebody just went and built a $125 million house in Aspen. That doesn't matter. What matters is the whining leftist crybabies. How can somebody spend that much money on a house when people can't afford groceries? My God, these people are tiring. I'd just like to get one of them maybe on the radio and start asking them questions. Okay, ma'am, It's usually a whiny woman. Sorry, girls. So we built a $125 million house. There's a lot of people involved in building that house. Let's start with the people that prepared the site. These are individuals that went out and bought bulldozers and excavators and dump trucks. They're supporting their family with these things. What do we tell them? Sorry, you don't have this job. There are people that can't afford eggs. And then somebody comes in and pours the foundation. Probably doesn't own his own cement truck, but he works for a company that does. Go get another job, pal. You can't come out here and pour a foundation for an expensive house. There's people that can't afford Brussels sprouts. And on it goes as the house is built. The framing, the building materials, the interior finishing, the floors, the Venetian plaster. All of this is put up by people who are working for a living and supporting their families. No, you can't have that job. There's people that can't afford peanut butter. Probably some pretty expensive fittings, doorknobs, cabinet pulls, whatever. People earn livings making these things. If you can't build a nice house, they don't sell any, they don't have jobs. And then after the house is built, think of the property taxes they pay. Is your single mother of 18 on food stamps going to pay that kind of money in property taxes? Quit the damned whining, people. Stop looking in other people's pockets. Worry about your own. In other words, mind your own damn business. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
For half a century, glyphosate has affordably and effectively protected Georgia farmers' crops from invasive weeds. Without it, the impact would be felt beyond the fields, hitting Americans where it hurts, our wallets. That's why the Modern Ag Alliance advocates for farmers' continued access to essential crop protection tools so food prices don't rise even more. Get the facts at controlweedsnotfarming.com. Paid for by the Modern Ag Alliance in support of Georgia farmers.
Start the new year in style behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac from Jim Ellis Cadillac. From the iconic Escalade to the innovative electric Lyric, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And the buying experience, just as luxurious as the Cadillac name itself. With great prices, a great selection, and a team of knowledgeable sales associates, you'll love shopping at their showroom, conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Prefer to shop from home? Visit JimEllisCadillac.com, where you can browse all the latest offers and even start or complete your entire purchase online with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Want to try before you buy? Schedule an at-home test drive and enjoy the convenience of home vehicle delivery.
Start the new year right. Experience luxury like never before at Jim Ellis Cadillac. Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
One of my favorite Babylon Bee headlines just now said, "Democracy falls as the man who received the most votes becomes president," ladies and gentlemen.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
This is a Fox News alert. They found no survivors in the Potomac River and don't expect to. I'm Dave Anthony. The morning after an American Airlines regional jet about to land at the Reagan National Airport collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter in a fiery crash that sent both into the water.
These responders found extremely frigid conditions. They found heavy wind. They found ice on the water, and they're operated all night in those conditions.
Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Donnelly says it's gone from a rescue to recovery mission. They found one of the three soldiers from the helicopter, 27 of the 64 people on the plane.
The fuselage of the American Airline plane was inverted. It's been located in 3 different sections.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says it was a clear night. Both the plane and helicopter were on standard flight paths. They don't know what went wrong yet.
Sean Duffy is not saying whether communication played a factor in terms of who's communicating with what and was there miscommunication as to this plane coming in. And we do know that the helicopter pilot did know there was a plane in the area on final approach.
Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence at Reagan National Airport. American Airlines CEO Robert Isom says,
"We're absolutely heartbroken for the family and loved ones of the passengers and crew members.
and also for those that were on the military aircraft.
The plane was coming in from Wichita, Kansas. Some of the passengers were from the U.S. figure skating team. In a half hour, Kash Patel goes under scrutiny, the Trump nominee to be FBI director. Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, a Republican, supports him, telling Fox.
Only 41% of the people have confidence in the FBI, and that means that the public is irritated because the FBI has been used as a political instrument.
Tulsi Gabbard will also face tough questions at another Senate hearing as Director of National Intelligence nominee. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a second hearing to spar senators again in line to lead Health and Human Services. America's listening to Fox News.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face. At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Search for the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug and Los on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3. It's been a crazy day already. You wake up this morning, you probably saw that just before 10 o'clock last night, plane crash. It basically, plane on final descent there to Reagan National in D.C. hits a Black Hawk helicopter.
Air collision.
Yeah, it's
wild.
The craziest story. So scary. That's a really congested airspace there. And at this point, this morning, after the press conference that started about 7:30, they now know there are no survivors, and this is more of a rescue operation than anything else. They know that no one could have survived, and no one did. 64 passengers, 60 passengers on the plane, 4 crew, 3 crew on the Black Hawk helicopter. So you're looking at about 67 people lost.
And as they're saying with the last update, about 27 that they've recovered. And so we started really getting into this at first light because you could finally see what is left of that plane in the Potomac. And as we talked about at the time, it doesn't even look like a plane anymore. It looks just like twisted up metal. And we also had Joe, who brought up his friend who lives in D.C., who lives about 6 or 7 miles away from this location. And even he heard the explosion last night. It was that loud across the entire area.
Just think about that. You're sitting at your house and you hear what Joe's friend described as sounding like a bomb went off, which obviously, it
was a midair bomb.
Yeah, a collision like that was very similar to what a bomb would do. But it's heartbreaking, and it's preventable. That's the thing. And you saw Sean Duffy, the new Secretary of Transportation, just confirmed yesterday, first day on the job, he's dealing with this. He believes and stated during that press conference this was preventable. And now, we're not speculating as to the who, what, when, where, why, but we know the troubles of the FAA. We know the troubles of the air traffic controllers. Does that play a part in it? Certainly seems like a possibility, but we'll wait to see all the facts before we make that judgment.
Well, and that's going to be what the investigation is going to reveal. Does the FAA, because I don't know about this when it comes to military aircraft, what is their jurisdiction? What is the information that they're giving them to go along with commercial aircraft? Because if you want to just know the map of it all, you do have the American Airlines flight that's essentially flying north, coming into Ronald Reagan Airport, moving up the Potomac River, and the Black Hawk helicopter was coming south down the Potomac River. And now both of them are changing elevations as they're moving. So you wonder how this scenario happened because it's head on basically. How were they not in contact, or how was the situation not in contact between the two, between a military aircraft and a commercial aircraft?
And an aircraft in the Black Hawk that is so agile. We brought this up earlier in the show, and if you heard this, then pardon me for mentioning it to people that maybe didn't. This is the helicopter they used to get bin Laden. These things are tactical weapons. These things are so agile, can move on an instant of a notice. They're just perfect helicopters. I sound like Donald Trump. They're perfect helicopters.
The best way I can describe it.
They're amazing helicopters.
When it comes to insert and evac,
yes,
these are the helicopters we use in wartime and every other time.
Because of the ability,
the power,
all of that. Yes.
These are the same helicopters that our Coast Guard use for rescue.
Yeah,
like that's how agile and versatile they are.
It's unbelievable. These things are amazing, and those pilots are amazing. The best pilots in the world, without a doubt. But well, yeah, as we learn more, and
we'll pass along whatever we learn. That's
the day.
what it is as of this hour. It's a recovery operation, and because of just the temperature of the water alone, they wouldn't imagine anyone would have made it through the night, even if they could have gotten to it.
It was about 30 bodies that they've been able to pull out so far of the 67 or so that are part of the accident, and one of the helicopter pilots has been removed. Or one, I should say pilot because I don't know if it's pilot or crew.
Yeah, one member of the crew has been recovered,
and we know that because they draped his body in an American flag. So you'll learn more throughout the day. This is obviously going to be front and center. This is going to be the biggest story of the day, and maybe even through the weekend into Monday, trying to figure out the who, what, when, where, why. Now, in Trump's America, there are people that say, I don't want to work. I know I have a job that the federal taxpayers are funding, and I know they write the check that pays me, but I don't care. I really don't want to work, and I don't want to go back to work. That's why I think it was so brilliant what Trump did by saying, hey, if you don't want to come back to work, then let us pay you for the next 8 months, give you a golden parachute. You can go find whatever job you want to find, and we're going to pay you for 8 months. I had to tell you, man, somebody offered me 8 months of free salary. If they offered me that today, I'd consider it. I'd be like...
You'd be like, it's been nice, Morning Xtra.
That's exactly right. Would you not at least can entertain it? For 8 months of paid while you find your other job?
If I hated the job.
Yeah.
If I didn't like the job, if I was looking for something different, that sounds like Christmas. But if you're happy in your job and that's what you're trying to root out, you're trying to decide who are the federal employees that actually like providing service to the country, right? I mean, is that not what this really comes down to?
Of course it is. But I'm happy, and I would entertain it.
But
to this moment, if they came and said, 8 months, you get paid same thing, you just don't have to do anything, you can find your next job, I would entertain it. I'm not saying I would take it, but I'd entertain it. To your point, yes. With these people, if they're unhappy, it's time to move on.
I would just be concerned that come October 1, I would find Tug as a greeter at Walmart.
Could be.
And his dreams really didn't come true.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
I got 8 months of pay, and then my dreams really didn't come true.
And then everything, the wheels fell off.
But there's another side of that pancake. And the other side of that pancake is Phyllis Fong. I know, sounds like a fun name. Yeah. Phyllis Fong. She is over at the USDA. She's an inspector. She was fired on Monday by the Trump administration. I would like to just say it was Donald Trump, but it's just how it goes.
Yeah, for sure.
Phyllis Fong, as an entitled member of the federal government and the swamp, told her employers they couldn't fire her, and she kept showing up to work. She had to be physically removed, according to the story in Yahoo News, and a couple of other different places had this, where security agents had to escort the Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Agriculture out of her office because she did not acknowledge the firing. She's like, you can't fire me, I'll fire you. Can't do this to me. I'm part of the I'm an important member of this government. I've been here. You're just a president. You're only supposed to be here for a few years. You don't matter. That's how these people look at this. And so in Trump's America, you tend to find out, no, you're just like any other employee.
In the federal government, because let me tell you, if somebody gets fired today, they're not being escorted out of the building. When they turn off the passcode, the key card, or
why can't I get in?
Why can't I log into my computer anymore? They're not going to give you that opportunity. If somebody at Coca-Cola gets fired today, they're just going to walk out the door because they know you don't have. That's how inflated an ego that those people in the federal government have. You can't fire me. Like you said, you're temporary. You're going away. This is a permanent job forever. The union has told me so.
I have joked around on Twitter, and I will continue to do it. Down the road, years from now, hopefully, when management takes me into a room and says, we're going a different direction, I'm going to tell them, no, you're not. I'm going a different direction. I'll fire all of you. And the next day I'm going to show up right in front of this microphone, and they're going to be so weirded out by, why does he keep showing up here? We're not even giving him checks anymore.
It's like Office Space.
Exactly. How does he keep showing up here and doing the job and talking about his stapler? We haven't paid him in like a year, yet he keeps coming back. I'm like this would happen to our friend down the hall, Chris Domino. Chris, we're letting you go. No, you're not. I'll be on Braves Network tomorrow. And he would just keep coming back. I'm going to do the same thing. That's what Phyllis Fong was trying to do.
Which all sounds good and funny, but it's not reality.
It's a level of entitlement in your own head.
Unless you're a federal government employee. And then your entitlement is bigger than the sky. Your ego is bigger than the sky. The union has told you that you are important, and you, no matter what you do, can't be fired. And they've made it pretty much that way, that it is almost impossible to fire a federal employee. This woman took it to a degree that I've never seen before. I've never seen someone get fired and then refuse to leave.
As I've said before, my father-in-law worked as a logistician for the federal government, the U.S. Army, for 35 years. And I remember asking him that one question. This was years ago. Hey, did you ever know anybody who was fired? And he flat out told me, not for performance.
Yeah,
the only person that was ever terminated who didn't retire or get a pension and a buyout and everything, the only person he said that he ever knew who was actually terminated from the federal government said he had pornography on his government-issued laptop. The only one he could name for me in 35 years.
And I bet it was an effort to even fire him then.
Probably so.
I bet they had to jump through hoops knowing that he was doing something that was against probably the law, but definitely against, company standards.
But in Trump's America, we actually terminate federal employees that we don't like their performance or they don't meet the standards by which you're moving forward.
Because I think Ms. Fong said that you had to give me 30 days or there was some loophole, whatever. And she said, well, since he didn't do that, and look, that's being challenged in court.
Right. He didn't give me proper notice as he's supposed to from the federal government, so you can't fire me.
Don't care. Trump said, I don't care. I'll take it to the Supreme Court if I have to.
And so the fun push of all of this is whether or not and how many employees are going to, because as Donald Trump said, if you're not back in the office by February 6th, you are not having a job.
They say, well, at least what I've read, 5 to 10%.
Right.
That
will leave their job, will not commit to coming back to the federal government. And by the way, the number I always go back to, 8 million employees, that's 3 million more than Amazon, that's 5 million more than Microsoft. That's how big your government, that's how bloated it is. We've added so many government jobs, and it was done so to make the economy look stronger than it really was.
I'll admit, 5 to 10% is low. I was hoping it'd be more. I was hoping that some of those people would be like, yeah, you know what, this is a golden parachute.
10% is 800,000.
Which,
And that's all your tax dollars. Remember, they are not producing anything that affects the GDP. It's not like they're building widgets or tires or anything that's going to be. In fact, this is one of the great things I heard. And this was Senator Rand Paul. I was flipping through channels and I caught him over here on X when he was with Clay and Buck. Rand Paul's been a guest of our show too because he's cool like that.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. He's a really impressive guy. And he pointed out the issue that's going on right now is that if you happen to work on a sales staff, you're more than likely logging into like a Salesforce application and they're tracking your phone calls and they're seeing your sales and they know how productive you are. He says the issue we have within the federal government, we have no way to track how productive you are working from home. So the private industry's figured it out. The government has not. And that's why he's open to let the ones that when you're telling them you have to be in the office and be productive, we're supposed to be able to monitor it. If they don't want to show productivity in the office, then you move on.
I bet the union probably has prevented them from implementing any sort of technology that would be able, because it's available. It's not like I don't even own a business and know that exists.
My wife's company is able to track when she logs into her system and the work she does. They can see when because this is typical of most private companies. They can see when you've actually done the work as far as training. They know how long you watch the training videos for. You answered the question. This is typical. In the government, it is not. And yes, I firmly believe, as you're saying, it's probably protected by the union to make sure the federal employees don't have to do this stuff.
Which is what pisses the American people off.
Yes.
Right there. Because when you go to work for independent company like us at Dickey Broadcasting, we're expected to prepare for a show, conduct a show, and make it relatively entertaining, relatively informative. Now, there's going to be days where it's not perfect. There's going to be days that are better than the other. But there's a standard that we're held to. And if anybody's working at Delta or anybody's working at UPS or you name the business, the company, they're held to a standard. And when you look that your tax dollars are going to fund people like Mrs. Fong, who said, nah, I'm not really going to do anything, and I'm going to tell you I'm not doing anything. I don't care what you think because it's impossible to fire me. The American people look at that as a slap in the face. I know I do.
My Uber Eats driver, just as my Amazon guy, they routinely have to take a picture when they drop their package off or their food off. That is their level of accountability. Their system is being tracked. How long did it take you? Did you reach the destination? Take the picture. Sometimes I've posed in the picture. I'm like, here, take the picture of the bag. Let's get this thing done. Or let me give you my four-number tracking number so you can assure that I've gotten it. The fact that Uber Eats and Amazon will track whether or not there's been a successful drop and a successful completion of that mission and the federal government does not.
It's unbelievable, man.
How silly is it?
Liberal John is a friend of the show.
Yeah, John's here.
404-741-1230. And you want to talk about working from home, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, first I was going to defend you guys because everyone I've ever known who worked at the post office felt like they couldn't get fired. Every single person. So I totally agree with you there. And I was just here to defend working from home. I've worked from home for the past 15 years. And I would say that it's not for everyone, but I'm very productive. And it's really hard to get away from the work when you work from home. It's always right there in front of you.
But that sounds like you're responsible, though, John, right? I mean, that's something you take serious. You value your job. You value the work that you do. I don't know that exists, at least for a portion, let's say half, of the federal workforce. So there are people like you that can be productive from home. I'm certainly not saying that no one can. I just know when you know you don't have to be, most likely you're not going to be.
Yeah, I think that goes probably with the government employee thing, but I think most people who work in corporate America who are working from home are really busting their butt. And I'm really productive. I don't have the distractions of the water cooler or the politics of an office or all the chit chat that happens in an office. Like, I feel when you go, if I worked an 8-hour day, I'd probably be productive at an office. I'd probably be productive about 4.5, 5 hours out of the day, maybe.
John, let me ask you this real quick, because as you said, and this is where I definitely draw that line as well. The government has a hard time tracking productivity. Do you not have a system within your company where they know what you're doing and how well you're doing it, even though it's from home?
Yes, and I mean, I have deadlines, and I actually produce a product at my job. So where I work at is just very deadline driven, and we're basically given all the rope we ever needed to hang ourselves. But again, I'm kind of giving my work and left alone.
Well, but
I appreciate the call, John.
Man.
But that's exactly the standard by which, if we're going to give you the benefit of working from home, you're producing a product. So at the end of the day, there's always something like, this is what John did. The issue we have with the federal government right now is that there is no product.
There's nothing.
There is no service. It's what did you take care of today? Handled what I was assigned. When? How long? How much?
And John's an honorable guy, so he cares
He's
about.
going to take pride in his work.
That's exactly right. If you take pride in your work, you can absolutely work from home. I don't know if I could, to be honest with you. I don't think I would be super productive at home. I don't know that. I've never tried it. I mean, other than the 2 weeks to flatten the curve or whatever.
Flatten the curve. Stop the spread.
I've never worked from home. I just feel like for me, it's better for me to come into a place that I'm dedicated to doing a particular activity. And then when I leave, it's a different scenario. I don't know that I would do good there. I do believe there are people like John that can do. I just don't know that there are many of them in the federal government doing that.
The biggest radio show in the country is Clay Travis. It's Clay and Buck Sexton. They both do the show out of their homes. and you never know that they're not together. They don't report to a studio. They do their shows from home. So yes, even a broadcast can be done from home if you're good enough and you know how to basically, handle all that stuff. But that's you get the product every day for 3 hours. That's the issue with the federal government. It's what is the product and how successful were you at delivering it? And that's what they can't track, and that's why they're saying you better be back in the office on February 6th.
And we've seen the failures of the federal government over and over and over and over and over again.
If you're going to fail in an office, what happens when I send you to your home?
Yeah, man, what a complete disaster that it has been and will continue to be. Well, until February, what did you say, 8th? Is that the date?
February 6th is what Donald Trump says. You're back in the office.
All right, 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Roofs, windows, doors, gutters, siding, anything on the outside of their house, you can get done with Southern Exteriors. And right now, 0% financing for 12 months or 10% off any job. You take your choice. Get the work done. It's your biggest investment. It's most important. Los knows he's about to put one on the market. He knows how important to make sure that the house is taken care of.
I need Southern Exteriors to help me
get
a little work done on that house.
Just a couple of things, just something small. When we continue, the left is all about big pharma all of a sudden and huge corporations, which is let's be honest, it's a big turn. It's something that we've never really seen before, but we saw it yesterday. And it's to the tune of $5.2 million next on Extra.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
I have it on good authority that Flounder and Veronica thought long and hard for about 15 seconds to have you officiate.
I could have done 20. I could have done it. If the guy backs out, I can still do it.
It'll be our backup.
You'll have 2 backups there.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
One of the hardest things to do is to walk away from a paycheck. As retirement planners, Masterplan knows how hard it can be to pull the trigger on your own retirement. Don't go it alone. Masterplan is a holistic retirement planning firm that works with you to create a retirement plan to help maximize your golden years. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life. Enter retirement with confidence. Contact Masterplan to analyze your retirement outlook and create a plan that's right for you. All initial consultations are complimentary, so contact us today and begin your pursuit towards peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consulting. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Compact outside, the all-electric EQB 250 Plus SUV is big on space, style, and smart ideas. With available seating for 7, a digital voice assistant, and MB navigation with electric intelligence, the EQB is born from a forward-thinking family and built for yours. Get an exceptional offer on the all-electric 2024 EQB 250 Plus SUV. Just $329 per month for 36 months with $48.23 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through January 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
2024 is behind us. Let's reflect on the year that was. A year of unexpected challenges, crisis, wake-up calls, all from natural disasters like record-breaking hurricanes pounding the Gulf Coast to wildfires out west, global conflicts, supply chain disruptions. It is a year that reminds us why preparedness isn't just smart, it's essential. Think back to the headlines. How many times did you hear about people stranded without access to critical medications? The Jace case is the solution. It's a simple, reliable emergency supply of life-saving medications that puts you back in control. While you're making your New Year's resolutions, how about be prepared for anything life can throw at you? You can have peace of mind knowing the Jace case has you covered. This isn't about fear. This is about responsibility and peace of mind. Being prepared is the best way to protect your family and your future. So don't wait for the next headline to wake you up. Go to jace.com, and enter the promo code BECK. Make sure you have the right meds on hand the moment you need them. JASE.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. Here are your headlines for Thursday, January 30th, 2025. A passenger jet, an American Airlines jet with 60 passengers and 4 crew members aboard, ended up colliding with an American Army helicopter over at Ronald Reagan Airport near Washington, prompting a large search and rescue operation in the nearby Potomac River. An Atlanta woman is dealing with something that is insane: a $20,000 water bill after reporting for months of a water leak. Also, from the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks got some bad news as their season starts to fall apart. Jalen Johnson, their forward's going to miss the remainder of the season. He has a torn labrum in his left shoulder. He will have surgery and, again, miss the remainder of the season. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina from Extra 106.3.
9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. Anything on the outside of your home can be taken care of with incredible precision and expertise. Windows, doors, siding, roof, gutters, whatever you need done to the outside of your home, you can get it done at Southern Exteriors. They'll give you 10% off your job or 12 months, 0% financing.
And then you can become a Southern Walker.
Yes, which I learned about the White Walkers this morning. Oh, by the way, 8779 southernexteriors.co. I learned about White Walkers this morning. Had never, I'd heard of it, but when Lois brought it up, I was like, what in the world are you talking about? And it goes back to the show that my wife watched. I watched the first episode and I checked out.
So if I go tell your wife that if you are to go with Central Heating and Air, that might make you a White Walker, she'll immediately get it.
She should.
Okay.
Because she watched the whole thing, every bit of it.
Because the way I look at it, and I hope that they don't take this as any sort of offense, because I love thinking about Southern Exteriors, that not only do they do quality work, but I do consider them like a boy band with their guys. And
Lance Lance and Mike.
There you go.
And I was trying to remember the new guy's name.
I love the idea that they show up to your home and they look like 90s fresh.
Right.
And then they just get to work.
That's right.
And in the whole time, it's like a 90s montage of like different boy band music as they're getting everything done. And by the time they're waving goodbye to you,
that's right,
doing bye, but your home looks amazing.
Quit playing games with my heart.
It kind of looks like, what is the Ben Stiller movie where he's a model?
Zoolander?
Zoolander.
Yeah.
And remember how they have
first time that's ever happened.
There you go. You actually nailed that one. Where they have the scene where they're shooting gasoline at each other at the gas station. I would like to imagine the guys are like throwing nails and goofing around, everything else, and then before you know it, like you think it's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
But your house then looks amazing.
It's immaculate. They're using the nail guns.
Did you shoot me again? Watch out!
You got me right in my butt. Terrible, painful.
Hold on to that one. 9:30. See if you can clip that. Might be useful for us for later.
Yes, I have a feeling that will pop back up. Probably not going to be in the most kind of ways. It'll be one of those moments where you're like, I wish I hadn't said that.
So thank you to Southern Exteriors for giving us that awesome drop too.
That's right. Joe, just you can let that go.
No. Don't let it. Don't ever let it go.
You don't need to
hold on to that one forever.
No, just let that go. Never bring it up again. Let's hope.
Getting horny now. Oh, there we go.
They exist. They're
That's
out
what
there.
happens when I start.
You could be
quoting,
in a boy band with that one.
When I start quoting Bloodhound Gang.
That's right. Things have gone wrong.
That was like the early yesterday morning.
Yes, it has. Or it was. Yes, that's right. Oh, my gosh. But the boy band at Southern Exteriors, Jason, Noah, Lance, and Mike. The good dudes. I mean, just the best of the best. Salt of the earth. You'll love them.
They have the right stuff.
They do, baby. They do.
Yeah.
There you go. Some NKOTB.
Little New Kids on the Block.
Little throwback.
There you go.
Is it something that you've never seen before? Because it was for me, and that being the Democrats traditionally have not been a fan of big corporations. They claimed to be, and maybe they were at one time, the party of blue-collar America, the party that cared about the little guy. Yesterday, it was spotlighted for me that is no longer the case. I mean, it was so clear who was taking money from Big Pharma. And it was the one that stands out to me most, Elizabeth Warren, when she was just hounding RFK Jr. during the nomination process. And she was like, are you going to sue? Are you going to sue Big Pharma? And it's flashing up there on the screen that she took $1.2 million from Big Pharma.
Nancy Mace ended up putting even more data into this. So she had a post where she went back even further. And again, representative from South Carolina, Foxy.
Hey now.
Definitely Waffle House material. Nancy Mace ended up showing that Elizabeth Warren has taken $5.2 million from Big Pharma. It's her primary group that donates to her in order for her to win re-election. So take a listen as she's going after RFK Jr. about vaccines. She's getting more upset and more unhinged because her dollars that get her elected are on the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
you're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Now, look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule.
Listen to her yell and become unhinged. That is a woman who looks at it and points out the situation and says, I'm going to lose money. My big donor, my biggest donors. He's going to be able to go after them if he chooses to. I have to protect them on this day.
It was almost like a mama protecting her kids.
Yes, she was Mama Bear.
Like the claws came out, you could see her face was just unhinged,
vitriol, man.
Just angry, so pissed off that there might be a chance that she would lose $1. Now, protecting kids, protecting families,
we'll get around to that.
I mean, that's important, I guess. $1.2 million is really important to Elizabeth Warren.
If we can reach the point, because right now it's Ozempic and all these other GLP-1 drugs that you can inject, and they help in weight loss, they curb your appetite, but we have seen issues with osteoporosis. We've seen issues that have gone on when it comes to the structure of the heart as far as it not being as strong. Like there's some things that happen to people.
Drawbacks.
There's some drawbacks here, not to mention the gastrointestinal issues that occur from these. Now, that's not everyone, but all we've ever said when it comes to any of these vaccines or any of these products is give us the safety record so we know who is susceptible and who is not, so you can make an informed decision. That is all that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. keeps bringing up, is that let's put together better safety profiles so people can make more informed decisions. And she and Elizabeth Warren is complaining about that.
And we're pretty consistent across the board. I mean, if you look at it with food, with just RFK in general, let's just take him. He's pretty consistent across the board when he talks about food. Hey, tell me what's in it so I can make an informed decision.
Tell me what you sprayed on it so I can make an informed decision.
Vaccine. Tell me what's in it so I can make an informed decision for my child. I'm starting to see a trend. Just be transparent so I can make a solid decision for me and my family. Don't scrub the record so I can't. And you got Elizabeth Warren saying, no, we can't tell you what's in there. You're just going to have to trust us.
Let's use you as an example, Tug. Let's say that you have an issue with aluminum. All right? Just random, you found out, of course, of your life, you have an issue with aluminum. What we're pointing out and what Robert F. Kennedy is pointing out is some of these vaccines have aluminum. Now, that's to stimulate an immune system response. But it also causes problems with people who have some sort of issue with aluminum. So all you're saying is just please be able to put this information down so that if I know I have an issue, this is probably not the product for me. Instead, the way Big Pharma makes their money is give it to everybody, and whoever ends up with an injury, well, here's the kitty that we've set aside, and so pay them out of the kitty, but make sure that they can't sue us.
It's
That's
built
the game.
It's built in. This is a line item for us.
Reagan era, they have a pool. So if my plan is to give this to 1 million people and 1,000 of them have an adverse reaction, here's what they're paid out of the kitty and nothing more.
So what happened when I was in the Navy, we were going to the Middle East for the first time. And they were like, all right, boys, line up. Anthrax shots.
All right.
And you didn't have a choice, man. There was no choice unless you did what some people did with COVID and stood your ground and they kicked you out. And I know a handful of people that got kicked out. I was reading in the American Legions magazine yesterday, there is a new study about how detrimental the anthrax vaccine was to a percentage of soldiers and sailors. And what that means moving forward. I'm just now finding this out. I took this vaccine when I was probably...
What, like 19?
I was probably 20.
Yeah.
So probably 20, but right there, close. And now, and believe me, in the moment, we all grumbled about it. Nobody wanted to take it, but they're like, you don't have any choice. This is the best way to keep you safe. We just, And so, yes, sir, you hand salute, you take your shot.
Give me that anthrax.
Yeah, dude. We used to joke about it all the time. And still to this moment, I don't know what that is doing to me or has done to me. And I may never find out, but at least there is a system in place to study it and study people who've taken it and died from it and had bad things happen to them because of it. Now, I guess I'll find out. And where does that lead me in the future? I have no idea. But it's the same kind of thing. I wish I would have been able to know then. And I want people to be able to know now when they give their baby a vaccine what it's going to do. We deserve that. That's not too much to ask.
What it can potentially cause is, I believe that's the information we're trying to get to. And what I saw on Capitol Hill yesterday was one Democrat after another trying to protect their piggy bank. Now, that goes also with the Republicans. Lindsey Graham is not going to go along with this. Neither is Mitch McConnell.
Low down.
The more low down you are, the more you're going to hear about this stuff. But I'm there with Rand Paul, senator from Kentucky. Rand Paul made it a point on Clay and Buck, and he's been talking about it. This is supposed to be bipartisan because you have somebody in Robert F. Kennedy Jr. who is a lifelong Democrat who has been selected because of his expertise in going after big industries and cleaning them up.
That's the most surprising thing. Not surprising because I didn't expect it, but it is still surprising. They agree with him on everything.
Yes.
And they're still, because he aligned with Donald Trump, the great Satan, the dictator.
They have to have a political victory.
They have to hate him. They've been friends with him for years. He even said it. He was like, my friends in this room are going against me.
As he put it during that his chance to go ahead and have his confirmation hearing, he's like, all these people, most of y'all have been my friends because of what I did in the environmental field. And then as I start talking about other things, suddenly we're not friends anymore.
Amazing how that happens. Just because you chose to align with Donald Trump for what is seen to be good by the majority of the American people. Seen to be good. Most people support RFK. And that comes from me because I support him too, and I disagree with him on like half of things.
Elizabeth Warren, 5.2 million.
Yes.
She had 5.2 million reasons to tell that man, I can't support you. Nobody else in this room should.
And became unhinged. She was so upset by it all.
He was doing so well. And I will point this out because it's sometimes just what it sounds like, what it hears like. Because of the way he talks, the more that the Democrats went at him, it almost seemed more harmful to them because
that's exactly right.
He's not able to speak as quickly because of his injury.
Did you see the video of like a cousin or a nephew where they were just physically making fun of him because of his inability? Dude, I thought that was the meanest thing I had seen in a while.
They come across as bullies in that regard.
They went after him just because he has an issue. What I don't know what the affliction is called, but it has a name that causes his vocal issues. And I mean, it was ugly. I've seen ugly before. It was real ugly. When we continue on Extra 106.3, clarifying Captain America. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Big injury loss for the Atlanta Hawks as Jalen Johnson is out for the season. Johnson will have surgery on his right shoulder to repair his labrum. Jalen was having a career year after signing a $150 million contract in the offseason. He's averaging 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. A huge loss for a team currently on a 6-game losing streak. And Atlanta United bring back club legend Miguel Almiron for a $12 million fee from English club Newcastle United. Almiron was critical in winning the 2018 MLS Cup for Atlanta in their second season. For Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Joe Virgin.
It's just because it's human nature to say, I'll take care of it tomorrow. I mean, it's a bad part of human nature, but it happens all the time. People are like, yeah, I'll get to it. I'll take care of it at some point. Just not today. Don't be that. Don't fall into that trap. If you've got a leak in your roof, we've had some horrible weather that will make that worse. And we're not through the winter yet. Just because we've had the coldest snap that we've had in a while don't mean there's not more to come. If you've lived in Georgia for any time, you know March will jump out at you. That's when the apocalypse happened, or snowpocalypse happened. I mean, there's bad things that happened in March. The blizzard of 93 that I lived through, I got stuck in Atlanta, Georgia when I was in high school and stuck down here trying to get back to Dalton. That was also in March. March can be tough. So don't let the small things add up. Southern Exterior's here for you to take care of that damage on the roof or replace it. Take care of that damage on the siding or replace it. Take care of the damage of the gutters or replace them. You kind of see where I'm going with this. They can do either or, depending on how big the problem is. And right now, they'll give you 12 months, 0% financing, or 10% off, whatever you choose to do. Do not sit around and say, I'll get to it tomorrow, because tomorrow may never come. Get it done today with Southern Exteriors, 8779 southernexteriors.co.
Are you tired of dealing with drafty, inefficient windows? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. It's time to upgrade these old windows. Replace them with double-pane, beautiful, energy-efficient windows. Your new windows will help you regulate a perfect temperature throughout your house. Start saving big money on your energy bills and improve the curb appeal of your home. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078.
Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. The civilian world can be confusing, and veterans do not need to journey through it alone. When you reach out to the Warrior Alliance, we will guide you to the best-in-class resources that can lead you toward renewed purpose after serving our nation. Find out why thousands of warriors have found success after service after engaging with the Warrior Alliance. For assistance, go to thewarrioralliance.org or call 404-210-1776.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Xtra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
You know how I know that Front Office Los was a pitcher in high school and college, a baseball pitcher? Well, I mean, he's told me yes, and I've known him for a long time, yes. But I mean, when I know it, when it shows and rears its ugly head is when he throws me a curveball mid-show and he starts talking about the White Walkers or something. I'm like, I have no idea. And I'm swinging and missing. Joey's over there laughing like it's the funniest thing he's ever seen or heard in his life. That's when I know that Front Office Los had a good curveball. He had a good hook when he played baseball.
Warren Spahn, the Hall of Fame pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, had a saying that I always stuck with. He says, hitting is timing, pitching is upsetting that timing. I'm looking to upset Tug's timing every single day.
And has done it.
To see how many, because I think the most fun version of Tug is when he's in that moment of, oh hell,
I have no idea.
What are you doing to me right now?
Right. Because, I mean, there's an element of us preparing to do a show every day that we read and research, and will we get it all? No. And do I? I mean, I'm a dumb hillbilly from Northwest Georgia. I'm going to mess things up. It's just the way I am. I mean, I apologize if I say the wrong thing. Like a minute ago, Joey's like, hey, the blizzard of 93. No, snowpocalypse was not in March. Like I said, it was in the live read for Southern Exteriors. And Los was like, yeah, I think it was late January or February. I remember, and he had a story to go along with it. So you try and prepare, but sometimes you just get it wrong. And then Los would throw me a big curveball, and I feel like a baby giraffe trying to learn to walk.
What the audience doesn't know is that we have everything prepped from the show, like the night before into the morning. Like all of our prep work for the show is all completed, all of our reading, everything we want to get into. And then there's stuff that happens during the show where we just say, all right, whatever we had planned, F it. Here's what we're going to do. And then we just, it's a gentle roadmap. So every now and then when White Walkers appear and we have a chance to talk about them, sometimes we go down that road, other times we don't. But I'm glad when we do. It's fun. Or when, how has Cousin Curtis become such a player on this show where we talk about his tattoos and hopefully him slinging drugs? Or every single time I get to ask if that's Peeps.
Yes, that's right.
Like your cousin that sells eggs.
Yes, right.
Like that's pretty cool.
But sister-in-law, but yes, you know what I mean.
Your sister-in-law who now has like a gold mine in her yard.
She is selling chickens. She is slinging eggs and got goats, and she wants to get a mule. That's what she wants next.
That's when she's going to make it.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I think donkeys and mules are so cool. So, yes, it's just there's things that we talk about.
I used to want an Escalade. Now it's a mule. Mule and chickens.
That's right. Dude, you're not kidding. Dude, I would love to have chickens and a mule. I would love to. We just obviously don't have the space. But I'm able to go visit with hers, which is cool. So, yeah, just the things that we talk about, the things that we come up with on the show. I don't watch a lot of TV and movies. And there's a couple reasons. I'm a music guy. I listen to music from the time I get home to the time I go to bed, and I wake up and listen to it on the way into work. That's what I do. That's my escape. For my wife and son, it's TV and movies. For Los and Joe, it's TV and movies a lot of times.
TVs, movies, documentaries. Yeah.
But when they bring up some things like the White Walkers, I'm like, what in the world are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. And they're talking about Game of Thrones, and if you watch that show, you probably know, but I didn't. I was, again, like well,
I try and keep them popular.
In bad shape.
You know, we're trying to stay in a lane where most Americans, a large percentage, will get what we're talking about. Not trying to keep it too inside. So when we bring up Gandalf, and you have this giant question mark, and that hurt Joe because you didn't know.
I think I got that one right.
My hands went in my head.
No, I got that one right. Gandalf
today.
No. When we talked about,
you said Harry Potter.
You said Harry Potter.
That's Dumbledore.
Damn it.
Now, I don't know Harry Potter that well.
Okay.
That's a blind spot for me. I don't know these things. And now I know like the school and I know who Harry Potter is. I don't know details. Gandalf is a pretty serious character in Lord of the Rings. The same way
in film and literature.
Right. The same way the White Walkers are a pretty big deal when it comes to Game of Thrones.
I thought I got that one right.
Winter is coming, y'all.
We read that book in like 8th grade, all the Lord of the Rings books. I feel like I should have known that.
And by the way, yesterday, because I didn't like the way that I got into the topic matter and Anthony Mackie and Captain America. Captain America is part of the highest grossing movie of all time. Like, there's a ton of Americans that are like, Chris Evans is Captain America.
Is that because of the one we're all together?
Endgame?
That?
Yeah, it's your highest grossing movie of all time.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the Avengers Assemble moment.
Avengers is what I was looking for, and I couldn't remember.
And this is a giant question mark to Tug.
Well, that's Avengers 2012.
Right.
Oh, my God.
And then you have Captain America Civil War, which introduced Spider-Man. And then you have Avengers. Avengers Age of Ultron actually before that, which had Wanda come in.
The more of the characters coming in.
I didn't do it. Wanda.
Scarlet Witch.
The Scarlet Witch.
Then you had Infinity War, which led into Endgame.
It's going to confuse him.
Dude, I was confused to begin with.
It's too much. When we talked about seeing that movie, let's go see the new Captain America movie. In my mind, I'm like, we really have to have him watch 6 movies beforehand. And a series. Otherwise, he's not going to have any idea what's going on.
He'll have no clue.
He's just going to look at Anthony Mackie as new Captain America, the Falcon who's now Captain America, and he won't understand that this shield was given to him by Captain America.
Who went back in time to be with Peggy Carter at the end of Endgame.
And then give him the shield as
an old man.
As you're the next one.
Yeah.
You're the one who deserves this honor.
Okay.
He really manipulated the time stone there.
Okay, yes.
So confusing to hear.
Dude, you might as well be speaking Latin to me. You know what?
He passed through his timestamp and he showed back up as an old man.
This reminds me when I was in Rome, Italy, when I was in the Navy, and I saw an amazing moment. Saw Pope John Paul. I'm not Catholic, but I saw Pope John Paul II give a blessing to the crowd, and it was amazing, unbelievable. It was one of those moments you'll never forget. And the entire time, I was like, I don't know what this dude's saying. I have no idea what this guy said because he spoke Latin.
You knew what he was doing was important.
Yes, but I have no clue.
You didn't understand a word he was saying.
That's exactly. When y'all are talking about all this and the movies and the what do you say, the timestamp and all
stone.
That's what I meant.
Sure.
The time stone. You might as well be speaking Latin because I have no idea. I have no clue. Not even a good guess.
We start him off with Captain America, the first Avenger, and then we just see where it goes. The problem...
Oh, he'll love that one, too.
They're good movies, Tug. You would like
Nazis. It's cool.
Yeah, huh? What was that?
You would enjoy it.
The movie I saw that I loved, it was Brad Pitt, and when he said it funny, he was like, we killing Nazis.
Inglourious Bastards.
So good.
That is...
Exceptional movie.
That is one of your Tarantino films. Because Tarantino made it a point. I'm making this many films that I'm retiring. So he's getting close to that point of, I've now made the films I was going to make, and I'm stopping. Because every time you get one, it is this
dude, so
comedic,
good.
fun work of art.
So good. It's maybe one of my favorite movies. I mean, I don't have a long list or anything.
Killing Nazis.
Dude, because he was supposed to be from Tennessee.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was like, that's the worst Southern accent I've ever heard in my whole life.
Aldo Raines. And the funny part of that movie is when they're impersonating being Italian actors, an Italian director.
Right.
And they have the worst Italian accents ever.
Dominic the Coco.
But the joke is that the Germans can't detect the Italian accent, so it didn't matter how bad it was. They're like, okay.
Brad Pitt goes,
Gorlami.
How do you say that again? Gorlami. Gorlami.
So good, man. That movie is exceptional. If you've never seen Inglourious Bastards, you need to see it. And I swear I'll watch it.
Everyone else has already seen it, Tug. It's just you just saw it.
Well, no, I saw it years ago. It wasn't when it was new, but it was, years ago. It's been a while. It's been a long time. How long has that been out? 15 years?
Came out in 2010.
Okay. 15 years.
15 years?
Yeah. And I saw it probably 7 years ago. So I'm way ahead of this. I'm way ahead of this. Anyway, that'll do it for us. Thank you for being here. For Los and Board Op Go Virgin River, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear? Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
By the way, for the record, screw the TikTok. Too bad if your children will hate you the rest of your life. It's a Chinese spy agency. Why should we allow it? Duh. My God. I mean, isn't it that simple, really? Even the Chinese will not allow the TikTok app in China. All right, let me say that again. The Communist Chinese Party will not allow TikTok in China.
Balance the scales here. What's worse? The Chinese military owning and operating that and spying on us by using it.
Yeah,
or demonic American popular culture being sent over to China.
Yeah, oh my God. Well, let's see if I can't decide. I just can't decide.
It's a lose-lose, I think.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
it's one of my favorite plans. I actually designed it like 5 years ago when I was with Anthem, and Anthem wouldn't let me launch it. But the lady that I met that runs a couple of adult daycares, when I was telling her, she was like, I'll do a family day specifically for you guys. And then I gotta find her card because that was like 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, well we can. Yeah, I can give you some as well.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
That would love it. Actually, so many of the caretakers, they just have no idea where to go.
Yeah.
And also paying for the service for the adult care. Like they
It's
can't
expensive.
really afford it.
Well,
Honestly,
my mom had dementia early, 56. That's why I had that plan, designed that plan forever ago. So it's expensive. Very expensive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought Dr. Kirk and there aren't that many that just focus on specifically dementia. They have adult daycares, but to have one that is just for Alzheimer's, it's not tons of them here, at least that I'm aware of. But there are ones that I go to. So
and that's what makes us stand out in the market so much, is because we have these plans that are customized and specialized for those chronic needs, and we can sell them all year round.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Which all year round. There's another key.
It is.
It's chilly in here.
It is cold in here today.
I don't want to be a complainer today.
So I know why they do it in the back. It's to keep the equipment cooler, kind of like a hospital. They keep it cold to keep the germs out. We do it so the equipment doesn't overheat, but it is abnormally cold in here. Oh, we are good to go.
Yes.
Yes.
And so, how long have you've been with Sonder?
It'll be a year next week.
Okay,
I'm surprised.
Happy anniversary!
It's gone so fast.
Yeah. And what about you?
I started in August of 22.
Okay.
So Sonder's been around since January of 21, and then the board started recruiting me in the summer of 22. And I thought I'd be crazy and go for my third startup.
Wow.
But I like it. I like the punishment.
She said punishment.
Punishment.
All right. Good
Tell
morning.
you how fast we've grown.
I was gonna say, then you've grown pretty fast.
So they had 47 members when I walked in the door.
Okay.
In August of 22. And then on December 31st of 23.
You going to be chatting too? No, you're just observing?
By just natural growth, and then we actually sold through that AEP.
You're going to be talking right into there, and if you want to move this to make it to where you're comfortable, have at it. But that's exactly how far you want to.
Perfect.
And then started 2024 with 1,087 members. What?
There we go.
And then ended 24 with 3,500.
Yeah, we're talking about that.
87.
Yeah, we're talking about that.
Started January of 25 with 15,000, I think 800, and we're still counting 15,800.
That's exponential growth. That's like.
I think I may have actually have the title for fastest organic growing MA company.
Organically.
What
are you doing? I love it. Serving. You're serving.
Create amazing plans.
I was going to say, yeah.
And customer service.
I was going to say.
Customer service is the number one biggest.
All right, we'll do some mic checks.
Okay.
Everybody put on their headsets. Two most important things. Can you hear yourself, and can you hear others? Can you hear yourself? Count to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, Susanna.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, and I can hear myself, and I'm good to go.
A little bit. Sorry. There you go.
So hers doesn't have the red light on it. What does that mean?
It just means hers isn't turned on yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she doesn't have a ring.
I think my red light never actually works.
They took the light off. They must have changed the bar at the bottom. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's never worked.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help without a doubt. All right, Zelina, thank you for joining us. This is going to be fun. I like your resume because we're going to get into the artsy part of it, too.
Okay, great.
And how it all comes together with our seniors. So just want to make sure I have correct pronunciation of your name. Zelina?
Zelina. Cassandra.
Okay. And are there things specifically you want to get off of your soul into the public sphere?
Just the fact that my new book, Auntie What is Alzheimer's?
Okay.
That is really it, where basically it's the generational piece, intergenerational piece, where we open up the conversation for parents to start talking to their kids about what's happening to their grandparents.
Okay. And we'll go with your resume to start. So, the long and the short. So, nuts and bolts. I'm the sports talk guy, and I host other podcasts, but this is fun because we get to talk about health and folks who need the stuff that Sandra provides and helping out our senior community. So, we have a little loosey-goosey format. So, we have 3 segments.
Okay.
First segment is about 10 minutes. It's more, who are you? How are you doing? How did you get to where you are now? What got you into the sphere? What was it like growing up? Certainly going to answer some Greenleaf questions. We're going to talk about the Greenleaf.
And I sing the anthem for the Swarm.
Oh, there you go.
I thought that was really cool. That because sports has been a big thing of mine as well.
Okay.
My ex was with the Falcons, with development for the team.
Player development.
So
Kevin?
Not Kevin. His name is Tron, but Kevin was his boss.
I know Tron.
You know Tron.
I know Tron.
I used to be Zelina Stamper.
Gotcha. All right.
So NFL, it's my world.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do Georgia Swarm.
It is so small, right?
Singing.
It's crazy.
It is. Atlanta, everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 years of that. So I'm very familiar with, sports and the Falcons, and I do the anthems simply because I'm a singer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to know how you get that. When you see people get those opportunities,
sure.
Sometimes when they have a playoff game, they go get a celebrity, but
sure.
People get that call.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure they get a lot of people who want to go out there and do that. So
absolutely. Right. Absolutely. It's been really cool. The contacts that I've met over the years from, the Women's Association, all the wives to the production. Roddy was there. Tron's boss years ago. Roddy White, yeah. Good friend of my family's. I would help out with my children's theater program in Alpharetta. A lot of the players or locals would have their kids in my drama enrichment program. So I know them a lot personally and instill the arts into them.
Atlanta is
from sports. So it's
town.
It's entertainment. You know what I mean? It's.
Do you know anybody that has we're looking for some spokespeople
for Thunder? Probably, yeah. We could probably talk, yeah.
If I'd love to shoot a video with him and Susanna or whoever.
Okay.
All right, so crazy question, but try to be good. I have to order breakfast because I have to take my antibiotic because I get yelled at if I don't. Do you guys want anything?
I love it.
You gonna ask the sports talk radio guy if he wants something to eat? Good.
I'm all good. I need breakfast.
All right. I could. I'll send it. When I order, I'll send it to you so you can grab it.
Okay. So 3 segments. We'll start off. Hey, how you doing? Introduce yourself. Middle segment is our longest one. It's about 20 minutes. So we go 10, then 20 minutes, and it'll fly by. Okay. And we kind of get into some of the things that you've been working with specifically. We go through them and how they impact our senior communities, and get your opinions on the good things that help seniors and get into the world of dementia. And then the last segment, we'll talk about your book. Anything else? Is there anything else you would like to promote?
No.
Just the book. All right. So we need to know what the book is, where to get it.
The book is Auntie What is Alzheimer's?
What is Alzheimer's?
Mm-hmm. And you can get it at bossfrog.org.
Bossfrog. Okay, so we'll throw that out.
Yeah.
The last segment, and then
it's also on Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, Walmart.com, all of that.
Throw all of that out.
Okay.
Throw all of that out. All right. Now I've come prepared. I had a scratchy throat the last 2 days.
You need me to record you as well, or are you fine?
Record me? Yeah, it'd be cool. Just so I can have something.
Well, your phone is probably better than mine. Well, let me try. I'll do this. I'll capture some video.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Oh, where's my phone? All right, so we just have to hit the mark at 43 minutes and 50 seconds, and we will hit it. All right. 3, 2, and... Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here for the Weekend Wellness Show, brought to you by Sonder Health Plans. Sonder Health Plans, your neighbors, your doctors, your friends. This is the show focused on health, wellness, and wellness for our seniors in our senior communities. All brought to you by Sonder Health Plans. Home team Brandon Leak here with CEO of Sonder Health Plans, Susanna Roberts. Happy New Year's, what we'll say to Susanna, who has fantastic news about where Sonder was and where Sonder is, and it just puts a smile on a lot of faces. We'll have a fantastic conversation with a very talented woman who is in town, for town, and all about around town as we get a chance to meet the creator. Zelina Cassandra, she is an upcoming force in the industry, and she is an author. She is a certified life coach. She is a producer, CNA, CDP, singer, motorcyclist, and a creator of Boss Frog, which we'll talk about throughout the course of the show today. Zelina, thank you so much for your time here today on the Weekend Wellness Show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So we get a chance to meet new people, people who are passionate about wellness, health, mental health, and getting information about conditions, diseases, and things that our loved ones, our parents have to deal with as they get into our senior communities. And we'll certainly get into those things without a doubt. You have so much on your resume, it would take 45 minutes to read the whole thing. So I'll go through it in pieces because it's just such a fascinating journey. First of all, tell us where is home? Where did you grow up? And how do you get yourself in a space where you have all of these different facets of life attached to your bio?
Well, thank you so much. I am from Gainesville, Georgia, home of Lake Lanier, baby.
All right.
So I'm born and raised. I'm a real Georgia peach. I went to college at Stevens College in Columbia, Missouri, pledged at Mizzou. So I could say I'm a Mizzou Tiger, but not really. Go Dogs. But yeah. But I went for a BFA in theater. So that is where my musical background came from. It actually started in Gainesville High School. I was, really active in theater, honor thespian, best actress in state, all of those sorts of things that started my background in the arts. And I'm really big on, striving to instill life skills through the arts because that's what really helped me get to where I'm going. Theater has been such a huge part of my life. And at a younger age, I was able to travel doing theater. I was able to go to Edgar, Hungary, and perform in Budapest and Amsterdam and all of these things before I graduated from high school. I got to perform with Tina Turner in the Super Bowl 2000.
Wow.
Simply, yeah, I know, right? Simply because of just what I've done, performance-wise. So singing, acting, and dancing is my thing, and Gainesville is home. And there's so many more things from that help stack where my journey of life.
What are some of those things? I had a chance to interview years ago. I was a big wrestling, still am. Went to wrestling last week here at State Farm Arena. Just a little kid in me, but I grew up a big wrestling fan. And Jesse Ventura was a big wrestler when I was a kid, and watched him become an actor, and then he ended up becoming a governor. And I asked him when I had a chance to interview him, what impact did wrestling have on your career? Did it have any benefit to you as a public official? He said, absolutely. He said being a wrestler taught him how to use the power of the camera, how to focus on the things that people were dialed into you, and how to use the fact that when people are watching you, sometimes they're hanging on every word. So to that point, what did singing and your love for the arts do for you now? What skill sets did you learn from those genres to help you do what you do now to help people?
So much. theater basically taught me how to work well with others. When you're in a cast of a show, if one person is missing, you pretty much, are affected by that. So I learned how to work well with others. I learned how to basically have confidence in anything that I do, and to speak with confidence and to present, but also to look at other people's lives and try to put myself in their shoes, which is the skill of acting per se. So it really, really helped me with my confidence. It really has helped me be able to stand alone, to be able to just navigate when things change. Because when you're in big productions, I've done some really cool productions on ice and different things like that with MGMs. I've learned from being on stage to actually helping produce that, theater taught me how to navigate very quickly, how to improv on the fly, how to really pay attention to people and what they need and speak to them in that way. Music and singing was my way of speaking. And we know music just resonates the soul. It transcends through any language, kids, adults, and it really put me in a space where I was actually really kind of nervous to sing. Honestly, it was therapy for me at the time growing up, things that I went through. So I pretty much could become this character to kind of get myself out of what I was in. So theater to me saved my life, and singing and my voice actually just kept building me and helping me go to these different places that taught me a lot of different lessons. So without it, I don't think I would be who I am. I don't think I would be very as cultured as I am. I wouldn't have the experiences that I've had, and my voice, whether I'm speaking, because I've, done voiceover work. I've done a lot of different things because of my voice. So I'm not me without it. I just don't believe that at all. So theater has definitely helped me do that. And the people. I get to meet so many people that I never would have thought I've met simply because of my voice, or they've been in the audience and how I was able to impact their life just with them hearing me sing. And I used to just really fear being in the spotlight. Just because I came up in theater does not mean that I did not want to be in the spotlight. Again, it was therapy for me. And I believe that's what God put me to do. But I always had a fear of doing it. But I realized my gift wasn't for me. And when I realized that it wasn't about how I felt, it was about the impact that I made on others with my voice and what it did for them, is where I really started to grow, I believe.
When did you know you were good at it? You carry a tune and you kind of get in and people, oh, my baby can sing. Yeah. And then you kind of go from one station, maybe it's in church, maybe it's at, plays. But when did you know you were good at it and, maybe I have a little something here?
So that happened in my sophomore year of high school.
Okay.
I got cast in a show called The Wiz. I played Dorothy in The Wiz, and I got, there were seniors auditioning. Everybody was auditioning. I was just a sophomore, and I got the lead role. Again, not going out for the lead role, just wanting to be a part. And from there, when we went to our 1-act state competition, I won Best Actress out of the region. That was my first year. I got it every year after that. Okay. And I started to think like, oh, wow. People really, I must be really good at this. Projecting and putting people in my shoe in the character, helping them embody it, then getting the invite to go to Hungary and to sing, like I said, in Budapest and Amsterdam as a sophomore in high school, with a limousine came and picked me up at school. And it was the first trip away from my mom, where it was just like, oh my gosh, going to this different country, looking at the wine vineyards and going in hot air balloons and riding horses and all of these things simply because of my voice, where most of my friends were just at home going through high school. I realized, okay, I might be good at this. So I just went from there.
Singer, motorcyclist, life coach, and other things she has accomplished. We'll get into that with Zelina Cassandra here on the Weekend Wellness Show. Your singing has allowed you to sing here in town, national anthems. I would love to be able to have that opportunity. I have one small problem. I cannot sing. Now, in the shower, I should have about 9 Grammys. I'll tell you right now. But I cannot sing, and I always am amazed at people who get that opportunity to stand in front of a small crowd at a small gathering in an arena or in a football stadium to get that. Talk about some of the opportunities that you've had here in Atlanta and how you get that opportunity and what it's like to be the center of attention to Bless America with the national anthem.
Right. So first of all, it was an honor and a privilege to do so, to be able to be invited to sing. That comes from my background. I believe that your reputation precedes you. You know, I believe that your gift will make room for you. So I was, because of other things I've been involved in, people have been able to see my work. And to sing the anthem was, I've done it for ATO rugby team, and I've also sang for the lacrosse, the Georgia Swarm, which is one of my favorites. I love going into the arena.
Gas South is a great venue.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love the people. I love lacrosse. You know, a lot of people don't really know a lot about lacrosse, at least people that I'm around, but it's so cool to me. Like, I absolutely love it because I actually have done a lot of shows on ice before with, like I said, with MGM. So it's a really cool thing for me. But standing up in front of these crowds of people singing the anthem, it can be kind of nerve-wracking, you know, because, you know, my main thing is I don't want to forget the words. You know, this is the national anthem, and I also have sang the Canadian anthem, you know, back to back in these arenas with thousands of people looking at you. But again, I've trained to be in these sort of arenas my whole life.
Can you learn to sing? I've always wanted to act like a track star. You know, clearly some people train and they have some genetics where they'll just be faster than somebody else. Can you take somebody who's a 3 vocally and get them to a 6 or 7 where they can at least carry a tune, or you either have it or you're doomed forever to just be in the shower winning your Grammys?
I'm so glad you brought that up because I believe that everybody can sing.
Okay.
Now, yes, granted, there are people that are better than others. And can I take them from a 3 to a 7 or to an 8? Absolutely. So I did that for years. So I had a drama enrichment program in Alpharetta for about 15 years where I would not only teach drama enrichment, but I would teach private vocal lessons. And vocal lessons it's just about technique. It's just how you round your sound, no different than you speaking on the radio, right? So it's where you place that voice and listening and being able to hear where the notes are. Can you teach it? Absolutely. It's a skill. So the more that you practice it, the more that you practice your breathing, the better your sound is, and the better you're going to sound with once you continue to work on that. And I can tell if my students have worked on it or not, because I'm going to give you exercises and I know where they should be from here to there, because of the certain techniques that you can learn to sing to change your sound or to sound better. Absolutely. So yes, to answer your question, you can learn to sing. You are not doomed. Now, I will say there are some people that are tone deaf, but it's not that they can't sing. We just have to make sure that we communicate with them where the notes are, and they have to work a little bit harder than per se someone else maybe, but they definitely, there's always a chance that you can get it. It's just depending on how hard you can work. I wasn't always a good singer. Matter of fact, I was told as a kid not to sing. So that was actually kind of damaging, honestly, when I was young, because my voice was really low at the time. The way that I would speak, it would be really low, and so I was told not to sing and that my voice was too loud. So imagine had I listened to that.
Well, I have had that happen in my career. I was told once early in my career, you don't have what it takes to be afternoon or morning drive. And I've been afternoon, and now I'm morning drive. It's kind of a how you like me now kind of feeling when people tell you you can't do something. Singer, motorcyclist, life coach, author, and CNA and CDP. Zelina Cassandra joining us here. Everything you just said was fun. And we'll get into a conversation now about how fun can translate to activities and a lot of fun for our seniors, as you have been a director, operations director at Royal Adult Day, and having a direct contact with what our seniors need to be mentally stimulated, physically stimulated, and just making being in a senior community a lot of fun. We'll have a conversation about that. We also have some great news as CEO of Sonder Health Plan. Susanna Roberts joins. We're going to have fantastic fantastic numbers that you have to share with the public. You guys at Sonder have started off, and you've done it the right way. You have been genuine the right way. You have listened the right way, and in doing so, the numbers have come back to show that you are doing it the right way. We'll get to that when we return here on the Weekend Wellness Show, brought to you by Sonder Health Plans. Oh, yeah.
I was dying to cough the whole time.
14 minutes. Oh, that's the worst when you're talking in the middle. And you have to. We do have a
happens when you sing too.
A mute button. So if you feel like you're talking, the mute is the one. If you hit the mute button,
I don't need to turn it off then.
Okay. That was great.
Are they coming?
No, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
That
was good.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll get into you being the operations director. And look. You should put it on yourself. You're a star. She's a star. You see all this stuff? Look, this is her resume. She's going to put podcasting and radio star on it.
You did? Okay.
I wish. Thank you, right there.
So we'll set up this one talking about you being the operations director, and then kind of circle back to your children's shows and what you've done and how that goes into crafting things and making things entertaining.
Absolutely.
For our seniors. Okay, so we'll do that. Man, that flew by.
It did, actually.
So usually that's our short segment. That was a good one. All right, so we'll see. Here we go. All right. What side of town do you live?
I'm in Dawsonville.
Where?
Oh, that's
on purpose. On purpose.
Okay, all right.
On purpose. I moved from Buckhead. I'm a true country girl. Okay. I ride my bike. I kayak. I hunt.
Wow.
I hunt boar.
What's your weapon of choice?
30-30 liver action.
That's my granddaddy.
Yeah. So I want to be there to clear my mind.
So you grew up like that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And I my life is just so. People are like, what? Wait a minute. Like, you wear ball gowns and you're on ice and you hunt? Wait a minute. You have guns and motorcycles and
you're living life. That's what you're doing.
Well, sometimes
God is good.
It has to be peaceful.
It is. That's what I was gonna say. It's by choice. Okay. It is by choice because when I have to work, I'm in the city. No problem.
I grew up in the country too.
I love the country.
So, I hunted when I was younger with my dad, but mine is fishing. I love to fish.
There you go.
That is my favorite hobby in the entire world.
Very relaxing.
Yes, it is. I can't catch much, but
you don't like fishing?
I'm scared when he comes out the water.
Yeah, you got to hold him, and you got to. So you definitely are you going to clean one or skin one?
No, I'm not going to save it. I'll just throw it right back.
All right. Well, some people do that.
Right.
Some people do that. I'm keeping mine. If I call him and wait, I'm keeping him.
I'm trying to eat it.
Yeah.
Fresh as can be.
All right. All right, so we'll go back we'll start off with your operations director duties, and then we'll circle back to how that went into your activities. All right, 3, 2. Welcome back into the Weekend Wellness Show, brought to you by Sonder Health Plans. Remember, Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends. If you have someone in our senior community looking for a good, great, and fantastic health plan, there are plenty available for you. Go to SonderHealthPlans.com to find one. Home team Brandon Leak here with the CEO of Sonder Health Plans, Susanna Roberts. First of all, Susanna, Happy New Year, as our schedules have been a little bit crazy, but now we're back into the throes of it in 2025, and you come back in with just not good, but fantastic news. Starting Sonder when you did, starting off with a few plans, expanding the plans have certainly helped and now have resonated, and you have the data to prove it, as you guys have grown significantly with what you have dropped. The last cycle, folks could sign up for health plans.
Yes, happy New Year. Glad to be back. I have a little bit of a scratchy throat. I call this my Christmas cold that hasn't gone away. It's stuck with me all through the holiday. But no, we're really excited. It was a fantastic annual enrollment period for us. Which was October through December, and now we're in our open enrollment season where people have one more chance to change, and again, hopefully pick Sonder. But we launched, we added 72 new counties, so we're in a total of 84 counties across Georgia. A total of 12 plans. We have plans for everyone. We have a dementia plan, which I'm sure we'll talk about, and a lot of special chronic needs plans. But I'm really excited to see where we ended the year, which was about 3,500 members. We're still pretty small and growing, but we started with a bang. We're up to 16,000 and growing every day. So we're really excited.
Train continues to roll down the track. Our guest today is Alita Cassandra. She is a woman who wears many hats and wears them very well. She is a certified life coach. She is a CDP, a CNA, an author, producer, singer, and she also is going to tell us about being the creator of Boss Frog. Among those things, she's also served as the operations director at Royal Adult Day, and she created fun activities that included music and cognitive stimulation therapy and entertainment for those attending with Alzheimer's and dementia. And Susanna just brought up dementia. It's very near and dear to us personally. Her family, her mother, and my grandmother, going through that. And when you live and walk and you are charged with giving the best quality of life, you have to always be thinking. You always have to come up with some different strategies to make sure that people are stimulated in the proper way. Walk us through being an operations director for Royal Adult Day.
So, being the operational manager, director, basically it's my job to basically make sure the staff knows what they're doing, programming it, making sure that the participants are engaged, which is a huge part of adult daycare. You want to make sure that they are engaged and keeping their mind stimulated. And my main part, how I got started with that is one day I got invited to come sing, of course. I didn't know where I was going. A friend of mine just said, hey, come in and sing with me, sing some Aretha. And I'm like, okay. I go in and it's an adult daycare. And at the time, I didn't realize it was for Alzheimer's until I got there. And I started singing, and you have a few of the participants just enjoying the music. And you had one particular participant who just wasn't really cognitive at the moment. I started singing, and she literally lifts her heads up and starts singing with me. And it still gives me chills to this day because I knew I was in the right place, and I never left. I literally would just go in and sing every single week because music stimulates the brain. It helps soothe the patient. It helps bring back memories. So I just knew that's where I was supposed to be. Not only that, Boss Frog actually was a puppet originally, and I know from my research and other things that I've done how puppetry stimulates seniors as well, and it stimulates the mind. So I would mix the two. So I brought in Boss Frog as a puppet, and I would also teach the participants how to make a sock puppet, how to do things so the puppet they would be able to talk to the puppet, and we would sing together and things like that, which you could really tell a huge difference in how they were responding and the joy on their faces. And so that was my job. I absolutely love it because I come from a theater background. Putting together activities and programs that are stimulating is kind of just my bread and butter. It's going to happen naturally for me to create different games. Puzzles were another thing. Also created workbooks and things like that where they can actually write in those books and kind of bring back different sayings and different things like that. So it was just my job to keep them as active and as stimulated as possible throughout the day.
You wouldn't think, right off the cuff it would be a perfect fit, but it is the entertainment, the blending of entertainment in your background and how that transfers to helping our seniors therapeutically. When you're talking about, you're a woman that's produced children's shows for over a decade. And so knowing how to entertain and keep people's attention, which is certainly things you want to try to keep to do when people are dealing with dementia, is certainly a great background to have when you're talking about helping people who are looking to have a good time.
Thank thank you. And I think that's the unique piece. And I think that's what sometimes, like you said, you don't really think about the two going together. It's kind of like, how does that work? Well, it works very, very well, simply because health and wellness is all stimulated with the mind, and again, music is just a huge portion of that. And staying cognitive, being active are just what I've been taught, what I do. And so programming those sort of curriculums and things like that for seniors and children just go very, very well together because, as we age, we kind of become more childlike. And so when we keep, if we keep that in mind as we are dealing with people with Alzheimer's or dementia, even in our families, you will understand the connection between the kids and the senior and why Boss Frog was born. You know what I mean? So that we could have those conversations and have your children interact with your seniors instead of them being more shy away from them because they really work well together. And again, my background, it just pulls all of that together because programming, singing, music, acting, all of that keeps the mind stimulated, and it's just my thing.
What advancements or upgrades to the entertainment component when you're talking about stimulating our senior communities? When you look at virtual reality goggles, video games, even tablets and iPads, what do you see using technology moving forward that could, go along the lines of what you're doing, using the time and the technology to help entertain and help our senior communities have a great time?
Well, I think technology is really important in all of our lives, even seniors. One thing, specifically with people with Alzheimer's, I feel like we as the the child or the grandparent, or the adult in the situation doesn't necessarily always understand what their parent, the one with Alzheimer's or dementia, is going through.
Right.
Technology has given us a way to do that. You can actually put on some goggles, put on, a VR and actually be in this simulating state of what they were going through. The sounds, little things that trigger them, that irritate them, and can cause them, their behavior or their moods to change. And until you really experience that, you really don't know what's going on in their minds. And what I have found is that when people get to have this experience through technology, they are a lot more sympathetic. They are a lot more like, okay, understanding, a lot more, okay, let me meet them where they are, instead of kind of irritating them even more, trying to bring them out of something because you think they're just not listening to you. That is not the case. And you will understand that when you put yourself in their shoes. And I think technology has been a really good way for people to have that sort of experience. Not only that, those that seniors just period, dealing with their iPhones, learning how to send an email, Facebook, learning how to FaceTime with their grandkids or their family is really cool. Definitely in the centers, being able to use technology for them to talk to their daughter at the moment or their son who they're used to seeing, it really does comfort them. And technology just allows us to do that. It also, there are different watches and different things that you can use with a person with Alzheimer's or dementia if they wander off, where you can find them, because and that it makes us aware of what's going on with them. If you don't know them, you can see this bracelet on them that will give you a GPS of where they are. Not only that, it will tell you their diagnosis, it'll tell you their name, different things that technology has really, really helped. I mean, can you imagine your grandparent wandering off because they think they're going home, they're already at home, they leave out, and you can't find them. Technology has been really instrumental, in my opinion, to help with some of the things that we're dealing with that. For sure.
We're talking to Zelina Cassandra here on the Weekend Wellness Show. Home team Brandon Leak with CEO of Sonder Health Plans, Susanna Roberts. Among a litany of great things, Zelina is a certified National Council of Dementia practitioner. She combines her passion for the arts and pairs it with health and wellness to create very unique intergenerational programs for our seniors and their grandchildren. What makes your style, agenda, and implementations different from others in the industry?
Very different because I approach Alzheimer's from the intergenerational portion, meaning children.
All right.
Because I just lost my grandmother last year from Alzheimer's and dementia, and I watched her decline. And for me, it was very hard to watch, but it's also what made me look at her other grandkids who are a lot younger than me and realize they would never meet her the way that I knew her. They wouldn't get to sing with her the way that I did. They didn't get to take her to lunch and talk about her 8 kids and what she was thinking when she had 8 kids and all the questions and the conversations that I used to have with her. They just wouldn't experience her in the same way. And we all know our grandparents, are that relationship with the grandparents. It's just something like it was just so special to me, right? My grandmother, I felt like I could tell her things I couldn't tell my mom. You know what I mean? I felt like we just, every day going after school, she would cook for me every morning before school, having those things that only grandparents can have. So I felt like my piece was different, was coming from a child's perspective, which most people don't think about. When you are dealing with someone with dementia in your family, it's really the parent, the son or the daughter who's dealing with their parent who has children. And so the kid is watching your parent stress out or be upset because they are dealing with this thing they don't know how to deal with. And the kids are kind of in a space of, we don't really know what's going on. And most of the time they become afraid to deal with the grandparent, you know? And so what makes what I do different is because I approach it from the kid's perspective. And one thing that I'm really big on is, because I've taught children a lot, is that I don't like to kind of quote unquote insult their intelligence. Kids are capable of understanding what you explain. And as long as you can explain it to them, break it down to them, they will understand and be able to be put into a situation to help, right? But they need the tools and the resources. And a lot of times I don't believe the parents even know how to start that conversation because they're so emotionally involved with dealing with their parent anyway, and just taking on this idea of this change in their own lives. And so what makes me different is because I wanted to make sure that we focus on that piece, because we have to have care for our seniors. And most of the time it's the children that are doing that, because eventually their parents are going to get older and you're going to remember, oh, this was what was happening with grandma. I get it now. Mom handled this way. Oh yeah, she told me it was dementia. It was Lewy body. It was all these different things that makes what I do a little bit different. And the music and the puppets and the dancing and the instruments makes it fun for the family. And that's my approach that makes it a lot different. For sure.
You're listening to the Weekend Wellness Show, brought to you by Sonder Health Plans. Home team Brandon Leak with CEO of Sonder Health Plans, Susanna Roberts. You hear a woman like that, so passionate. Every time she talks, you can hear it coming out of her throat that she is just so passionate about helping people. And that's what you do at Sonder. You know, some people get a chance to stay at home and then they can go to senior sitters and have some opportunities to be entertained by some of the situations like Zelina was talking about. Talk about that, where people who sign up for Sonder Health Plans, and really the caregivers too, need to know what opportunities and avenues are available if you sign up for one of the great Sonder Health Plans that are available to our seniors.
Yeah, of course. So, we mentioned earlier about the dementia plan. So the dementia plan, we actually do cover as part of a benefit, so free of charge to the family, adult daycare. So in the case that you just spoke about, if you're a caregiver to a family member or someone with dementia, you can actually sign up for that plan and have be able to take them to a place like that so they could really enjoy the environment and be around the energy that she has. And I think even more important is about the caregiver. So we do a lot of coverage for caregivers, caregiver training. We have a lot of in-home. So if you need to just step away for 2 or 3 hours, you could call someone, step away for 2 or 3 hours, go to the grocery store. We'll cover that. And that's really important, because I think if we had heard a statistic, I think on one of the earlier shows, I think it said that 40% of caregivers end up passing away before the person with dementia, which is just, just insane.
So everybody all in it together. And Zelina, I have so many questions to ask you when you go back to your theater background and your ability to produce things that entertain people and keep them stimulated and is documented and proven. How did you get into circles where you're on Oprah Winfrey Network set and you're on a major production on the series that was on for a few years, Greenleaf? How do you get those conversations, and what was it like having that kind of fun in your life?
So incredible, absolutely.
You got a whole lot going on now at that.
Oh yeah,
that church going on.
Absolutely.
I was watching.
Good. So again, doing theater my whole life, doing a lot of regional theater here. After traveling, I was here doing a show called Dreamgirls in Marietta, and one of the girls on set happened to be friends with Matthew, who was over the music for Greenleaf, and was looking for some singers. And so I got that call, that email. And honestly, it's a pretty funny story, because I got the email and it's like, Oprah Winfrey's blah 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 Greenleaf show, blah blah blah, and I needed to respond. And I didn't respond. And because I was like, this is like, one of those spam things, like, what? And long story short, my girlfriend called me. She's like, did you get the email? And I'm like, what email? She's like, for Greenleaf, the show, it's on Oprah, blah, blah, blah. You need to respond because, I referred you. And I'm like, oh, that was real? Like, oh my God. So, long story short, I responded next day, got everything I needed. And I think about 2 days later, I was on set, right?
Wow.
On set with Kurt Franklin. That was my first shoot. And we were, man, it was just an incredible experience to be around such energy and the music again. And then one day I'm on set, and Oprah basically wanted the same singers, not the choir. She wanted, they have like the worship leaders, right, that are on the stage. So that's who one of the roles that I played. And so she wanted the church to feel the same all the way through. So it was kind of like a God thing that I was able to do more than one show. And so one day we're shooting, and the director says, cut or whatever. And he's like, you, come here. I'm like, me? I'm like, oh no, like, what did I do? And I come down, and he's like, do you mind being our choir director?
No.
And I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, just as if you would, direct a choir. You're going to be bringing everybody on. You're going to be directing them while the track is going. And by the way, Patti LaBelle will be here in a minute. And so you're going to be telling her, where to go. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Just by the way.
All right. Yeah. So that is how I got from one thing to the next, because I just started off just singing and then became the choir director. So you'll see me directing in season 2 and 3, and which I thought was super cool. And the episode with Patty, just being able to sit down and realize everybody is just like you. We all, she was incredible to work with. She was just like an auntie. Like, we sat down, took our heels off on stage during the break, and was able to just sit and talk. But how did I get that? Because of the work I had already done and that I was currently doing. I was currently doing a show, and just happened to be in the right place, right time. And because they prefer to work with people, that you know what I mean? That is going to show up, that is going to deliver. And I have worked really hard to keep that reputation. And this one worked out really well for me. So I'm very proud of that. I just, have a little bitty role in the big scheme of things, but it is a credit that I wouldn't ever not want to have, simply because of just the experience, the people that I met, and also, being people able to watch the show for generations to come, and the residuals that come with that. So it's really cool.
We're talking to Zelina Cassandra, a woman of many talents, author, certified life coach, a CDP, a CNA, producer, singer, motorcyclist, and she's also been operations director at Royal Adult Day. She joins us here on the Weekend Wellness Show. We talk about physical and mental wellness here on the Weekend Wellness Show. With all that you have done, are doing, will do, what do you do to decompress, have some me time, and do things that help you relax? Now, I see motorcyclist on the bio, but then in the last break, we were talking about you like to do a lot of things outdoors, including getting in a kayak and maybe doing a little bit of hunting.
Absolutely. I'm a true country girl at heart. Again, shout out to Gainesville, Georgia. But so Lake Lanier is there. So the getting on the water, rather it's on my fishing boat. I have a little John boat as well, and I have 4 kayaks. So just going out there in the quiet really puts me at peace. Zelina, my name means girl of the wood, girl of nature. So I am truly that. I believe that the trees, nature just puts me at a space of peace. I also love to hunt, like boar hunt.
Goodness.
Yeah. So being out in the woods by myself or with a partner in the dark, or it's kind of
you hunt at night, boar at night.
I mean, not necessarily at night, but if it becomes night, I'm not gonna.
Those things are kind of surly. They get a little attitude when they
get a real attitude
see you in their neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, they can be something else for sure. But it's where I'm at peace. It's so quiet, it's so serene. It helps me collect my thoughts, and my motorcycle. I can't say enough. Going up into the Georgia mountains is just something that I absolutely enjoy and would not trade. It was probably one of the best purchases that I've made.
When did you start riding motorcycles?
So, it's been years ago. So probably 2012, maybe. My dad has ridden a motorcycle my whole life. My granddad rode motorcycles. And, my mom said, hey, I one day I want to learn how to ride. I used to ride with your dad, but let's take a lesson. And I said, okay, I never really thought about that. And went and booked the lessons. And I said, okay, Mom, I got the lessons. You ready? She's like, oh, I kind of changed my mind. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I go anyway. I take a class just because I want to make sure that I have everything. A lot of people ride to speed and act crazy on a motorcycle. That is not me. It is for peace. I have a cruiser and I absolutely love it. And so again, it's just for me to free my mind. And so I was able to have this experience of riding my motorcycle and not knowing inspire so many other women. I mean, when I'm on the road on my bike, do you know how many people hang out their window or honk their horn? Old women, all races, literally are like, huh? Oh my God, you're riding. Like, they're like, you are so inspiring. I can go to a gas station. I've had families walk up to me. And I know that there are other Black women that are on motorcycles, but in where I am, like up North Georgia, probably it's not as many. So people literally roll down their windows, have just nothing but great things to say, thumbs up, and just the power of the bike gives you so much confidence, especially when you know what you're doing. But for me, it's just the peace of mind, and it's definitely how I take my mind off of everything else that I have going on.
Sounds very liberating and very, very relaxing for you to have that ability to have time and to do something that you learned to do that you've always wanted to do. That's a great way to relax and get yourself reset. All right, when we get back, we'll get to two things. Advice you would have for caregivers of those who have relatives dealing with Alzheimer's and dementia. And then we'll get to your book, which people need to get their hands and their eyes on when we return here on the Weekend Wellness Show, brought to you by Sonder Health Plans.
This looks awfully healthy.
I never knew. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
I never knew in my entire life. My daddy used to ride motorcycles.
Oh, really?
Never knew. we were just talking one time, and he just said, "Yeah, this and that, and yeah, my bike when I came down here to Atlanta, and my bike." I said, "You had a motorcycle?" He was like, "Yeah." I said, "You never even brought it up one time." I said, "What happened to your bike?"
We got two bowls, and we got some toast.
Look at that.
Oh.
And it's healthy. I was
Yeah,
like,
it looks good.
No, I'm like,
where's the bacon? Where's the grits? Where's the eggs? Southern breakfast. So do you ride at all?
No. So the funny part was, I said, "Well, Daddy, you like bikes?" We were talking about it, and I was like, "You've never in my life brought it up. Why didn't we know you had a bike?" He said, "I got married. Mama told him, you got 2 kids.
Yeah.
Will be no motorcycle riding, brother, on 285. You're done." And so he sold it, and he never, I guess it was just out of him. He never talked to I never knew he had a motorcycle.
Wow.
So maybe it's in me.
It is in you.
Opposed to it.
Sure.
I would do like you. I would get out of the city. There's no way I'm riding up 75 on a motorcycle when people drive. No way.
I was also able to, a lot of the motorcycle clubs get together. I'm sure you're familiar with Greg Street. And, so he's a part of a club, and I hired him to host the Roundup. The Roundup is where thousands of bikers come from all over the world, and they're there for a week. And I was in charge of the entertainment, so I brought Hoodie Mob and Pastor Joy, all these people so I produced the entertainment for the motorcycle clubs, right, for this event. And we have a segment for people to learn how to ride, over that week.
That's interesting.
And it's really, really cool. Like I say, how bikes have intertwined into my life. And then from that, Harley Davidson Thunder Tower, which is in Morrow, actually helped partner with me for a ride for Alzheimer's. It's called Ride for Alzheimer's. And so the City of the Police came out, and we rode, and
a lot of bikers here.
Oh yeah, so many bikers. And so we ride for Alzheimer's.
You have y'all's own theme when you do that? You have your T-shirts?
Well, yes.
Jackets?
I'm sorry. Yep. Well, we did the first one, and so the second one we will be having even more. I'll be adding more to that. So it's really cool to see all the bikers, all the walks of life come out to support Alzheimer's, because it truly has affected so many people.
All right. So we'll get to your advice. Mm-hmm. We'll get to your book, and then we end the show. We always end the show on one healthy thing you did this week. It could be go for a walk. It could be, go out and kayak for 20 minutes. It could be you go to the gym 5 times a week. You went for 20 minutes one day. Just whatever. Just something, a positive nugget.
Sure.
Right.
And you're so good. I love it. And I've heard you before. Yeah, no, you're
I'm a work in progress.
On it. I love it. You just flow.
They give us a little latitude in the morning. Don't let the Falcons lose.
Oh man, I know it.
See, this is my healthy thing. I'm trying to take my antibiotics. I'm 2 hours late today, but it's better than 3 hours, right?
Well, you have a lot of healthy food there.
You do.
I was like, maybe we should order some bacon.
I thought about grits. I was definitely in the mood for grits.
I see bananas and strawberries on the
Right.
All right.
They have a healthy segment.
3, 2, and 1. Ready for the grand finale here on the Weekend Wellness Show, brought to you by Sonder Health Plans. CEO of Sonder Health Plans, Susanna Roberts, here with home team Brandon Leak, a fantastic guest and passionate guest, and Zelina Cassandra joining us. And you have talked about Alzheimer's and dementia. What advice would you give to our caregivers, family members and caregivers who have to help our loved ones in a difficult point in their lives?
Advice that I would give caregivers and those that have to help is, first of all, don't forget about yourself. As you are caretaking and becoming, just so responsible for your loved one, you really can't take care of someone else without taking care of yourself first. And I find that a lot of the caregivers need respite. They need a break, which is why Sonder health programs are absolutely incredible to help provide ways for them to do that. So taking care of yourself, making sure that you take breaks, make sure that you go work out, eat healthy as well, so that you can keep your mind where you need to be, because it's just imperative when you're taking care of someone with the disease.
And tell us about your book, where we can get it, and what's in it.
Awesome. So my book is called Auntie, What is Alzheimer's? And Boss Frog and Auntie Z, which Auntie Z is myself, she basically, when Boss Frog notices that Nana keeps forgetting their special night dinners, he learns that she has Alzheimer's. And this book just offers a look of how families can start the conversation on Alzheimer's, as well as ways to engage their loved ones with how to support them in difficult times like this. So it brings the conversation for the kids to be able to speak about how to help their grandparent and how it affects them as well. So you can get this book on my website at bossfrog.org. It's also available at Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, and Walmart.com. So you can find it on their websites as well. But bossfrog.org is where we would love for you to find it, because I'll sign all of those books for you that we send out for sure.
Final question. One healthy thing you've done this week. We try to end on a positive note to inspire our listeners here on the Weekend Wellness Show.
I wake up at 5 a.m. and I actually take time for myself. I do a little reading and I work out.
Okay.
Which I think is very, very important to visualize your day. Of course, I say a little prayer and I work out because I want to get my body moving, and because it's imperative with all the things that you have to get done throughout the day. I believe how you start the day is very, very important. So I want to make sure that I try to keep that in motion. So as I age and as I grow older, I'm able to, avoid some of the things that not exercising and not keeping myself healthy. So yes, working out and having time to mentally get myself in the right place.
For me, I didn't feel like working out this week, so I brought the dumbbells out of the garage up into the den so I could do at least some curls and a few squats watching TV. Susanna, you have certainly come in with the right positive attitude, and it looks like the food choices really good to start off 2025.
I would say, I think my breakfast today should count.
That's elite. That is an elite. I see kiwi, bananas, I see blueberries, and I see strawberries. Elite is what that breakfast is.
Yes.
Well, Zelina, we thank you so much. You are a fantastic person. You are making a lot of strides to help people who really need it, and you should be recognized for the great things that you do passionately and repeatedly. So we thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate it. And thank you to Sonder Health. Please go out. Please take a look at their plans, especially if your family is dealing with Alzheimer's and dementia, for sure.
That will do it for the Weekend Wellness Show. For CEO of Sonder Health Plan, Susanna Roberts, I'm home team Brandon Leak. We'll see you next time when we convene here on the Weekend Wellness Show.
I love it.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you.
350 is what it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
Brandon, you were great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Carm. I really appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome. So
Yeah.
we're going to grab a picture.
Thank you.
And
Yes,
what
please.
happens, they send the link out.
Okay,
And
that's what I was
you can
gonna say.
post it wherever you
Okay,
want.
great.
And, we'll post it as well. So
Awesome.
we
Thank
gotta figure out
you.
how to get our hands on some of your books.
Yes, I would love to deliver some to you. You let me know. We also have Dr. Fayron Epps.
Yeah, she's coming on the show.
She is the doctor in my book, so it's characterized after her. So that's the part of the creativity. So I would love to talk to you guys of how I can kind of get Sonder health something, write something in a book, creatively with what you offer, because that's what I do.
Love it.
If you ever need any help at any of your endeavors, I don't mind emceeing. I'm emceeing.
Oh, thank you.
Event at the Cobb Civic Center tomorrow night for Special Olympics of Georgia. They partnered up with us, and we helped them raise some money. So I've been doing that the last 3 years. So if you ever need somebody to help, I would love to.
Thank you, Brandon.
Hey, tell us. We can help sponsor.
So this is Fayron.
Oh, yeah.
After my mom.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, so I would love to write something that would help your program or our community.
Okay.
However you want, because I customize everything.
Oh my gosh.
That's me on my motorcycle.
That is adorable. Okay, let me get this picture. Hold your book up too while you're in the picture. No, with them. Yeah. I love it. Okay, where's Tyler? Oh, I guess Tyler ain't coming. I guess I gotta do it on my old phone. Okay. Hold on. I'm slow. Hold on. Y'all see my phone is cracked out. Okay, so camera. Do you anybody have a good phone?
Yeah, you want to use this one?
Yeah, let me. Is it a Samsung? iPhone. What you got?
I got an iPhone.
There you go.
Oh, you got a really good phone. Y'all got this phone. Okay. Because they're much bigger than mine. Oh, this is nice. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, one more. Let me do it from her phone. I don't know who phone it is. Y'all got the same company. Okay.
Out of box.
Out of box.
That's how the way to go.
You know it.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you know how many times I've dropped my phone?
Yeah, I don't
Thank you
care.
so much.
You are
I really
fantastic.
appreciate it.
You are
Thank you. So
fantastic.
are you. So are you. I will definitely keep you in mind. Yeah.
You know what? I
Probably
don't.
not. It's
But you know
okay.
what?
If you have Carm's info, she could.
Yeah, I
Let
can
me show
get
you.
it. Okay. Yeah, I can.
You do the tap thing.
Yeah, you can do that too.
My goddaughter showed me that. I said, "Oh boy."
Life is so much easier when you
And let
tap.
me show you. So would you?
So we
do
got.
the tap.
So you
Create a second profile.
Oh yeah, that looks.
So this is
I don't know what you have on, like, your
Doritos with
main,
everything seasoned.
profile. So
You got one too?
Toast. No, I got this.
Which one you want?
I got this.
Oh, I want this one.
Yeah, that one's
Okay. Okay.
So I got like that's my.
I'm gonna probably swallow this down in the car. Yeah. So you going to the office, right? Are you going
I'm
home?
actually, so I'm gonna go and go get my hair blow dried really quick.
Okay.
And then I'll be in right after that.
All right. Okay.
What's that from?
Oh, there's extra there.
Avocado toast.
I had to order breakfast. I never eat breakfast and I always forget it. But I'm trying to do better about taking my antibiotic on time. I'm 2 hours late today.
Did you fry your face up with avocado toast?
I don't love
You don't
avocado.
like.
I've tried.
There's the acai and
You don't like that either.
US Spot tickets. The best way to do it is if there's something you want to go to, just ask me on that. Yeah.
Okay.
We have seats at State Farm and.
Thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate this interview today.
Okay, good.
Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, because we're still trying to
Depending.
fulfill some Christmas, giveaways
Sure.
that we did.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, just if there's a specific one, just pick a Hawks game or something and let me know.
Okay, I'll send you the list. I'll send you the list. But okay, bye, you guys.
Thank you. Carm, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let me tap your phone real
yes,
quick.
I was going to say, I
Information.
want to make sure
It was very
I
nice
get
to meet you.
that.
I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Yes, I was going to say, thank you, thank you,
Yes,
thank
yes,
you.
yes,
And
yes.
keep up with the work. Thank you.
My pleasure. Good.
Oh yeah. Okay. Knock that out. You hungry? She bought breakfast and then she's left it. So let me see what she's got in here. What is that? This looks kind of yogurty. What is that? With beanie?
No, that's not beans. It's like fruit.
What is that?
I think she said something about avocado toast.
I'll eat it. I'm hungry. I'm starving. Yeah, that was great. She was great. She listens to the station. Her husband. She's divorced. Her husband works for the Falcons. I know
She
him.
mentioned something about that. Yeah.
I know him. So.
Do you really?
Well, she was talking about. She said, "Well, I guess my husband works for the Falcons. My ex-husband." And
Yeah.
she said what department, and so it was only 2 people, so I guess one and the other. I said, okay.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, small city.
Yeah, it
that
is.
worked out well. She was good. We actually went over for the first time 20 seconds, so I got to cut 20 seconds out.
Oh, I'm sure that's manageable.
I will edit this today so we can run it Saturday. Tug said he needs it by tomorrow. Well, he was saying he needs it now by Thursday. So could you upload it by tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, so we can make this one run.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is a win. Clean this up.
Here, I'll take the trash.
This is my trash. This is my phone. This is my breakfast. And I will do this. I am starving. All right, that was good. Oh, you know what? Let me take this off of the end drive.